Palestinians are on Palestine or Palestinian territory. They call it Judea and Samaria. So they're changing the culture of the people. Because Judea and Samaria is not their culture.
I have no idea how to approach the historical aspect of what you're referring to.
No, it's not historical. Judea and Samaria is what they call it now. That's what Israelis call the West Bank, Judea and Samaria.
Oh, and Chris fall off the call? I don't see him.
Do you guys want to hear the quotes that somebody is really? Oh, didn't we?
Please do, yeah, we can come back to that. Maybe you fell off.
Oh, because he didn't know how to.
What was he? Was he a Zionist?
He works for the American military. I think he's an arms supplier.
Arms supplier.
Arms dealer, supplier, something along those lines.
No,
Military contracts, etc.
Maybe he's a contracting specialist. That's what I'm trained for. Not for arms. I don't do the company.
But his
I don't do the.
should we be responsible for, how the feeding of these people? Why is America involved in this? And we talked about hey, they're providing all this weaponry, and there are multiple treaties. There's the ATT I just brought up a second ago. Amir brought up the heat law, where there actually are laws in place. And if you're selling or providing any arms to any country, you have to make sure that they're used ethically, whatever that means. And if you see that there has been some violations, you yourself could be in trouble. Hence why Biden, he did with Holt 3,500 bombs and whatnot, because he said the Rafah invasion, this is where millions of people have been sort of forced into it. He did say this is going to be dangerous to the civilians. So he did withhold until Trump came in and he just gave it to them. So I'm surprised as him working in this industry has no idea that these laws are in place. So if you're going to provide weapons and you're going to defend and give, those things have caused this genocide. You have to be responsible. Well, Grace, you're back. I think someone had a question for you. Was it you, Wednesday? Oh, Wednesday, can you read out the okay, yeah. So just read out the quotes I was speaking from these
So Speaker Isaac Herzog, President, statement. Entire nation responsible, no excuses. Interpretation and genocide case. Collective blame. Context, validity, and context.
Can you the parents first?
Young Gallant, Defense Minister. Human animals, complete siege. Dehumanized language, punishment civilians. Remember what is this, the Kamali? That never took a destination. And then, let's see his statement.
There's a bunch of these. No worries. Yeah, I figured Clubhouse. But what I want to say is, besides the official statement of the genocide, besides this whole, I know you want to have it that's very technical. Besides the link, besides all that, let's just look at it from just straight up, easy to see logic. This happened there. If you agree, it's absolutely is barbaric.
Oh, absolutely.
To the Palestinians.
Yes.
To see the doctors talking about Doctors Without Borders, where they've had to operate without helping on children, with absolutely nothing to ease their pain. Nothing. And that's because Israel withholds all of these necessary equipment that they need. I can't even, there's so many things that I'm sure you already have seen and heard, without getting into the technical. You and I can agree what Israel is doing is above and beyond self-defense and cross that line of political. You and I can probably agree this has to do with some sort of political goal, because we can see how Israel moves and tries to jump into other countries over buffer zones, defense, security, but there's been no reasonable threat whatsoever. With all that being said, Chris, can you not agree that this needs to
mean, yes, I'm against any. Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Oh, I agree. I think that train of logic applies to any war. I'm not.
Yeah, we're speaking about this right now.
But that's just it, though. And you're right. Israel has crossed the line. It's no longer self-defense. It is war. I don't want there to be any war. But unfortunately, I do believe, counterintuitively, war is necessary.
Okay, because it's a business you're in, but how do you war against the population where 50% of it are under their children?
Well, I don't think they look at it that way. When 9/11, I'm sorry, I'm harking back to that. I'm just mentioning one moment where the U.S. was so animated that they would have bombed anyway. In fact, the premise of their war with Iraq was 9/11, which has nothing to do with 9/11. That's how passionate Americans were. And here, October 7th is essentially.
Before you continue, you know that it was the Navy who was pushing the U.S. to go into war with Iraq, right?
Amongst many.
I know.
I mean, I can't say that he had more influence than anybody else. But and there's so many people in that time, and so many high influential people who pushed Bush, endorsed and even gave him the best way to execute.
How many American, military personnel were killed and left? I mean, the PTSD is unbelievable.
Oh yeah, no, there's lasting effects to them and their families.
And we can talk about how many Iraqis were murdered.
But it's a cause.
Well, 1 second. When you talk about, like, what you just said right now, the 9/11 had nothing to do with it. There was no weapons of mass destruction. We felt that out.
Correct. No, but the people were animated. They wanted to take retribution for what they saw was an unforgivable act.
But that.
Now, I understand that it was mistaken. I'm not saying I agree with everything that happens with the U.S. government, but I'm saying that same animosity, the same sentiment is exactly what I understand it, and I'm not saying it's correct. October 7th is what Israelis seem to utilize the same way that Americans utilized when 9/11 occurred.
Okay,
Except the difference is it really was Palestinians. No, but I understand why they react in war, and this is no longer self-defense, it's war. It's the same reason that as an American, I understand we're attacked. That if I can harken back, there's a CEO of, I think it's Andrew Landers, of one of the major defense firms in the world. I'm not sure if many people know it. And he would say, if what happened in Israel on October 7th happened to the U.S., there'd be a hole in the ground somewhere, saying that whoever attacked us, in the same way that October 7th happened to Israel, we would annihilate everyone.
So we're just.
So that sentiment is not unicidal. It's not. Sorry, that sentiment is not unique. Well, I'm saying it's not unique in that it's not just them. Iran, if they would, I'm willing to believe that Iran would destroy the U.S. in its entirety, and not just Iran. I'm sure Russia would want that. So I'm sure there are many nations in the world, and many people here in this room probably would want, if they had the power, to disassemble and annihilate us.
No, this is where you're wrong. So if we occupy a small piece of land, right? Say if America occupies a small piece of land, somewhere in the, let's say it occupies a small piece of land, so, that's not part of America. Let's say occupy Canadian, a small piece of land that's not American, right? So they've been under occupation for more than 70 years, right? And America has been controlling their movement, has so many checkpoints, and they don't get a citizenship of America, they don't do nothing, they can't come out of that land, they're locked up into that land, right? Now, do they have the right to resist?
Sure. But I think what you're getting at is that's not fair.
Native Americans have the right to resist.
Please, do they have the right to resist?
Correct.
Against the occupation?
I don't even know if right's the right word, but I understand why they would resist.
Okay. So they would resist, according to international law, they have the right to resist using weapons, rockets, bombs, whatever it comes.
The U.S. doesn't acknowledge any international law.
U.S., it doesn't matter. U.S. recognizes or not, how do you fire a war from an occupier? This is and it's justified. According to international law, it's justified. According to America, I don't really care if we're America, they lie all the time, the government officials.
What country's government doesn't lie to its own people? Do you think Russia's honest?
Chris,
They have honest government.
Chris,
I would love to live there.
Chris, but the issue here is that the land that you're occupying, it falls under international law. But America doesn't fall under international law. You see the difference there? So that if you're occupying that land, it's under occupation because it's against international law. That's why it's called occupied land. And this is what this land is about. It's been occupied. Look at the West Bank. It's been under occupation for more than 50 years, right? Now, my whole point is they have the right to resist. They got 920 motherfucking checkpoints in the West Bank. They control every aspect, every movement of their lives, every single day. Just to fucking drive 20 kilometers, it could take you 3-4 hours. There's been multiple babies have been delivered at these fucking checkpoints. The checkpoints are only for the Palestinians, not for the Israeli settlers that are living illegally. There's about 700,000 of them, these people that are living in the West Bank. So my question again to you, if you're under occupation, they have the right to resist. Whether you respect it or you don't respect it, they have to do it because that, Israel, whether it respects it or not, the other part, that's the under occupation, it goes by the international law, how it's occupied. There's a lot of cases on this, a lot of people have filed a lawsuit, a lot of people. My question to you, is it justified to right to resist?
Yes, but before you go on with any further, there's many situations in which a losing nation would be, and by the way you explained, it would be justified. When the U.S. hold on. But let's see U.S. history here. Native Americans' right to resist. When Mexico became part of the U.S., California and Texas became part of the U.S. Same logic. You're telling me that because a bigger nation or a stronger nation takes over a territory or a land, even through military might, that somehow it's wrong, and that's where I
100% disagree with you. Why are you occupying something?
I would agree with you. I think maybe I'm thinking of it from a business perspective, but in business, you don't look at your competition and say, oh, well, let's give them some market share so that way it's fair. You want to be fair. Well, hold on. Don't act like it's the only place that has this train of thought. China, Russia, the other three, biggest nations. Every country in BRICS, they all have that same mentality that they don't look at it and they say that, oh, let's give America some market share, or let's give this little country some market share.
Chris, forget that. One second, brother. One second, brother. So you live in America, somebody wants to come in to occupy your land. Do you have the right to take out your weapon and shoot?
Sure, but it's not fair. It's fair, though. The world doesn't run on fair.
Chris, one second.
I don't know why everyone assumes that that's the right way. Fair is what everyone's supposed to be.
Hold on. I'm not done. So if they occupy your land and you're not able to resist it, they rape your mother, they rape your sister, they rape your women, they rape your brother, they rape your, everybody, cousin that's living on that particular property. They move you in the backyard under a sun, right? And they put a little wall and they lock you up. You can't leave that place. It's your property, but you can't. And you tried everything. You went to the court system. Court is not going to tell you. You went to the cop system. The cop is on their payroll, the occupier payroll, right? What would you do? Let's say 5 or 10 years later, you make a weapon, right? And now you know how to take your land back. Would it be justified to take your land back 10 years later?
Justified.
Okay, can I just say, look at here.
1 second, Habib, hang on, brother.
Please, brother. Let me just say something to you.
Habib, I'm not done. Thank you. So is it justified 10 years later to take back your land?
Sure. As the country who took over the land is justified in keeping that territory. It's no different.
No. The other country, there's no justification because you stole it and you're fighting over stolen land.
And if it's taking over, so then Russia should give back some lands of Ukraine.
You're doing whataboutism right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that it doesn't apply to every people.
Hold on. You can't deflect and freaking do whataboutism. This is the problem.
No, I'm talking about in this one.
This is the problem I have in other
Israel has no obligation to give them back. No.
Okay, can I something now? Look at Amir, the reason why you're not making a valid point into what he said, and it's just because of what he said. He said that if America was attacked, that we would leave a hole in the ground. right? So it doesn't mean that
Well,
America.
counter argument to what he said. That had nothing to do with the argument. I already knew what he said. That was my counter argument to what he said to debunk his bullshit argument, because his argument doesn't make sense. Because if you're the occupier, then the other party has the right to fucking, come back and take back the land. It's just divided. I was just gonna.
Just hear what I'm saying. Look at all these things. Look at all the countries that America has bombed the hell out of. If people from those countries came and bombed or blew up Twin Towers or did something, anything, just because America did all of what they did and that they reacted in that way, America would still put the big hole in the ground. It's what his point is. It's not that that's right. He's not saying that it's right. It's just what they would do. So he's saying that Israel, that's just what they did, just like America would do that. And so you're trying to say, why they did it. All he's saying is that that's what they would do. And that's what they would actually do. That's all he's saying.
I don't know if they would do what Israel did. So I don't think.
Well, look what America did when the towers fell. 1 million women and children were killed in Iraq. Iraq had nothing to do with the Twin Towers. But they invaded 7 countries. America went after 7 countries. Libya, right? Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria. It went after 7 countries. And a lot more devastation. So, and that was all based off the towers falling, right? And you can say the same thing with the big. I don't believe the towers were. I believe it was an inside job, but if it wasn't, right, it's people who were resisting the colonial, projects that America has set up all over the world in their nations and the crimes, right? So it's just that's how America reacted. That's all he's saying.
Whatever he's saying, I want to dive into his argument, but no one go on. No one. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, Chris, I just have I just have a couple questions because you brought up look at it as like a business side. So like you brought up like the Native Americans and stuff like that, and like the business side of things. And do you apply that I can already see that you apply business to land, but you apply it to human beings?
I know where you're going with that, and I think I know. I'm gonna say my opinion there. You tell me if I'm following. We're all human beings. We should be giving each other respect, and we should be honoring each other as human beings, regardless of where you're from and what culture you come from. And everyone has a right to live and all that. I agree with you. However, no one thinks that way. No country in the world thinks humanism. No, that's the correct application. If every country said, yes, we're all humans, I'm all on board. But until China and Russia looks out for the interests of Americans in the same way as a human being, if every nation starts to do that, I'm on board, man. I'll be there. It sounds a little hippie, I know.
Yeah, but
I'm on board for sure. But the world just doesn't work that way. Americans think in the best interest of America. Russia thinks in the best interest of Russia. Israel thinks in the best interest for Israel, and the same thing for Palestine.
Great. If you know history, like the Islamic Empire and the war campaign, there's been situations where the entire army had to go a different route to not disturb pregnant dogs. There's people who they treat the captives of war better than they treat themselves. They don't believe in killing women and children, even in war. There's rules of engagement. So there have been a lot of nations that respected the rules of engagement that didn't kill innocents in war or destroy people's houses of worship.
Those are few and far apart, and
No, it's not. You had the Islamic Empire rule the world for a
That
millennium.
hasn't been. That's long gone, and to be honest, I find
Do you
history
think
and
Indonesia?
from it.
Do you think Indonesia?
No, so if anything within 100 years, 100 years, and I'll be on board
Do
to
you
listen.
think if Indonesia's army invaded China, right, and they had the power, Indonesia is not going to be murdering innocents and bombing their houses of worship and committing these atrocities in America.
Would you know? I don't know.
Because they're a Muslim nation, and they're not like that. They have rules and engagement.
You're telling me no Muslim nation has committed any kind of atrocities in this country?
Please, can I just ask you, can I just please follow up on what I wanted to say? Because, all I wanted to say, I just, with the way you're justifying it is like more like moral relativism, and if you want to believe in that, I'm not gonna like really refute, but are you justifying like Israel's actions or America's actions of like colonization, slavery, like all these atrocious historical crimes, right? Selling black skin, selling caricatures of human beings. I can go on with horrible ways of how it was business. You know what I mean? And just in regards, it's all okay because someone else was going to do it regardless. Like, do you put that in the same way of like drug dealers? Like, do you justify like drug dealers because, well, there would be a drug dealer anyways? Because this line of reasoning is really faulty, right? Just because there is a murderer doesn't mean you have the justification to be a murderer, right? That doesn't give you any self-virtue. So if this is like a way, like, so I just want to know, like, you putting moral relativism into this discussion where, like, you're saying, oh, well, if it was any other country, they would have responded like the way America did with the 9/11 thing, or the way, I don't know, Russia did with Ukraine, shit like that. Is that why you're justifying it? Because I don't really fully agree that's a full justification on why Israel should be what they're doing, because that allows like pedophiles to be pedophiles.
Because he doesn't know the history. He doesn't know some of it.
This line of logic is very, 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 making it very faulty. Like, oh, well, a pedophile's always been a pedophile. Pedophile's always been part of history, so I can be a pedophile. It's like, it's, you know, like, it's just how it is. Like, if there's good, you know what I mean? Like, that's,
I understand. No, let me answer.
yeah, sorry. It's just, yeah, that's
So when I mention best interest, I mean Russia, China, USA, any country, frankly, they're looking out for their best interest. Pedophilia, I don't know how you can argue, for instance, that it's in your best interest. So that is a completely separate argument. I'm talking about self-interest, not moral relativism exactly, but I understand where you're going with that. So I'm saying, essentially, that every nation has actions, every culture, whatever it is, that acts in their best interest. Israel's best interest is to annihilate Palestinians. Alright? That's what, I mean, our best interest, it varies depending on how you look at it. More controls in the Middle East, that's probably a very good reason why we are such friends with Israel. That is our best interest. So I think any nation would do that. So when you apply it to serial killers, we make sense of that, why a serial killer's best interest is to kill people, and therefore everybody should be a serial killer, because it is my best
So
interest
that
to kill
means
people.
justifies the means, is all you're saying. They can do whatever crimes.
You're justifying the means to it. So like you're the way you're saying like they're doing it because of their self-interest. A murderer can tell you it was my self-interest as well. Like that's my whole point. Like you using these ways of reasoning, it can be faulty. Like I'm not saying.
How would a murderer justify
If you
self-interest?
say what you're saying, it was my self-interest.
No, what is the self-interest? I can tell you the self-interest. What is the self-interest?
But then, well, what is the self-interest in a murderer? It gives some way of power and more expansion in their ideas of thoughts. The same way Zionists feel whenever they shoot babies.
I kill you.
That's their self-interest.
What is my interest in killing you? What do I gain
I'm not.
from killing you?
You're giving me a hypothetical that.
Well, no, you gave me a
I don't think
hypothetical.
no, but they're giving me a hypothetical that includes you, and I don't think your best interest is to kill me. So like that's ingenuine.
There you go, exactly.
I know,
It's
but
not in the best interest for people to act like a serial killer.
I don't know.
It is in the best interest of the U.S. to engage in wars. It is in the best interest of Israel to eliminate Palestine. It is in the best interest of Palestine to resist.
Why is it like again using it as a reasoning? Like I don't know if you're getting where I'm saying. Like you saying it's the best interest, you're just validating their best interest because you're allowing it to be validated. Why, like, you're choosing not to just be like, oh, that's the murderer's best interest because he told me so. America's telling you that's their best interest, and you're just taking it for surface value. A murderer can tell you it's my best interest to kill because it gives me satisfaction. And that's
I understand that, okay, I understand the self-interest of the U.S. I understand the self-interest of Israel. I do not understand the self-interest of, let's say, somebody kills somebody and just likes to kill people for the heck of it. I'm like, I don't understand the
Can
self-interest
I
of that.
interject quickly on a psychological standpoint? People who enjoy killing, there is different parts of the brain that is satisfied, right? So, I mean, Noah has a good point. There's something that we may not understand, but there's something to them that satisfies something in their brain, or they have some sort of. We've seen so many serial killers go after certain people. There's some sort of satisfaction that they attain. It's never really random. Same way with our countries. There's nothing that they don't randomly kill. There's an objective, right, that they satisfy. But does that mean that's correct? Does that mean that should be allowed? Just the same way a psychopath can reason. Oh, there's someone very intelligent, actually, high IQs. They can reason all day long. Why it's justifiable? Why did it happen? Or whatever. You can go on about it. Even vigilantes can go ahead and justify their actions. Justifying your actions does not necessarily mean that it's the correct course of action to take. Just because other countries behave in the way that they behave does not mean that Israel, the USA, etc. needs to continue behaving in such barbaric ways, especially when we say we're so advanced and we're the leaders and we're so diplomatic and we're so democratic and we're all these things. But in practice, we are absolutely the worst.
How do we determine the correct moral standard then?
What do you mean, moral standard?
You're saying that, how do we know what, okay, so.
Innately, do we know what's right or wrong? Do we not know innately as human beings? Innately as human beings, do we not know what's right or wrong? Oh, do you miss that?
But Israel says that their interest in what's right or wrong is to kill the group of people that keeps bombing us. So that's their
Do you think, I'm sorry, Chris, do you think the Prime Minister telling you it's his best interest to kill an area that is smaller than most, if not all cities in many cities in America? I can't really pick up the cities, I can be wrong, I'm not gonna do that, but just say it's a very compact area, the most compact area in the world, right? And that compact area is filled with people, more than half, that are under 18 years old, and most of them are kids. And saying that he needs to attack an area that is more likely than not, when he puts a bomb, he has more than 50% chance of killing a kid or a minor, right? That's his self-interest. Do you really think that is the best course of action, is to bomb the most compact place on Earth that is filled with more than half of the percent, more than 50% of that population being under 18?
Well, let me tell you the Israeli narrative, the one that we all know. Well, the one that we might disagree with, but we all know. From an Israeli standpoint, Hamas, Palestine, have been bombing and sending bombs. There's a reason the Iron Dome exists. It's not because of any other nation. It's because of what's coming out of Hamas or Palestine. So, I mean, just that alone, it's a very different scenario than what you're saying here. So,
did you not know that BP has funded Hamas? He's actually spent over almost $50 million per month, almost $1.5 billion in total. So if this is your enemy, why would you be sending?
the U.S. funded Taliban too for many years. We gave them a lot of armament. It backfired.
And we're saying that these people are so egregious, they're so dangerous for existence. You don't arm them. You don't fill their coffers with money, number one. Number two, Israel has gone ahead, justified or not, and said, hey, all these countries, everybody's against us. All of us, they're all against us. We need to build buffer zones onto their land, but illegally annexing land, okay? So if that be the case, and this is the narrative that's been sold to you, that's been sold to Israel clearly, how did October 7th, why was there such a massive lapse of security? This is one of the most heavily patrolled every bloody border. Look at West Bank. This is not even Israeli land. They have 95 checkpoints. It's just within their own borders, right? Not even within Israel. that somehow benefited Israel. And then
And that goes into the realm of a conspiracy theory, because you're basically
no, that's
saying
my
that.
question. That's
No, no,
absolutely
exactly. And logically speaking, I mean, I'm answering logically as best I think is logically. What you're giving me is was it everyone likes to use what ifism or
you just
hypothetical?
what is it called about? Acceptable.
Well, no, yeah, but that actually happened. You are
Yeah,
telling me
but
that
there's
Israel
articles
somehow
that said
on the
that it's
October
because
7th
of
said, hey, let's let them attack, so that gives us the perfect excuse to go into Palestine and just do all the chaos that they're doing. No, that's what you were alluding to. You believe that I'm capturing what you were trying to portray, and I'm saying that line of thinking is basically conspiracy thinking without any proof to back that up.
I'm just wondering, because this spot, and then also within the, in the cahoots by the whatever this festival was occurring, 6-7 hours, Hamas
There is proof. It's officially documented. It's officially documented
able to somehow
by
take
Israel.
all these guys, they're able to take all the hostages across the Yemen after almost 8 hours. How, with all the security mechanisms that we provide Israel, with pretty much the entire population, or I guess, it was literally the
It's
border.
easy to believe these type of travesties are
Listen,
inside job. 9/11 is no more
Chris, check the link in the chat. Blew up in their face, the Hamas, their funding. I'll put another link in the chat. A testimony from a former Israeli Prime Minister said the same thing.
Can you? I don't. In terms of Israel, is the CNN of Israel. I mean, even I know.
No, I don't know. See, I believe Times of Israel is more accurate than fucking
Well, yes, but it's the equivalent. It's a very liberal.
What do you want from Israel? You want Haaretz?
I couldn't even believe Reuters over this. Give me a second.
Okay, look it up. Do you want the CNN?
No, I don't.
I'll give it a testimony.
I'll look for it. I got the general topic. I'll look for it right now. Don't worry. I got it.
I'll give you the testimony from Mahmoud Barak as well. Hold on.
Who is the Israeli official with the ADF, the high ranking, who wants to open an investigation? Yes, and you expired right after you expired. We're bringing that to the forefront. So imagine that. There should have been an inquiry. That's a huge deal. That's a huge deal. It's not allowed the investigation of Iran. It's interesting. I mean,
This guy, and then in the audience, he believed that all Muslims support Modi. Majority of the Muslims support Modi.
and psychopath.
And look at what he wrote about Sikhs. I said even the Constitution of India discriminates against the Sikhs. Look at this mental retard kid. I used to see him in the other rooms. I used to call him out. He's this fucking Sunki. Come on up, Sunki. Let's see what he has to say. And he gave me data, and that data was all, barely 5 or 10% voted for Modi from the Muslim side because, the majority of the Muslims don't support Modi. Modi is disgusting. Spreads hatred towards Muslims all day long. His officials spread hatred toward Muslims. And this guy wants to Modi club for Modi. He's basically a Sunni.
Sunnis are usually very supportive of Israel.
Somebody killed a bunch of oh my god, I cannot. Gujarati, am I wrong? Am I wrong with that?
I don't know, Dan, do you support Modi?
I don't support Modi. I don't support people that massacre.
No, not you, talking about him.
Look, he's a politician in India, and he does have a lot of support from Muslims, especially Muslim women, not Muslim men.
Muslim women support Modi, that's the claim you're making right now. Okay, can you put the link in the chat, please? I gave you last time, I debunked your whole fucking bullshit claim that you made. I did.
I don't want to discuss that. I just want to.
No, this room is about politics, and anywhere Muslims go, I go. I don't mind. And I hate people like you that actually are Sunnis, that motherfucking Sunnis, they come up here and booty clap and Modi all day long.
You don't know this topic you're discussing. Let's discuss politics.
I don't know the Sunni topic. I don't know the motherfucking Sunni topic. I don't know what happened to Bilqis Bano, that sister that got gang raped by 11 guys. I don't know how the 300 Christian churches got attacked by Sunnis. I don't know what the Hindu RSS mobs are doing to Muslims. I don't know the Constitution of India. The motherfucking Constitution discriminating against the Sikhs considers them, looks at them as Hindus. You're just an idiot, man. You're a fucking idiot.
Are you pro-Sikh? Are you pro-Sikh?
And what do you mean pro-Sikh? What is pro-Sikh?
Do you support Sikh?
What is pro-Sikh?
Well, I'm pro-Sikh. Are you pro-Sikh?
What does that have to do then?
It has everything to do with it. Because I think,
Okay.
are you anti-Sikh? Is that where this is coming from?
Am I anti-Sikh?
Yes. Just like a Sikh.
Motherfucker, my best friend was a Sikh in Canada. Just shut the fuck up, man. Shut your fucking mouth.
So pro-Sufi. Okay? So the question is, are you pro-Sufi or anti-Sufi?
Hey, you're a Catholic according to my position. Thank you. Yes, there you go. Do you support Modi, yes or no? Do you support Modi?
He's a politician.
As much as I love Bannon, is there any reason why your mic is like very far away, or is that just a me podcast?
Well, I want to discuss Palestine. That's why I came up.
Oh, hey, that's no problem. It's just I don't know why your voice is very low for me. Is that
Yeah, it's
even
very hard to hear. No, it's hard to hear.
Thank you for telling me that, Chris. I just wanted to know if that was.
Okay, well, then I'm sorry it's not loud. It's maybe where I'm set up. It's not good. So anyway, I want to discuss Palestine. So there was someone speaking, I don't remember her name. I wanted to ask her a question. There is a rich part of, there are two rich places in Palestine. There's Rababi City and there's Silicon Valley in the West Bank. Is it possible for the rest of the West Bank and Gaza to become like that?
It's only a Sunday would say this. Listen to this guy.
No, it's not because the Holocaust
And-
was under harsh
Is Gaza, hold on, how many checkpoints are there in the West Bank?
These questions, they gave.
Well, let me ask you, can I ask a question, please? Thank you.
One second, please, 1 second, I just need to find out how many checkpoints are there. Can you please tell the room how many checkpoints are in the West Bank and then,
There are a lot of checkpoints in the West Bank. However,
can you give me the number?
a lot of people who are in
Can you give me the number? I asked you for a number, yeah.
those numbers keep changing. A lot of them are
No,
also
I'm asking you, can you give me an average number?
well, you do know there's a lot of attacks on
And the question I asked you, I don't want your stupid statement, I want a number. What's your number?
This country doesn't have lots of checkpoints.
Well, what's the number?
Which one does?
What's the number?
I don't know the number. I don't know.
Okay, 920 motherfucking checkpoints. And then you sit here, oh, why can't they be like this? Why can't they be like this? 920 fucking checkpoints.
Why is Rababi City?
Wow, look at this guy, man, such an idiot.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask you, please. So, if you look at the West Bank, it's over 800,000 illegal settlers, right? So it's in their best interest to make sure that everything is top notch for themselves, okay? For themselves. They built that. They've allowed certain areas of the West Bank to prosper because they allowed it for themselves because their goal is to ultimately take over the West Bank, right? In Gaza, they don't have those amounts of settlers. They don't even allow them to construct. Imagine trying to construct something on your own land, and about 90% of all the you send it in for permission, all of these forms get rejected. 90%. When you look at, if you want to talk about prosperity, there, even people living in the West Bank, what prosperity is there if you know that your homes are going to be taken any second, any time, and just taken from you without due process? If they're the entire, and the settlers, they're all heavily armed with guns, and the Palestinians are not allowed to have any. There's IDF that walks around and harasses you. 920 checkpoints only for the Palestinians, just trying to get from point A to point B. So if you want to talk about prosperity, there's no prosperity for the Palestinians. If there's anything at all, that's just for the illegal settlers. So yeah, if they want to occupy Gaza, I mean physically settlers come in and occupy it, then maybe. But that's not what we're trying to do here. I'm confused as to why logic kind of misses your brain cells.
You're referring to the Israeli land administration, which has
What?
You're referring to the land Israeli land
I can't really hear you. Your voice is really far.
administration. ILA, that's what you're referring to, which has nothing to do with
Is it a genocide, man, in Gaza?
Well, I don't think it is, because I think it's
Oh, well, you see, this is the problem with Sundays, man. You see,
because it's not just Israel that causes the Hamas against it's also
I'm talking about Gaza. Is it a genocide in Gaza?
for there to be
I'm talking about Gaza, and I'm not talking about anywhere else.
I see two armies when you had to have trying to switch.
There's no army. Hamas doesn't have an army. It's a resistant fighters. Yeah, resistant fighters.
almost defeated.
And are you see this is the problem with Sunnis, they mentally retarded, right? They don't have the brains to make it through, right? They're literally freaking Palestinians, they're orphans. Hamas is full of orphans. And guess what? It's not even Hamas. Hamas is a political wing. Under Hamas is called Al Qassam brigades. They're the military wing. Netanyahu is the one that funded Hamas. There's a even at times of Israel, this shipment actually warned Netanyahu not to fund Hamas, and he kept on funding it every month, $15 million, right? My whole point is I think you need to get your facts straight, right? And think outside the fucking toilet or wherever the fuck your your head is fucking buried, right? Come out of that toilet and then you take it to. Hamas is just a bunch of Palestinians, kids, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, and they're fighting against the occupier. Who's the occupier forces? It's Israel.
This big, big
Well,
What I did, how are they defeating it?
They are. Look, Israel still doesn't control the ground. Israelis are still taking.
Did you watch the clip, Chris? The from El Barak?
yes, I,
Unlike Amir, Scott Ritter is a former soldier. He knows the military. He keeps talking about how Hamas army is defeating that. Yeah, he's been talking about
Okay. And who's occupying Gaza?
Hamas.
That's also technically true because it belongs
No.
under
Who's occupying Gaza? I'm not talking about Oslo. I'm talking about who's occupying Gaza.
Hamas return it to Hamas immediately.
And you get your fucking Sangi head out of your ass, right? And take it to the guy.
Is the rightful ruler of Gaza.
And the rating for Mahmoud Abbas went down the toilet as soon as Hamas came in 57 October. Okay? And do you want the survey? Do you want the survey that was done in the West Bank? They actually support Hamas. Oh my God, this guy is an idiot, man. Seriously, such an idiot. And Sailor used to give this idiot a fucking mic, like this motherfucker, like this guy doesn't know any knowledge. Oh my God. You're just a grifter, right? You think like a Sunni and you're fucking Sunni, right? Look, here's the problem with your stupid mindset. They're under occupation, right? And it's a genocide, according to Omar Barto. You know who Omar Barto is? It's okay. He's a Jewish Israeli historian. Okay, and do you know what he said? He said yes, it's a genocide. And do you know he was such a known scholar? His studies were actually accepted at the Nuremberg trial. Okay, he wrote an article in New York Times about how it's a genocide, and he proves it with intention and intent and everything. If you want that article, I can put it up. I can remove the paywall. I don't think you have the subscription to New York Times. I can remove the paywall, and we can read up on it. It's a beautiful article, opinion piece written by Omar Barto.
He's posted. I'll read it.
Okay, and it is a genocide. I understand you thinking from your Sunni mindset. Yeah.
Amir
I know.
had white people surrender and surrender the Palestinian Authority and hand Gaza back to the Palestinian Authority.
There you go. Yes, you see this?
Chris, I have a question, Chris. I'm not trying to do like a verbatim, oh got you by the way, Chris, but when I say this, but like you hear and he's saying Israel's best interest wasn't to annihilate all Palestinians, aka genocide. How do you feel about that best interest line in reasoning that you were speaking of and how it can become faulty? Because I don't think Ann believes that the best interest is a genocide, right? And do you think the best interest of Israel is not to kill all Palestinians?
It would not be in Israel's interest because Israelis would have
Uh,
that will want that for centuries to come. And it's not worth it.
See?
They shouldn't do it for that reason alone. But you
Yeah.
know the other reason that the Israelis have many enemies, and so they need positive friends.
Yeah.
They need help of Gaza, they need help of Fatah, they need help of Hamas, they need help of Iran, they need the help of Salam Fayyad, of Mustafa Barghouti, of many other Palestinian leaders. Israel cannot survive on its own.
The reason why I just brought it up, Ann, is because we were speaking about Israel and Palestine and just like how bringing up saying that they did that because it was their best interest as a line of
ICJ
I mean,
is
if-
unoccupied.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but others will
Just
argue
because
that.
you don't uphold ICJ, it does apply to the rest of the world.
Amir, I understand what you're getting at. I'm telling you that not everyone agrees with you, regardless of whether your opinion of them is that they're idiots or whatever. I'm just telling you.
The majority of Americans do not support it. Let me tell you, there was a survey found 51%.
America says it's an occupation. America says there's illegal settlers.
Hold on. Who is America? I mean, if you're talking about a CNN poll, then of course you're gonna get very
The
skewed.
US
You're
government,
talking about.
the US government, the US
This
government.
line of reasoning is very faulty, man. Like the reason why I say this, man, is because there's what was exactly your poll is because some people disagree. So if I see, like, let's just say slavery, right? I see another person owning another person, right? I see it right in front of me, and I go up to them and I'm like, yo, why are you owning slaves? And I'm saying stop, and he tells me, oh, I don't believe it's slavery. Does that therefore just justify what I'm seeing as reality as false? Just because someone is saying it's not an occupation doesn't mean there isn't an occupation. I think like
The characteristics of an occupation, this occupation, and the characteristics of a war is, tell me the difference between those characteristics. When there's military might, Hamas
And
has
I put the link in the chat for you guys for the Umar cartel that says it's a genocide. Read up on it. I'm trying to say
Here we
it.
go. And talking about Omar Bartel, you're telling me that some brilliant guy, this is opinion,
Israeli genocide studies
many
scholar.
opinions out in the world.
Find me a scholar that says not a genocide. It's otherwise. Go on.
No, see, there we go. Talking from the scholars, that's
You
the
don't read it just like I am. You don't have any fucking knowledge of what to say when it's a genocide or not.
But yet, I'm not saying that you're wrong, though. You are saying that we're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong here. I never once said you're wrong.
You're a genocide denier. Did you not deny the genocide?
I told you about the same circumstances of what I'm saying. Tell me what would be the difference. If it was really a genocide, I've already said, well, it makes sense to me that they'd be killing them at a much higher rate. But they're not. I'm telling you, there is doubt.
Chris, numbers don't matter.
Okay, so if numbers don't matter, then how do you know it's a genocide?
Geneva Genocide Convention, go look at the definition. The numbers don't matter.
Definition, your argument is definitional. That's what I'm saying is the weak point of your argument because occupation, there's definition of occupation, definition of a war.
According to the Biden administration, it's under occupation, the respect.
Biden, see, another person, thank you. You're telling me it's all definitional.
No, I didn't say definition, I said the US government saying that. The Biden administration was US government. I don't know what you're on about.
Well, did you
Are
say?
you okay in the head? Are you mentally okay in the head?
Like, you're getting really
Yeah,
crazy on words.
Trump did
This
speak
guy
out
is an
against
intellectually dishonest person. I can't believe it. We're talking to an intellectually dishonest person.
What he's doing is wrapping up the conversation and not getting to a point about picking apart definitions.
So he's pretending like words don't have definitions.
Wait,
He's
hold on, give me
acting
a
like
second.
there's no
One
definition.
second. So Trump did come out and he did speak out against some of these, these illegal settlers. The
Never
reason
declared
why
it a
not.
genocide, though.
That was hold on one second. Give me a second. The terminology genocide, that's terminology, but let's look at what's actually occurring. You and I agree. It's egregious. It is barbaric. It is just murderous. It is horrific. You and I agreed on that, do we not?
Correct.
We don't need to get caught up on the terminology. We all can agree on what Israel is doing is unequivocally wrong. It is murderous. It is everything that you think in the book of just the horrific things that you can do to humans. That's what they're doing.
I'm equally as war as I am genocide.
We're talking about the actions. I don't need the definition of war or genocide. What is taking place right now? We are so privileged to talk about let's sit here and talk about definitions. Let's talk about the actions. We agree it's wrong, it needs to stop. Israel has taken it to a place that's been too bloody far. It's not a war anymore. It's slaughter.
I don't think
It's honor.
Chris and I agree that what Israel is doing is wrong.
Yeah, of course.
Chris, do you agree that with the points that he's just making, do you agree that what our people are doing in Israel is wrong? I don't know.
Our people. It's not my people, but I appreciate the community, I guess. But no, no, I'm not a Jew. if I may at least address one part, so, I mean, what I'm saying is the reason why we keep having this argument is that unfortunately we cannot have any consensus of any of the things that we're talking about. I'm not, I think what you guys are getting the wrong impression that I'm pro, everything that's going on there. No, I'm against war, but the problem is Amir might say it's genocide. I'm still confused whether it really is genocide, whether it's still considered a war. It's become a genocide.
Get a dictionary. Get a dictionary.
And the dictionary would not help clarify that because it's still a war. The same characteristics of a genocide, especially this one, fits the same definition of occurs naturally in a war. Get a definition and tell me the difference between the war and the genocide. You got the dictionary.
How do you become a genocide studies scholar?
Have you?
No, how do you become one?
You have to be a
I don't know.
Okay. Is Roberto a genocide studies scholar?
The scholars don't give me any credibility of anything.
Okay,
You can find a scholar or every.
Hold on. Genocide studies scholar, somebody his studies were accepted at the Nuremberg trial. Do you know what a Nuremberg trial was?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. So if somebody, a known scholar that has studied genocide for a decade or more longer, right? You and me, we're both laymen. We can sit here and go back and forth, look at the definition, but if it's not just one, there's actually more than 1,100 scholars came out and said it's a genocide.
Intellectuals don't get it right all the time.
Hold on. So 800 to 1,100, they lie. You have an Israeli lawyer inside Israel, according to Haaretz, he has filed a lawsuit for Netanyahu committing genocide. You have the former Israeli defense minister, Budi Yalon, he was a defense minister in 2016. Go look him up, his name is Moshe Yalon. And you know what he said? Netanyahu is ethnically cleansing Gazans. And he said IDF is not the most moral army in the world. And if you want thing 10, there's so many statements that these officials have made against the Gazans, Gaza population, the Smotrich, Ben Gvir, you have the Netanyahu about the Amalek, and a whole bunch of genocidal maniacs have said, even right now, Ben Gvir has said we should not be sending aid, we should be sending bombs and rockets. So the intent is the most hard part to prove if it's a genocide or not.
Correct.
And intent is like, well, it's out in the open. ICJ collected all of this, and they said to, remove the occupation. The ICJ agrees it's occupation. U.S. government says it's an occupation. You have the Amnesty International says it's under occupation for over 50 years. You have the Human Rights Watch that says it's under occupation. UN says it's the occupation. I mean, I don't know. Are you a professional? Do you know how the UN and all of these organizations are? Do you have any?
I am no more professional than you are. I am no more professional than you are. But I don't make the same claims as you do. So I have to give you a scholar and then
Provide me evidence.
the opinion is if someone is an evidence of you.
No, I need an opinion.
That's not evidence. You don't have evidence. You give me the evidence. You're giving me an opinion from somebody else. Give me evidence of here. That's not evidence. Give me evidence. Not someone else's opinion. I have evidence.
At the Nuremberg trial, his study was accepted, right? A genocide study scholar.
That's not evidence.
Hold on. If this case goes on with the ICJ, you don't think all of these scholars that have came out and said it's a genocide, they won't show up at the ICJ? Their testimonies won't be accepted?
Not evidence.
And you're going to be on the wrong side of history. And all of the people like you and all these Zionists, please. People like you and all the Zionists are complicit with this incident. When they deny the genocide, you basically deny the fucking Holocaust as well.
I'm not denying anything. I'm just telling you how do you
How do you know Holocaust happened?
I don't know.
Okay, so you're a Holocaust denier as well, man.
No, I don't know. But denying is not saying I don't know. Denying is saying it never
So are
happened.
you denying the Holocaust?
I don't know.
Okay, the rest of the world agrees that Holocaust did happen, but you
The rest of the world can believe
but
it.
you're a Holocaust denier. Okay, we have a Holocaust denier on your stage. Thank you.
This is where, no, absolutely not. You are still, no, you're not, Amir.
You're a Holocaust denier.
Amir, not at all. You're not even listening anymore. You're still wrapped up in your emotions. You're not even listening anymore.
With your privilege, right? You're a Holocaust denier. You just denied fucking Holocaust.
I don't know that. I did not know. That's not denying.
said I
That's
don't know.
not denying.
It's
That's
not,
not
I said I don't
denying.
know. It's not,
Amir,
you said you don't know.
That's not denying. If you
Oh
think
my
that's
God,
denying,
this is not
then you
denying.
need to say
I
that.
don't know if it's a
No,
Holocaust happened or
Alright,
not.
let me explain to you, and I can
Like such an
explain to you.
ignorant, coming from American privilege, a dumbass American, we come across so many of dumbass Americans on
If
this
that's
app.
the only way you can win an argument, Amir, then keep going. But
It's
that's
not
really
an
sad.
argument. I'm not
No,
even an
that's the
argument.
way you think you win an argument. No, that's what you're doing. Because the only thing you can do is.
Somebody that doesn't know Holocaust that it happened or not, and says, I don't know.
How about at least wait for me to explain so I
Are
can.
you gonna agree that Holocaust did happen?
Are you gonna let me explain?
Yes, I want you to tell me if Holocaust happened, yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
No, I'm explaining. It's
I don't want your stupid explanation. I
Well,
want
then you
yes or
don't
no.
actually understand
Yes or no.
anything. Then you don't actually want to. You don't want to listen. You don't want to
No,
listen.
I want to know yes or no. I want to know yes or no. Did it happen? Did it happen?
The only opinion in the world that matters is yours.
Did
Yes,
Holocaust happen? Yes or no?
whatever opinion is you.
Did the Holocaust happen? Yes or no? Did the Holocaust happen? Yes or no?
Am I gonna speak?
Like such a fucking ignorant piece of shit, man.
You can't even.
I want to hear an explanation.
Oh my God, can I say something?
Sure.
By you saying you don't know, by you saying you don't know that the Holocaust, you don't know. I mean, Amir literally asked you a question. Do you think the Holocaust happened? You're saying you don't know. You are denying the Holocaust. You are.
Not the same. Not at all. It's not the same. Let me explain why it's not the same.
No, I'm not finished. You were talking for a minute. It's called denialism. It's called denialism and historical revelation. This is a classic form of Holocaust denial, even when it's phrased as just asking a question or pretending uncertainty. It is meant to stow doubt about an event that has
If you hear my explanation, you'll see that that's
that
not
has
at all the.
overwhelming evidence, survivors' testimony, documentation, and global recognition. It often hides behind neutrality or fake skepticism, but it is a disinformation tactic.
I made one claim, and yet you guys don't even care to hear exactly where I'm coming
The
from.
other thing is which is exciting.
I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, thank you. So the reason, and to be honest, I didn't get so far. I don't know if it happened, and I believe it happened. Whether or not I know for a fact that it happened, I don't know. I cannot say for certain. I wasn't freaking there. I can tell you what American is.
Get the fuck out of here.
Am I not allowed to finish?
You are so disingenuous, bro.
No, I'm not even done with it.
Actually, let him speak.
so
He's
fucking
exposing
disingenuous.
Let him speak. He's exposing himself.
So, definitionally of Holocaust, from what I understand, is when the persecution of Jews during the German occupation, not German occupation, I'm mixing up our topics now, but I believe there was a Holocaust. Whether I know what's the intent, I cannot say for certain. I cannot know a lot of the things in history. I cannot know. I can believe and infer, and yes, I believe there was. Believe. No, I don't know. That's it.
So
I don't know.
emotionally, your instinct tells you something, but the facts that are presented in front of you by multiple people who are, this Holocaust survivors, right? There's documentation. IBM kept records of this.
Oh, I
So
believe
all
they
of the
did
facts, one second, wait, hold on. The facts that are presented numerous times over and over again and verifiable, that you don't take into consideration, but you go by your feelings, what you believe, but you don't know.
I'm not saying I feel it.
You said believe. Yeah, you believe that's your gut instinct. It's based on your gut instinct, not based upon.
I believe there is.
It's not.
How does you
Look,
know
it's
anything?
not. Look, where does that come from? Does that come from the evidence that's been presented to you? That you believe it?
If we're going with the term Holocaust as a
No. Listen, isn't your belief of it happened? Did it come from evidence that's been presented to you?
correct.
And I go after Ace.
So you know. So factually, you know it's occurred
No,
because
I
there's evidence.
believe based on the evidence.
Okay, so then that's fine. You believe evidence, and you know there was many scholars who put together all this evidence that brought the Nazis to trial, and they were able to actually genocide. That term was coined at that time. So with that being said, if other scholars of the same merit bring forth their findings based upon
evidence of war or evidence of a genocide. And it's very hard to be able to determine
Is it?
at what point it becomes a genocide. And
There we
that's
go.
what I'm at.
It has
I
happened. It
cannot
has
know
happened.
what, based on what a scholar and that's nothing to me.
So what is your expertise that allows you
That's what
to?
you're using. That's
Well,
what you're
what
using.
is?
I'm not using that
What
to
is your
say.
expertise that allows you to break down the arguments of very well learned historians, people that are pretty much have spent their entire life investigating these types of things, and they're very credible. So what gives you a higher authority to break down their arguments and maybe dismiss them?
I would only be doing what you're accusing me of doing if I said I know that it's not. If I was claiming that it's not, I never once made the claim that it's not.
You said it's
If I was making that claim,
or you
then
said
I
it's
would totally agree.
Ace, you are going around in circles, man. Because what he's doing is, this is a philosophy smokescreen. He's pretending that not witnessing something personally makes it unknowable, even when it's historically proven and documented beyond doubt. That's what he's doing. So by you asking questions, you're going to just be going around in circles.
We're witnessing right now. We're witnessing it. We're witnessing it as we speak.
So the thing, some aspect of the Holocaust, like the official numbers, which did change.
Okay, let's not do this
Go through
conspiracy
changes.
shit. Let's not move the
And then
goalposts.
also the death, like Hitler
That's
committed
not, this is the
suicide.
shit. This is
That
the
wasn't
shit.
true.
This is the shit that opens up a smoke screen. This is what he just opened up.
It's
No,
all
he
different
didn't
from
come
the
in.
past
Explanation was
into what's
his
happening.
explanation.
No.
And no
This
information.
is exactly what you're doing. I believe it happened, but I don't know because I wasn't there. This is a philosophical smoke screen. It is pretending it is not witnessing something personally makes it unknowable.
Have you witnessed
It
it?
is historically proven
Have you witnessed
and
it?
documented.
Did you witness it?
Documented beyond doubt.
Did you witness it?
Documented beyond doubt.
You did not witness
Documented
it.
beyond doubt.
And that's my point. You
Documented
did not
beyond
witness it.
doubt. You are completely disingenuous. You are completely disingenuous. Your arguments are disingenuous.
Okay, hold on. So when we see U.S. military personnel get killed in battle,
Plausibility,
that
deniability,
hold on a
gaslighting.
second. Hold on. When we see the numbers, when we see U.S. military die, right? These numbers come up. Do you believe those numbers, or do you have to see their dead bodies and count every single one to be able to ascertain yes, these men died?
Was that question directed to?
To you, Chris.
Are you talking about the Palestinian numbers?
No, I'm talking about the U.S. military personnel that go to war into various countries like Iraq, Afghanistan. There's numbers that the U.S. government comes up with. These many died. Do you believe those numbers, or do you need to see evidence, every single body in front of your eyes, and count them to
The last
verify?
time I checked the numbers, supposedly 5% of the entire population, again, I have to go by numbers that I'm
I think it's kind of
No, I'm asking you, one or the other. Do you believe the numbers presented to you by the U.S. government, or do you need to verify each and every fallen soldier?
I believe
With
that
your
they're
eyes.
correct. No, I believe that they're correct. I can only go by that. I could be wrong too, because of that. But if this is a genocide, why is it that only 5% of people have theoretically died in the conflict? Is that a
Okay,
genocide with
go back
5%?
to we're moving the goalposts again. We were talking about the Holocaust, right? And how you're gaslighting and screen and
We were making the comparison to what's
and
happening.
you're using plausibility, deniability, gaslighting. He's trying to sound reasonable by saying he believes it by following up with I don't know.
Yes, you said that already.
Without fully committing. Yeah, because you're disingenuous.
Yes, you said
So
that already.
let's look to deniers. He's using coded skepticism that deniers
Repeat the
recognize.
same argument.
Yeah, because you're a Nazi.
Wherever you feel.
You're a Nazi.
If you say so.
I
You think that's as much.
wanted to hear his explanation because I thought he might say something that had some substance to it.
Selecting rational skepticism, possibility, deniability, intellect cast down.
Really good at parroting.
He doesn't want to go
Let's say we heard you.
because you're fucking disingenuous bitch.
You're a great
And you're a
parrot.
Nazi.
A great parrot.
Let's say we heard
And
you.
you're a Nazi.
Great parrot. Great parrot.
And I just say, Alaikum salam to I didn't say
repair it.
Chris, you work for the military industrial complex, so.
Welcome, brother. Assalamualaikum. We have Chris here. He's literally a Holocaust denier. Get me.
If
Chris, did you
you
see
don't understand, then I guess you
Yes.
know.
No,
The ones that I
Chris, mute up, thank you, mute up. Just because he wasn't present while they were putting Jews in the ovens and turning them into soap, so he said, I wasn't there.
I said I believe it happened to me.
No, Chris, these are your words. Just because he wasn't there, basically, he's literally a fucking denier. He's going with, oh yeah, it did happen. Hey, I wasn't there. I don't know. He's acting like an innocent person. And same thing with related to the genocide that's going on in Gaza. He doesn't
I don't believe that there has been anything on it.
Hold on, Chris. And this is why, and he's the one that's giving them weapons and whatnot, so this is why he has to justify it. Go.
Not at all. I can justify him anyway.
Well, you know what? At least ChatGPT says it's not that he just wasn't sorry.
If we have to, verify everything with our own eyes to believe it, then I don't think we can call any murder of a single person also as a murder because we haven't witnessed. So I think O.J. Simpson is not guilty because we did not see him kill anybody. So that's the argument. If that's the argument of Chris, then we don't have an argument.
That wasn't my argument.
Well, 9/11 didn't happen.
One second, Chris. Philosophically, you're in this Rene Descartes sort of world where it's like, I think therefore I am therefore I think. You're literally throwing everything to, it might be true, but I don't know if it's true. It's like you're denying everything. You're pretty much saying anything that is real may not be real. You're getting into this philosophical point of view that does not need to be equated to our political conversation. It's completely different. You're like, are you real? Are you real? I don't know. Is this real? Is that real? I don't know. Is gravity here or not? That's a level of conversation you're going to. For us to exist on this planet, we have to have some basis of understanding and trust something. When you wake up in the morning, I'm sure you believe there's going to be gravity here. I'm sure you believe there's water, sun, etc., etc. Those are the basics. Basics. You're denying the basics. There's evidence. Hold on. But then there's evidence to other things that people have. I have a friend whose grandfather was a Holocaust survivor. He's passed now.
But it's something that I strongly believe.
No, you.
Yes, I think I know why some people nowadays think it's fashionable to deny the Holocaust. Because when they deny the Holocaust, the German Holocaust, they can also deny the Gaza Holocaust. That's probably the strategy.
That's exactly what's
They cannot.
Exactly.
I strongly believe it.
So they cannot deny what's happening in Gaza is a genocide when they accept what happened in Germany and Europe was a Holocaust. So this is probably just a strategy. These people are confused, and I don't think we should be giving too much space to them.
Yeah, he's disingenuous. It's more
You
like
strongly believe he's denied now?
Because
Is that
for
what we're
example, in Israel says that close to 1,000 of its IDF soldiers are dead. Since I did not see even one IDF soldier dead, I think I shouldn't believe it. So it's the same goes for everything.
You guys all keep saying the same thing over and over and over.
Yes.
We get it.
yeah, but you're not some fucking understanding legit experience either.
If you don't like the argument, you won't believe the argument.
What is the point of it? There's no point.
Yeah, because he's using a disingenuous trick. That
He was trying to make the Holocaust the level of it, which we don't regulate, so that's not the conversation we need to have.
Yeah, so Gaza is starving. Let me address the title of the room. Gaza is starving, and Israel says it's not a problem. Yes, it is the problem of Israel because Israel is the occupying force, and it's the responsibility of the occupying country to feed the occupied populace. And denying that under any circumstances is not acceptable. That's what the Geneva Convention 4 says, Article 55 of Geneva Convention 4 says that any occupying force or an occupation cannot deny food to the occupied people, and they cannot cite any reasons whatsoever to deny aid and food to the occupied people. So Israel is a signatory to the Geneva Convention.
When I read it,
Israel is bound, even Israel is bound to obey by it.
when I read it, I thought it to mean America's responsibility. It's not America's responsibility. That's what I probably misinterpreted, but would you
So you don't
share
know how
that
to
with
read?
you?
You don't know how to read.
Okay, ignoring the ridiculous comments. So,
No. I mean, it says Gaza is starving,
When is
and Israel says it's not a problem.
when is this conversation between Chris and the other players?
so Fayaz, do you believe it extends to the U.S.? Is it the U.S.'s problem or responsibility, or what's happening with Gaza and Israel's involvement with that?
It's a unique situation because US is complicit in enforcing the starvation. As per the law, according to so look, I am not a law expert, so I cannot interpret it legally. But from the reading of it, US is not responsible for it. Only Israel is responsible for it. But if you ask me if US is responsible for it morally, I would say yes, because US is the one that's carrying out the starvation, that's allowing Israel to carry out the starvation, to force the people. US is the one that's bombing the civilians. US is the one that got involved in feeding the people. GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is a US entity. It's not an Israeli entity. Okay? Now when you get involved, and in spite of your involvement, if people are dying, then you are going to be held accountable for it. So yes, US has to take accountability on this because they got involved. Nobody asked US to get involved. Okay? Nobody asked US to get involved. US could have said that a couple of countries. No, Morty, let me complete, Morty. US could have said, okay, let's let 10 to 15 of these countries, let's say Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, US, Germany, UK, let's all get together and create something which can feed the people of Gaza. That's not what US did. US and Israel collaborated to create an organization so that to supposedly feed the people in Gaza. And now they are saying they are not responsible. How is it? Now they are saying that UN is not doing its job. UN was not allowed to do its job. Don't you remember how UNRWA was kicked out? How UN agencies were always kind of discredited? They said UN is not doing its job previously. Now they are saying the aid trucks are waiting, but US is not. It's not US. It's no longer UN's job. You kicked them out. You said they are unfit, they are pro-Hamas, they are this, they are that. You kicked them out and you said you are taking responsibility for by creating this GHF. Now that you are failing and the world is criticizing you, you are saying UN is failing in its duty. It's no longer UN's duty because UN was not allowed to carry out its duty, fulfill its duty. You kicked them out, US and Israel. Yes, legally it is Israel as per the Geneva Convention, Article 55, but morally it is US and Israel.
That was a great answer.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, there are also reports, incidentally, sorry, Ahmed, just 30 seconds. There are also reports, these are coming out that Israel had buried, or the idea of destroyed 1,000 truckloads of aid going into Gaza, and in fact went to the extent of burying what they destroyed in large pits. So these things, somebody says it, we say it, and somebody else will come and say, no, it did not happen. What is the proof? What is the source? See, Morty is always there to ask for source.
Say he wasn't there, so.
Yeah. So the point is Israel even now is not allowing international media and international human rights organizations to go into Gaza and take stock of the situation firsthand. If Israel did that, we would believe what Israel is saying. But Israel still refuses to do. There was, in fact, I forget his name, an influencer, a very strong Zionist, who actually tweeted and requested the Israeli government that they should at least allow select journalists from abroad. Like he even mentioned Piers Morgan and one more person. They should be allowed to go and see for themselves what we are doing. But even then Israel doesn't agree. So that means Israel has something to hide.
And just correct one thing. I don't think Israel is denying that the trucks from every video I see, the settlers that are blocking the trucks from going, not Israel. And the settlers are not recognized by Israel as part of the movement. They're not acknowledged as Israeli citizens or part of Israel. They're actually, the official stance of Israel on the settlers is that they shouldn't be there. So I don't think we can.
But they're not doing it. But Israel's not doing anything to kick them out.
It's not their responsibility because these people aren't Israel's,
So whose responsibility is it?
not Israel's, certainly. It's,
Whose responsibility is it?
probably the UN or, maybe Jordan.
Marty, you sound like freaking. Don't you get tired of acting like a Zionist?
Yeah, but brother Amir, the trucks.
One second. What do we do? Who's responsible for the killing of the sites? They came out and they confirmed they didn't kill people at these sites.
So Israel, no one, the lawyer.
Israel.
No, nobody's responsible.
I give it according to the.
No, it's in a militarized zone and it's contractors. Don't you remember the torture, the Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo? Did anyone get punished for that? No, because it was contractors on foreign soil. See, the law and the legalities are already sorted out. No one's going to get in trouble for this. No one is responsible. Do you think Israel and the United States would collaborate and kill hundreds of thousands of people if their leaders were going to get in trouble?
Hey, Amir, question, for Morty. These settlers who are blocking the trucks,
Right?
are they blocking them on are these settlers on the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing, or are they in Rafah? Where are these settlers blocking these trucks coming in from? No, where are these settlers who are blocking these trucks coming in through Egypt? Are they in Egypt?
No.
No, Egypt is not going to allow them there. Are they in Rafah? They must be down in Rafah. They're not in fucking Rafah.
No, zero, let me correct you. No aid truck is being allowed to come to Egypt by Israel. All the trucks are.
No, they're coming through. They just let 300 through yesterday. But what I'm saying is,
No, these
these settlers, he's claiming that settlers are blocking. He's claiming settlers are blocking trucks, which is bullshit. What I'm saying is, if the settlers are blocking the trucks, they have to either be on the Egyptian side of the entrance to Rafah, which we know they're not, or they have to be down in Rafah, standing there in Rafah, blocking them, which we know they're not. So what the fuck is he talking about?
Zero, Morty is partially right. These trucks that come via Jordan and West Bank.
Not Jordan. Fuck that. I'm talking about the trucks coming through. Right now, 300 and something trucks came through Egypt. If you just only open the Egypt crossing, you could have 500 or 600 trucks a day.
Yeah, but
It's the government. The Zionist government is the one that's doing this, not the settlers.
no, not this. No,
Not America.
Yes, zero. You are right. Israel. No, there are 2 points. Settlers are also blocking, as well as normal Israeli citizens are blocking the trucks. So Morty is partially right about the settlers, but he is trying to say only settlers because he doesn't want to acknowledge that the Israeli citizens who are not settlers, who are citizens of Israel proper, they are also blocking the trucks. There are videos, there are news reports and all that. Okay? And as far as the settlers are concerned in the West Bank, because West Bank does not, this is the official position of Israel that they do not recognize the settlers.
Yes.
But then Israel provides security forces to take, to give protection to the settlers.
They also provide weapons.
Yeah, they provide weapons, they provide everything.
Well, that was
And I
kind
mean,
of hold on. Ben
hold
Gavir, Ben Gavir gave them weapons, and this was not an official policy. This was Ben Gavir acting on his own.
But it happens.
And similarly, as Baez accurately pointed out, it's the settlers and the citizens blocking the aid trucks. It's just not Israeli policy. It's just not Israeli
Dude, you keep fucking saying that, man. Dude, listen, you can get 600, 700 trucks through the fucking Egyptian Rafah crossing every day, and they had prevented it for over, 60 fucking days?
Yeah, the citizens.
No fucking truck it out. That's not the settlers. That's not allowing those trucks to come in through the Rafah crossing.
Did we start to think that the settlers are more powerful than the Israeli government? So the Israeli government wanted those trucks and they blew us out of the way. Come on now.
You know what you guys problem is you don't understand legality.
Fuck legality. What the fuck is legality? If you're a fucking police force, listen, dude, in Tel Aviv right now, the people are fucking protesting. The police are on horses, they're using water cannons, right? They're fucking arresting fucking fellow Zionist people who are protesting in Tel Aviv. You tell me they can't do that shit at the fucking border? It's bullshit. The fucking military, the police, the Zionist police, listen, in Tel Aviv, look, in Tel Aviv, today, they have water cannons, mace, they're fucking beating people over the head. They're stomping them with horses because they want to protest in Tel Aviv. But you're telling me they can't do the same thing to the people at the gates where the trucks are going through?
I am acknowledging that they can, but the question is, are they legally obligated?
That's the dumbest fucking answer I've ever heard in my life.
I'm saying right now, Marty, you're not on your knee,
Legally obligated by who? By Israeli law, by international law.
Who knows? Exactly, thank you.
They're obligated to make sure that people aren't starving. Yeah, they're obligated to occupy the force.
Right, it's Netanyahu's government. All they have to say is, listen, whoever tries to block those trucks, do to them what you're doing to them in Tel Aviv for protesting. Beat them over the fucking head, stomp them with the horses, hit them with the hoses, get them the fuck out of the way, and let the trucks through. That's what you do.
You know what? We're having this argument, and it reminds me of like an argument about whether Bitcoin or Ethereum is going to win. We'll see what happens in the trial, if there's even a trial, when this is all.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. What are you talking
Marty,
about?
thoughts and arguments of PTP is bad here.
I'm undefeated on this stage. This is going to have to deal with Chris. I take a very emotional view.
What are you talking about, dude? What? Yeah, what kind of fucking trial? What fucking trial? We're talking about feeding the people, and he's talking about some kind of fucking trial.
I keep saying Israel's guilty in one court, on one trial, when they found guilty. Are they going to be?
If people are starving to death, then you think people shouldn't be emotionally charged.
I was just pointing out to Chris what I have to deal with on a daily basis.
Everyone in the world, right, has a right to set up a court and try these people. And that's what they're starting to do. They're doing it in Barbados, they're doing it in the fucking ICJ. Other countries are gonna start setting up courts. Fucking Belgium arrested a couple of these fucking people, these Zionist people who were there at the Glastonbury, not Glastonbury, but whatever the fuck that carnival was over there in Belgium. They arrested two of them. And one of them went to IDF, oh, he hit me and he beat me up. The policeman beat me up. Fuck you, man.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you're right, and Netanyahu and Ben Gavir and Smotrich and all
No. Keep going. The IDF soldiers are the ones being arrested. They're the ones being chased out of countries because they have a warrant for their arrest, and so they tell them, okay, get out of there, guys. Get on the plane. Hurry up. Come back. Those are the people that we want as well. This is just like the fucking Nazi. Listen, after the Nazi war, okay, after the war with the Nazis, it took 20, 30 years to track these fucking people down and prosecute them.
I think they'll try to.
It's gonna be the same here. It's gonna be the same with this. These aren't your soldiers, no. That's why the fuckers started to commit fucking suicide and shit.
Marty,
It's gonna be a lot faster than 40 years.
Marty, the tide can change anytime. Don't be under the impression that all the IDF soldiers are safe. Okay? You know, yesterday, two of the Israeli human rights organizations, B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights, came out and said that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. Now, this is the first time any Israeli organization has called it as genocide. There have been scholars, Jewish scholars of genocide, Israeli scholars of Holocaust studies who have called it as a genocide. There have been universities that have called it as a genocide. Like, for example, Boston University's Human Rights Division, or the School of Human Rights in Boston University, they came out with a statement saying that it fits the definition of a genocide. So we cannot deny that it's a genocide anymore. So now for the first time, two Israeli organizations based in Israel, made up of people who are Israelis, Jewish people, they have come out, B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights, they have come out and said that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. So what is happening in Gaza is a genocide. I know some people will still say, no, it's not a genocide, then they will go into definitions and this and that. But the fact remains that most of the world's scholars of genocide are now speaking out and saying that it is a genocide, and we are all watching it. We are all, I guess the Zionists must have thought that, look, the world, today's generation, or those who were born after 1948, they didn't have an opportunity to see what the genocide looks like. So let's commit a genocide and show the world how a genocide looks like. So they're literally streaming it 24/7 into our TV screens. So I can see, sitting on my bed, how children usually starve to death, how bombs kill people. I can literally see munching popcorn and see how the death takes place. Literally. Thank you, Israelis, for bringing it into my bedroom and into my, literally everywhere.
I mean, the scenes of the truck coming in and all of the dust and the Israeli soldiers like pepper spraying and shooting, right? Well, and everybody just, oh my God, man.
Not only that,
I haven't even seen scenes like this from World War II, you know?
not only that, they're using their kids as human shields. I don't know if you know about this, brother friends. They're using the kids as human shields to block the trucks that are coming, that are going towards Gaza, to block the aid. And it's a very disturbing and disgusting society. In fact,
The Israelis are doing that.
yeah. There's videos of them literally
They're doing what exactly?
So they're getting their kids to lay on the floor on the road as the trucks so that the trucks can't pass, and they have the aid in the trucks that's going towards Gaza. This is how disgusting and disturbing community this Israeli community is. So that's where we're at right now, basically.
I had a question for
You have a question for who?
Yes, I'm here.
what is your estimate of the KIA of what's this here in Gaza and the total number of people killed in Gaza?
I'm not sure about the total number killed, but I go by the IDF spokeswoman, and I think she said half of
It's
it.
in the system, right?
Yeah, his mic is low, and he's actually a Sunni, by the way. He doesn't believe it's a genocide. He thinks Muslims support Modi government. Brother Faz, can you believe it? His claim is that Muslims in India they support Modi. And then he's pro-Sikh, and that's what he claims, even though the Constitution of India
Wait,
discriminates against the
pro-Sikh?
Sikh.
Anna,
Yeah, he discriminates against the Sikh community in the Constitution of India. This idiot doesn't know anything about it.
So to answer your question, according to an IDF spokeswoman on Piers Morgan, half of the deaths are Hamas terrorists, and the other half are unfortunately innocent civilians, which is a very good ratio in modern warfare.
Come close to your mic, please. Come close to your mic. Come close to your mic.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what you meant there. I don't get his point.
So he originally came in, he said there's some rich areas, why can't the Gaza and the West Bank live in the rich, why can't they live like rich folks area or whatever in the West Bank? I'm like, how many checkpoints are there in the West Bank? He didn't have an answer for it. And then I told him it's 920 fucking checkpoints. Literally takes to cross 20 kilometers like fucking 34 hours. There's been about more than 60 women that have delivered babies at these checkpoints in the last year. Because of the wait time, because of what they do at the checkpoints, they check you, they detain you, they fucking, interrogate you while you're traveling. And if they find Telegram on your fucking phone and if they go through your phone, you're gonna get your ass whooped. And they'll keep your phone. So they have to delete Telegram before, traveling through those checkpoints. And checkpoints are waiting for the Palestinians. And this guy comes up here and makes the claim, why can't they live like this in the rich area? Bro, fucker, you're like literally this traveling.
There we go. Did he build it up?
This lady and Sundays are just mentioned.
Okay, well, just quickly, something that Bruce said, I think I didn't get a chance to really. But he said that if they wanted genocide, they could have just wiped all of Gaza clean. That they had the weapon to do so. Why is only 5%, according to him, of the population dead right now?
Who said
That argument is the most distant. This was Bruce said earlier. That's the most disingenuous bullshit argument ever.
Who gave that argument?
Ben Shapiro. That was Ben Shapiro.
It's Chris said this.
But I have to agree, they do have the weapons to do so. They have the weapons to do so, and they failed to do so.
Hold on, let me finish, guys. Let me say. Hold on. Okay, hold on. There's something called it being systematic. If you looked at Hitler, okay, he could have done a lot of damage immediately. This man started from 1931 to 1945, and we still call that what? A blood guilty. For the PR, I know this is wild, but for the PR, because remember, PR matters. Image matters a lot to Israel. For them to have the world be by their side, they have to make things look clean and make them look good as long as they could have. And for the world to continue to supply them with all these weapons and have sympathy, they had to make it look like, okay, you know what, we're doing everything possible. We're so moral. We're dropping these flyers everywhere, but we try to catch Hamas. Warning them prior to makes no sense. All of this narrative that they try to create, the smoke and mirrors, fell apart because their crimes became so egregious it was hard to hide. So if your argument is if they wanted to, they could have immediately.
Hey, I'd like to address the numbers because half. Oh, go ahead.
They would have looked at this simple way. And when you say 5% of the population, that's all we know so far. Well, there's more people. There's far more people that have died. And again, genocide is not based upon exact numbers. It's intent and action. Both of those things are playing a part. You don't have to kill 70% of the population for it to then be defined as a genocide. So, Gertz, never use an argument ever again. It's probably the worst argument you could have used on this stage today. It was absolutely horrific.
If you kill in a war, you're killing a lot of people. So what percentage is enough to be a genocide?
Hold on, let's zero to me. Go ahead, Gertz.
Okay, now, earlier somebody gave some number and said that half of the amount was Hamas people, was Hamas fighters. Now, I'm sitting here reading a report from Haaretz, okay, and it says here, Hamas still has significant military capabilities despite 18 months of fighting in the Strip. It says before October 7, okay, Hamas was estimated to have between 20 and 30,000 fighters. That means that if you killed half of the ones that you estimated have been killed, that means that there's now no more Hamas, right? 20 or 30,000 are gone because it's like 60,000 that are dead. However, Haaretz is reporting that now, today, that Hamas, 75% of the tunnels are intact, and they have 40,000 fighters and also do their own rocket production. They still have the rocket production facilities. So if half of that number was killed, that was Hamas fighters. That means there should be no more Hamas fighters, right? Because Haaretz is saying there was only 20 to 30,000. But now today they're claiming that there's 40,000 Hamas fighters. So that's bullshit.
Yeah, but that number could have grown. Everybody could have joined Hamas. Like while the genocide was starting, everybody could have been like, okay, I want to be Hamas now. You know, so it could have increased.
You know, there was a report earlier on. You know, Palantir, the American tech company, AI company, they did the study and they presented a report. Palantir developed what is known as the Lavender system, in which they identified precisely about 37,000 Palestinians in Gaza as Hamas or related to Hamas. So let's say 40,000, okay? And Israel kept giving these numbers, you know, every time they would go and say that we have killed up to 17,000, 20,000, 23,000. And after 23,000, Israel did not put out any statement regarding how many Hamas were killed, okay? Because every time they said Hamas, they would also have to give how many civilians were killed. So they were actually, you know, putting themselves into a spot. So they stopped giving out the numbers of Hamas killed by them. But according to Palantir's Lavender program, it was supposed to be about 37,000. And now, you know, there was a Harvard study based on the military data that was given out by IDF, that up to 400, Harvard study says, based on the military data, that up to 400 Gazans are supposed to have been killed up to now, including those who were caught in the rubble, who got caught in the crossfires, who got caught, who starved to death, and so on. Of course, this Harvard report has been disappeared now. You cannot find it anywhere on the internet. It's nowhere there. I spent a lot of time looking for it. You can have, you know, you will see a link, but when you click on the link, you don't see the report anymore. Anyway, this has been disappeared. When Israel can disappear children, why won't it disappear a Harvard report? It's just an inanimate object. So basically what Israel is doing is they are just killing people and putting a label on them as Hamas. That's it. That's it. There's no accountability, there's nothing. It's just that. And as far as the genocide definition is concerned, like Hayes was saying, you know, numbers do not determine genocide. Intention does. Intent and the actions taken on that does. Even if, for example, in the Holocaust, in the Jewish Holocaust, even if only one Jew was killed, not 6 million, it would still be considered as a Holocaust, as a genocide, because the intent of Hitler was to wipe out this group of people. Okay, and similarly in Gaza, the intent of Israelis have been very clear. Almost all the ministers have clearly stated that they want to wipe out the Palestinians from Gaza. They want to wipe out, you know, the defense minister, former defense minister clearly said that we will stop food, medicine, electricity, and food, literally everything to Gazans. This he said on 9th of October. And as early as last week, just give me a few more seconds. As early as last week, Israel's heritage minister Amichai Eliyahu, he went on TV. He didn't make a statement, you know, behind everybody's back. No, he went on Israeli TV to announce that our aim is to speed up the process of getting rid of the Palestinians from Gaza. We want to have Gaza for ourselves as soon as possible. And we will not listen to anybody in the world in our, you know, goal to achieve that. So here is somebody, Amichai Eliyahu, a senior minister in Israeli cabinet, who openly says on TV that we want to get rid of Gazans. That is intent. That is intent. And that intent is enough to say that genocide is being carried out over there. Yes, Habib.
I think it would be genocide genocide, but not Holocaust. With what you said about the Jews, like it would be if it's one person with the intent and action, it's a genocide. But Holocaust is referring to like a massive destruction by fire. Is really what it means. But it's only called Holocaust because of the scale of the destruction. That's why they call it the Holocaust. You know.
Okay, you want to go into the literal meaning of that? Fine, I agree with that. But I do not agree to the definition. What is happening in Gaza, for me, is a Holocaust. Whether people like it or not.
No, I agree with that. I was just saying what you said about it being
I
one
agree.
person. It's not genocide and Holocaust. It would just be technically genocide.
Yeah, I agree with you. Technically, literally, yes. What I meant was genocide. But the word Holocaust is no longer applicable only to the genocide of the Jewish people in Europe. It is now applicable to the Palestinians in Gaza as well.
Yeah, and genocide can go on the same time that there's fighting. I mean, if that's what they're trying to insinuate, well, if they're fighting, that's not a genocide, it's a war. That's not true because they had all of the concentration camps set up in Poland, but the Polish army was still fighting the Nazis. See, so you have the armies are fighting while the government is still trying to commit a genocide against the civilians, and that's what we have here. We have the Zionist state trying to commit genocide against the civilians while they're fighting Hamas and Al-Quds and
Not trying.
FLP.
They've completed. They've done it.
Well, no, not
They
yet.
successfully.
And you know, we had,
I've heard that the famine is stage 5, which is not reversible.
no, and everything's reversible. Believe me, everything's reversible. And it
I
starts
thought
with
so too, but
It is. No, you're not gonna have 2 million people die. It's not gonna happen.
No, zero. There's an element of truth to what Habib is saying. Okay, the starvation, the malnutrition stage 5, and starvation, they call it as stage 3 starvation, which is what Gazans are facing right now. After the third stage of starvation, at which stage our body starts eating up the muscles, including the heart, to sustain itself, to remain alive, because heart is a muscle. At the end of the day, heart is a muscle. So the body starts eating up of our muscles. It starts eating up the gut lining. For example, our gut has a gut lining through which food pass and so many actions take place. The gut lining starts, gets eaten up by the gut. Okay? So literally what happens after stage 3 of starvation is that the body's muscles are so weak and so undernumbered that they are not able to perform their duty. So you may be able to feed somebody, he may be able to take a morsel of food and put it in his mouth, but his mouth's muscles will not be able to push it down his throat. You get the point? So at this stage, there was a report earlier on by one of the experts from the Medicine Sans Frontières, the Doctors Without Medicine NGO. They said that after starvation level 3, Palestinians in Gaza will need medical help to get the food inside. Number 1, they will need intravenously injected food into their body, which means a lot of medical staff have to be available to do that. Number 2, the food itself cannot be the same as that is probably being supplied now. It has to be a specialized food full of nutrients, full of stuff that will redevelop their bodies, their muscles and so on. So yes, it's going to be and they gave, I think this report came out about 10 days back, okay? And at that point they said that the window to stop this from happening is between 4 to 8 weeks, meaning after 4 to 8 weeks, nothing much can be done about it. Even if you give them food, they may not be able to survive. Because that's exactly what Israel has been aiming. Why is Israel denying
that's
food?
exactly what happened to the Jews after they were released from the death camps. They were given food, but they just died anyway, even after they were free.
So basically that's exactly what Israel is aiming. That's why they block the aid, They will block it for 4 days and release it on the fifth day. They're just waiting for the time to for gaining for time, literally waiting the 8 weeks period to get over, which is the period medically declared as the period beyond which nothing much can be done to rescue the people. So it's all a strategy, Zero. It's all a
It's
strategy.
gonna be more than these 2 million people.
It's not. No, it's not. 2 million people are not fucking starving. Do you see the people? Do you see the trucks that are coming in? You see the people that are going after the food that's being dropped from the aircraft. Those are live people running, grabbing. Sure, they're weak, but they can eat, and they're taking the stuff with them. You see them with the big 100-pound sacks or 50-pound sacks on their backs, and they're taking them over right now.
I think the only ones that are going to survive are the ones who escape. The only ones that will survive are whoever escapes from that land.
If you watch a battle, like if you watch like a Vietnam or a World War II battle, you'll say, man, it must have been like 10,000 people died. And at the end of the battle, they'll do a research. They'll say, okay, well, there were 300 died and 200 wounded. You're like, what the fuck, man? I thought it was like thousands. The same thing you're looking at here. You think that you see 2 million people starving. You don't see 2 million people starving. You might see maybe like 10,000 starving to that point, to that level 5 you're talking about. But that's not 2 million people.
I've heard that it's over 400,000 are starving or something.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we could hear something all the time. I could hear somebody tell me 400,000.
But I know the intent of Israel. So I believe that no one is going to survive except the ones who escape.
Escape what?
Whether they have a program,
What the fuck is
like
escape?
whether they have some deportation
What do you mean?
program
Where
to
are you
move them
getting
out of
this
the
from?
land.
Why? Why? Why the fuck are they gonna do that? Dude, you're fucked up in the head. You're totally fucked. This is fucking Hasbara fucking propaganda that they're throwing at me, man. Stop throwing that shit at me. If I was with you right now, right in your fucking face. That's what the fuck you would get from me.
Oh God. So yeah, I think
Right in your fucking face.
I can pick you up with one hand and put you through a wall.
Beat the fucking shit out of you. You fucking stupid white fucking bastard who pretends that you're fucking black. I'll kick the shit out of you. I'll take my gun and I'll shove it up your fucking ass and I'll pull the trigger 3 times.
Come on.
I'll shove my gun right up your ass.
Come on, Zero. Can we all mute up? Let's take a pause,
Because
guys.
you're bullshitting everybody. You're on this fucking stage. You know you're fucking for the Hasbara. No. Listen, I'm talking very calmly, Fayez. I'm talking very calmly here. He's on this fucking stage talking that fucking Hasbara bullshit. That's what you're doing, dude. And if Wednesday was a winner, kick it on your fucking ass too. Because you're on this fucking stage bullshitting everybody. Oh, it's all over. And the people have to be deported. Get the fuck out of here. Piece of shit.
Going to survive are the ones who escape or somehow. Because Israel plans on killing everybody.
Oh, of course they are. That's what the white devil does. That don't mean he's gonna succeed.
Yeah, one thing.
The white devil ain't gonna succeed. He's fucking dying. They're killing me.
I mean, why would they escape? Can you tell us?
No, I'm not saying like they I mean, if anyone, the only way to survive what Israel's doing is if they have some program like they've talked about deporting them to other lands or stuff like that. Otherwise, Israel's going to kill everybody.
So I mean, there's a lot of people inside Gaza. They do not want to leave their land. They tried that before. Some of them did leave, but then they're not allowed to come back. So there's a lot of these issues. Once you leave, you don't get to come back. And the Egyptian narrative is that if they allow Gazans into Egypt, then after they're done with after they're done with Gaza, they're coming to attack us. That's the Egyptian narrative, right? And they want that yet. And there's going to be safety risks as well if they were to open up that Rafah crossing border. Now, Now, all I'm saying is, I think we should, inshallah, with the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they'll be okay, inshallah.
Yeah, because the IDF is trying to hide their numbers. They just came out with 18,000 wounded, right? They admitted to at least 18,000 permanently wounded, 12,000 that have PTSD, and they have not gone back to, they cannot go back to work. Okay, they admit that like 10 soldiers or something like that this month alone have committed suicide. Okay, so they can't keep doing this. The IDF general, the past one, and now this one, Samir, it has said, we cannot defeat Hamas. We cannot win. What the fuck are you doing, Netanyahu? Do some kind of deal. We cannot win this war. But this guy, Habib, is like, oh, they're gonna kill everybody. No, they're not. They're killing themselves. They're fucking dying themselves. They're killing themselves now.
You're not understanding that it's a bigger war coming. Like, this is just like something small compared to what's going to happen when Russia and America increase the war against each other. Israel is part of that. They're going to kill, like, these people. A lot of people are going to be, a lot of people. I think this war is about 1 billion people are going to die from what's about to happen.
You don't know that. That's what you hope. Hey, by the way, I'm posting right now a website. I don't know if you guys are aware of the Canadian website. It's called, let me get the name of it. It's called findidfsoldiers.net. It's a Canadian website, and they list all of their citizens that they know of. There's so far they have like 200 that went to fight for the IDF. And now the IDF soldiers that are there are afraid to come back to Canada because Canada says that they're going to investigate each and every one of them to see if they are complicit in war crimes. And this is in Canada, so I'm going to go ahead and post that for you guys, the website.
Which countries will fight each other in this war?
When you say, and
Which countries will fight each other in this big war? Can you say that in major war? Which countries will fight each other?
I think Iran and they're gonna attack Iran again because that's what Netanyahu said to Trump, and Trump said I'm not gonna allow it. But then one of the officials from the Knesset said we're not gonna ask America for permission, so they will do another attack on Iran. It's just a matter of time. And this nuclear thing, Iran does not want to negotiate with Europe or whatever because their whole argument is IAEA gave out information related to the scientists that the natives were exposed to the Zionist entity and they killed a bunch of their scientists. They were connected to the nuclear program inside Iran, and it was done through IAEA. And that's why they said, fuck you, we're not going to allow IAEA to come in and inspect our shit.
Right, and Iran right now is fighting and arresting. They've just arrested like 400 Mossad CIA spies in Iran, because that's right now, Iran and America are fighting Iran still, but they're fighting with these people inside the country, and then they got a big stash of weapons that they just confiscated, and they arrested like 400 of these Mossad CIA people in Iran. So yeah, CIA and Mossad are in Iran right now, trying to create havoc within the country. They had a list of 35 leaders, Iranian leaders that they were supposed to try to assassinate. So Iran got that. They got the list, they got the people, they got the weaponry. So right now, the war is going on in Iran, clandestine. It's a clandestine war right now.
Yeah. Let's see, man. We got Rabbi down there. Gonna come up. I think.
let other people know, look, man, New York, we're all gangsters, man. We're born and raised gangsters. Everybody, from Trump down to who knows what, we're all fucking gangsters. Don't fuck with us.
Very welcome, love me, I need it.
How you doing, Amir?
Right. Coming from the Portales side towards Israel.
A balanced opinion, but I'm definitely more pro-Palestine. For sure.
I mean, this is what I don't get right. If somebody has a pro-humanity position,
Yeah, that's pretty much my thing.
yeah, but the issue with the pro-humanity position is, let's say so tomorrow, if Hamas ends up killing Israelis, right? Then your pro-humanity side will go over to the Israeli side. And then if IDF kills the Palestinians, it goes over to the Palestinians. It's like a shapeshifter, right? It's never consistent. It doesn't stay on one side. But the big issue is, how do we come to this conclusion? Who's the oppressor and who are the oppressed? Who's the killer and who's getting killed, right? When we look at all of these facts, even from 1947 up to now, it's always one side, and that's Israel, and they're the one, literally butchering, slaughtering, killing them, occupying their land, doing a bunch of crazy shit with the Palestinians.
I think what's putting a bad taste in people's mouth is the visuals of civilians being killed, and that's on both sides. So I think it's why, I'll preemptively just say, October 7th was awful, but it's lost its, emotional, how do I say, grab or hold on me at least. I think it's something they like to, point to. A lot of Zionists like to point to October 7th, therefore, everything after that is justified. And I was like, no, that's completely crazy. You're waging an uneven war and killing civilians by the thousands, by the tens of thousands. It's ridiculous. So what are you talking about? Balance. Balance. What does that mean? You said your balance between Israel and Palestine. What do you mean? I don't, you think the Europeans have I'm not one of these people. Connection to this land? Was he there in any way? Do you think the
He's
Unions
just saying, there's a baby buddy word.
No, I'm asking him what he means. I'm trying to understand what he means. Right, I think the Palestinians have the moral the moral high ground in this conflict from its inception from 1948, where a bunch of European Jews were like you said, kind of just forced in, and sometimes, for the most part, it didn't mesh well, right? And a lot of Palestinians were kicked out of their homes. The narrative is spread a lot that, no, they sold their homes and they peacefully left or whatever. No, a lot of these people were left at gunpoint. It was completely fucked. We know all this. I'm just saying, what do you mean? What you said, balance between Israel and Palestine. What does that mean? What do you mean? I think it's unrealistic if we're having a conversation and talking about this river to the sea stuff. I think it's unrealistic when we're talking about a nation of 7 million people. It gets a little unrealistic, and it's approaching I don't think the answer to genocide is genocide. I think the genocide should stop, but I don't think. That's why I think people who are like super. I think people are super invested on one side, so where they start saying things like, you know, like there should be no Jews, like wipe the Jews out of like
I mean the problem, the pro-patties, they never say like the Jews, even the Mass Charter says 67 borders, that means Tuesday solution. There are people that are white supremacists that are like, they glorify Nazi. We had a Nazi here earlier, right? He denied the Holocaust. He said, I wasn't there, so I don't know. Which means he's implying I don't know anything.
yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, proposal.
So we're not, Holocaust denier here. What my whole thing is,
Right.
when you say that, the victims on both sides, it's only one side that's getting butchered and slaughtered. Like the 7th of October, if you look at the deep enough, right? They came up with the number 1395, then they went down to 1195, and then they went down from 1195 to 695 with these civilians, the 500 were IDF soldiers, and then the other 200 that they first went from minus from 14 to 12, and those were Palestinians. Who killed those Palestinians? And the bodies were so burned up so badly, thanks to their Hannibal directive, because you had a chopper, right, Apache helicopter shooting bullets from automatic, rifle, whatever they had. And
Yeah, even now, like refugee sites are getting bombed, like sites where people are going to get food, you know, are getting bombed. It's like, what the what is this? I probably agree with you more than you think.
I know you agree with me. Just I'm just trying to clarify maybe some of the things maybe you're not aware of, right, in related to 7th of October.
Right.
Because look, the Zionists always bring up this point about 7th of October. I'm like, next time when you talk to them in real life or something, you could always mention this, that, okay, let's go with the 7th of October. What do we do about Hannibal Directive? You know about Hannibal Directive, right, not me?
You said Hannibal Director?
Yeah, Hannibal Directive. What it means is, shoot anything, including your own, that moves. So don't let the kidnapper kidnap your people, but shoot everybody. Kill everybody. That was applied according to, we had a testimony from Yoav Galant. Yoav Galant was a defense minister at the time, from the same party. He was working under Netanyahu. He said it on national television, yes, Hannibal Directive was applied. So the first time Hannibal Directive was applied in 1986, and then they didn't, it was like a secret thing. They kept it secret, up till 2005. They had a reservist, IDF, doctor. He wanted to serve in the IDF. He found out about Hannibal Directive, and he exposed them to Haaretz. The Haaretz Israeli newspaper.
Yeah.
He exposed it to them. Haaretz did a whole story on the Hannibal Directive. If you want to look for it, you can look at the article. And when the news came out, everybody was like, what is Hannibal Directive? Why kill your own people? And then they all agreed on it. And this is the type of society you live in. I mean, who would agree on a Hannibal fucking Directive? It's my way of thinking is to save my people, right? Let's say if Americans are getting kidnapped and, banks or whatever, we'll do everything to save the hostages, correct? We're not gonna kill everybody, right? But the Hannibal Directive means kill everybody.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you should, when you talk to Zionists and you
Yeah,
feel like,
I mean, it's apparent that how they're waging war right now.
Yeah, look into Hannibal Directive that was applied on 7th of October, and you're going to be amazed. And there's a lot of stories out there that says the majority of the people were killed by Hannibal Directive. And the Hannibal Directive, which means an Apache helicopter, had about, it has a capacity of 1,200 rounds on that you've seen the automatic one, right? On the Apache helicopter, the automatic, what is it called? The weapon that they have in the chopper.
Torrent. It's like a torrent.
Yeah. And it shoots so fucking fast, and these bullets are very big. So you should look into it, and you're gonna be in a shock. You're gonna be like, what the fuck? They killed our people as well.
I'm already like, what the fuck? I was like, what the fuck, when there was footage of a Palestinian soldier getting raped by 5 IDF soldiers.
Oh yeah.
And then the Israeli news cycle is just like, yeah, that happens. I'm just like, these said balance. Like when you said balance, then you said, okay, there shouldn't be genocide. There shouldn't be genocide for all of them, okay?
Relax, buddy. What do you think the solution is? Because it seems like if I were to guess, you'd say, like, just expel the Jews from the land, right?
So the solution would be for all of the people responsible for all of the murder and genocide, all of the robbery, right, of property. All of them have to be taken to court and punished properly. All of them, right? And all of the people who are left would have to, get their property back that their family had. Then restitution, of course, would have to be paid to everybody, financial restitution. Then all these people who have gone there and illegally and come into this land without buying property from somebody, all of them have to go back to where they're from, right? All of them have to go back to where they're from. And then from there, there has to be something set up for everyone responsible, all nations responsible, that provided any finances towards Israel, any weaponry to Israel. They all have to now rebuild Palestine financially. They have to contribute.
That sounds fantastic. And like,
Okay, so brother, let me finish. Let me finish by saying this.
Rains, like Mountain Dew and the clouds.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that's gonna happen. You asked me the solution. Yeah, so what's the realistic? Yeah, the realistic solution is what's gonna actually happen, which is the complete and absolute annihilation of Israel as an establishment, and like death and destruction upon the Israelis beyond anything that's ever happened to the Jews before. Unfortunately, Israel is the worst thing that's ever happened for Jewish people, because that's going to be the actual result.
And that's fine. You have the right to hold your beliefs. But I think there's pro-Pallies who are like you, and then there's pro-Pallies who actually are trying to actually get things forward that can get conceive the idea that Jews are going to spill out of Israel after they have the support of the United States and Britain, they have the support of major world powers. They're I don't think that's ever going to happen. So
What's not going to happen?
I was with you, just the expulsion, just saying whoever you said something to the effect of all the other people have to go back to where they come from or something. Did I hear you right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's realistic. How many people do you think that is? We're talking millions of people.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm not saying I said that would be.
All right. If you're just saying, okay, I thought we were talking about actual an actual fees.
No, you asked the solution. That would be a solution. But what's actually going to happen is not that.
No,
I know that.
When I say solution, when someone says, give me a solution, I think is something that's practical, that's realistic, can be implemented. I wouldn't start just rifling.
I mean, that's practical and could be implemented, but it's not going to be. What's going to happen is.
No,
this is not
not practical because we understand the ties that Israel have. We understand the power they have. We understand they've been dodging ISIS. They've been dodging ISIS. If they arrive
as a solution, they can make it happen.
International law after international law.
Yeah, we can die.
It's because
that's why it's not going to happen.
It's because the United States has veto power. And the Security Council, right? Who backs up? We have to be realistic about solutions.
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. I was kind of with you when you talked about trials for the settlements.
It's not gonna happen.
settlers. I mean, they are breaking ICJ law, like international law, when they allow more settlers to camp set up in the West Bank and stuff. Like they are breaking law. So I mean, I don't think it's that far fetched to say that maybe these people should be tried, or like leave or be tried.
They should be, but I'm saying like my
That's the West Bank.
my opinion, what I believe is that it's not going to happen. The biggest war that they're making it now, and that Israel as an establishment is going to be destroyed. Right, and whoever survives of the Jews, will be scattered here and there. Maybe they'll be tried at that point in the different places they scattered, to. I don't know how that's going to go.
Yeah, it's tough stuff. It's even hard. I'm like, it's not like a small group of Europeans anymore. It's a nation, whether we like it or not. I'm just trying to be realistic. Trust me, I hear for the Palestinian cause. I still
don't know what you meant though by balance. Like still don't
I'm saying realistic. I'm saying like post 19th century where just kill a bunch of people and we try to come about solutions in a diplomatic way. That's what I mean.
So you want solutions diplomatically, you think that's practical? If you think that's practical and you don't understand look, Israel and their Zionism.
Okay, if you want to wage a holy war, how wage that? Where first of all the numbers, where's the support? I'm honestly,
if I want to wage a holy war,
listen, man, if you just want to pontificate about how you wish things could be, I'm down to listen. But
no, I have a certain idea about how things are going, and that's based on my, my knowledge.
Everybody,
It's coming from a different place.
if you wanna come up, guys. Send what's up with you, man? I ain't gonna do this.
What's up, guys?
But the thing, I don't think he's on our side. I don't think he's saying anything wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because according to Hamas charter, 60 borders is the realistic way to go about it, because these people are here now, right? And they ain't going anywhere, right? And who wants to live with the rapists? These people are rapists. They literally rape Palestinians every single day and kill them, butcher them, slaughter them. They're thirsty for fucking blood. 82% of them, they wanna, ethnically cleanse the Gazans out of Gaza. There was a survey done, and then 56% Israeli Jews want to keep the Israelis out of Israel. So who wants to live with these demonic people? I think I'd rather have them, start off with a two-state, right? And then down the road, when it becomes air-wise, right, when there's no more threats or whatever, I think then, inshallah, we'll probably turn into one state. But for the time being, we need peace. We need that, start off with two-state. We can agree to disagree. I know you want one state, Habib. You want to move them back to wherever the hell they came from. I'm with you on that, but we have to be realistic, logically speaking. I think this is the best way to go about it for right now, because all the countries, they agreed to the 60 borders. The European countries, GCC countries, the Saudi Arabia literally said that all countries should recognize, hey, what's up, Assalamu alaikum salam. All countries should recognize, the Palestine as a state. And if that happens, right, that would be a good move in the right direction, and there will be no more animosity, and they'll have their autonomy and whatnot, and they can run their own shit until, inshallah, in the future, with the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they'll probably turn into one state solution, because as Muslims we can marry Jewish women. So the Palestinians, a lot of them are Muslims, so they can, if they were to, no more threats, and they might become buddy-buddy, and they might marry women, whatever. They they do that, their whole thing, will be done. Like their demographics and all of that shit will be gone, will be done. You're welcome.
What were you talking about?
Habib said they need to go one state, and I said, but Omni here, he's making the argument realistic. We have to be realistic, right? They're here now. These white Europeans, right? They ain't going anywhere, right? And the only way to solve this is to start off in the 60-some borders, just like Hamas says, and then slowly eventually it'll turn into two states. I mean, a one-state solution that would.
So I reject that idea. Reason being is that when you do something like that, you're still inviting proxy wars to happen. Meaning, look at North and South Korea. China arms and makes a proxy out of North Korea, while the United States arms and makes a proxy out of South Korea. And that conflict has been going on for how many years now? So what that would do is create the same tension and same divide. And you're basically opening it up to another, occupation of Palestine again. Because they even tried to do this earlier than 1930s or whatever. Now, I am fully on the camp of there will only be one state solution. It should not be a 60-40 split or anything like that. We completely eradicate the entire existence or idea of an Israel or a Palestine, just make a new state altogether, where it is based on a fundamental value of where say everyone's equal, no matter where they're from. Have Christian, Jewish, and Muslim, I would say, leaders, and they're kind of like Christian, Jewish, and Muslim leaders that have basically controlled each of the three sects, and then a representative that represents each of the sects, and then a prime minister, right, or a president or whatever, right? And they want to get away from the democratic system. The people can choose to do that all over in someone. Well, whatever this new state is, now no one can say, oh, well, what happened to Israel? Palestinians are going to be like, what happened to Palestine? It would just be a new nation. For all of what to live under. And if they try to start this bullshit again, well, they're attacking themselves. And they can't have that.
Well, I think that's a little more or less fucking crazy. I still think it's a little unrealistic. I don't see Israel succeeding, not being Israel anymore. But the idea of the one state being everyone's there, but they're governed by this tiered level of government where there's representation of the people in the government. That's fine. Yeah, but I don't.
Can I jump in? Sure, you want to jump in? Just let her finish, and then you can jump in after the
He's cool.
Assalamu alaikum. Sure.
No, I wanted to maybe help the person talking that the idea stand for what it is just super idea. It's, let's say, okay, we all prefer to live in a world which there's one state there or whatever leaders actually gather from all groups and everyone can live with each other and happily ever after without fighting, right? So the idea, this thing of that of this proposal is understandable, generally speaking, from a filter of normal people, right? Who's
It's understandable, but we also understand that we do not live in such a world that that's we should think. Not know that because we've been part of this geopolitical tensions that no such thing is beyond achievement at this moment unless something extraordinary happens similar the level of some sort of messiah coming in and do the job.
So what realistically is going to happen then?
It's
What's
not
realistic?
realistic yet. The realistic is here at this moment is for people around the world to push governments around the world and the UN to recognize the existence of Palestine without land. That's the idea. You need to push that idea to the head of people and to even UN and other countries. Just the idea. Palestine doesn't have any land, right? Kind of, to some extent. Because Israel has been even eating up its surroundings, let alone just lands there, right?
So you think if the world does that, Israel will bow down? Do you think if the world all does that, people around the world get that to happen, do you think Israel is going to bow down to that?
No, not necessarily, but we are giving everyone a fighting chance. That's why they are afraid of a fighting chance for Palestine. That's why Zionists will try their best to just kill even the idea.
Okay, so what realistically do you think Israel will do if they have a fighting chance, or the nations of the world turn against Israel? What do you realistically think how Israel will react? Do you know about the Samsung? Do you know about the Samsung option Israel has?
That's too far away. I understand. So it's not supposed to. So that's what I'm saying. So just the idea, dude, is not going to push them to stand on whatever. Because it's not. So they have other options. Like they have the command and conquer options. They have other crazy options. They have act like a mad dog option. They have the influence like hell, like a mad dog in at US and in UK and in France, because now France is talking about the idea. So now they have to pull all of the resources inside political sphere of France and start fucking thing off. They have to, they have no other choice. And they have to also attack back US if US talks about two-state solution. They have to, they have no other options. They have to take their power and start fighting with the political sphere in US if US says two-state solution.
See,
So you need to understand what's going to happen if you push. If people around the world push their government toward two-state solution, when the idea of it, the Zionists will go do crazy shit in those countries. Because they have to, they have no other option. They have to influence the political and they will go. If you're say crazy shit.
If you're advocating for a two-state solution, I still don't think it's possible because it just takes away the proxy. So I understand. I'm sorry.
It's not possible. Oh no! It's not. I don't think it is not possible as I said it, because even now it's just become an idea, and the idea without the land can't become a proxy war much. But try to understand that proxy war been with humanity since the dawn of mankind and will be exist forever. It's not a new idea. So to some extent, the countries or the powers that are more united or more economically powerful are going to go fight each other outside their homeland. Been doing this even during Roman Empire or Roman. So
Wait, I'm completely confused. How do
they're telling you that whatever you do, the proxy war is not going, it's not a good excuse to refuse an idea because
Sam, you said, one second, Sam, you said that it's not a good idea because the proxy attacks.
Yeah, proxy attacks.
Yeah, but what if they don't happen? It doesn't happen. Let's say if the Palestinians come to a table, but what if the Palestinians come to a table, they agree that they're not going to be attacked, and it turns into a two-state solution and whatnot, because there's going to be election, right? People are going to elect on it, and Palestinians, if they agree on it, that would be, a two-state solution, and that would be it, and they would not be because they want to live. Hang on, brother, hang on. They want to live freely, right? They don't want any of these, killing and genociding people. They're, it's not, like I said, down the road, it can change from two-state to one state. But I don't think any proxy wars. Why would proxy wars would happen?
So wait, I'm gonna answer that behind each other. I know you've been trying to talk. Sorry for all of the.
No, you're good. You guys are good. No.
Alright, so the reason why I say it's going to devolve into a proxy war regardless of what anyone says is, like, it just goes back to how the countries have been operating for the last 200-300 years, right? Not just Israel, Palestine, just alone in general. When China was in a great dispute, what did the British do and the Japanese do and all that stuff, and what did the Chinese do to fight that? They even offered a quote-unquote bullshit two-state solution where we either had German-controlled area, British-controlled areas within China itself, especially Hong Kong is one of the great intentions, and it was until the people uprooted and took back their land, took back power to go ahead and say, British, America, Japan, we don't want you, right? So that's one example. The USSR and America used, Germany, the Berlin Wall, the entire thing as an excuse for proxy war, and we had the Cold War play all throughout America. Anytime there was a divide or border, every single time there was proxy war after proxy war after proxy war, until the nation started to make treaty pacts with the superpower that was backing them, right? What ends up happening here is, if let's say, for example, the Palestinians don't get a powerful backer, right, behind them, then America, if it's still on this whole Zionist regime bullshit, and you have the two-state solution, we use that as a way of saying, okay, we're now going to conduct proxy wars with the new Palestinian state that we've already given, just to go back to what we were just doing, right? Now, let's say Palestine does get a major backer, right? Maybe the Middle East unites under them and decides to completely back them, or China does, or whoever, right? Well, guess what? It's just the USSR and America playing footsies all over again, right? And that was devastating. North Korea and South Korea, right, has been a proxy war between China and America for this long.
What do you think is going on right now?
Sam, you're giving me examples that don't apply to this one. I'll tell you why. Because Hamas turned to 67 war, so we have to go based on what the Hamas wants, right? What is Hamas? Palestinian, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So if the Palestinian, leadership and Hamas is the leadership of Gaza, right? And the PA, nobody, do you know that why they funded Hamas is because PA would have turned it into the two-state solution deal. Because Mahmoud Abbas wanted two-state for a long time, and this is why they kept on funding Hamas. And this was, done on purpose by Netanyahu. So what I'm saying to you is, if the Palestinians, and they've written it on their charter, right? Hamas has it on their charter, 67 borders. So I think, I think that means that they would be peaceful if they were to do that, right? And I don't think they want one state right now, and they could turn to one state down the road, and these proxies, they will stop it because they're promising it according to the charter.
Like, and to add on to that, if I could just tag on to what Amir just said, like the state that it's in right now is already a hotbed for proxy wars, right? When there's no sovereignty, when there hasn't been a state established for these people, there's no sovereignty. They don't have like any like economy, right? They're more vulnerable to like external manipulation. People manipulate, like Iran manipulating them or whoever, like whatever with power, like is going to like you said, you said there's going to be proxy wars. I assume it's like the United States and like with Iran, waging wars in that region, right? So that's what you're alluding to.
It would basically use the advantage that's already with a divide with the border and use that as a way to start having like minor attacks
That's less likely to have. That's less likely to happen when you have two states that are sovereign and they actually like their people are working towards the goal of developing their nation. Like it's not. It's less of a hotbed for these kinds of things to happen. Like it's you agree with that at least, and at least it's more realistic because it's what the international community will support is more likely to support.
So the problem here is that I don't understand the whole sovereign solution that you're talking about, right? You're making the assumption that Israel will be doing a proxy war on behalf of America. No, America's going to use the entire problem in and of itself. It doesn't matter about a sovereign nation. We'll use it as a way, as a contention for bombing out whoever opposes them, right? So that's my biggest fear out of everything here. And it doesn't matter if they're a sovereign nation or not. The reason why I advocate for an entire one state is because when you have, let's say, one sovereign state where it has all of these people together that are being governed equally and all that stuff, the reason why I point to this being the best becomes something where they can't commit crimes on each other as a sovereign state, right? Like Americans can't kill Americans, they'll be punished, they'll be jailed, all that stuff, whatever. This equal representation would make sure that everyone is respected in regards to who they are, what their identity is, and who can come back, so on and so forth. I want to eliminate the Zionism out of it, the Jewish supremacy out of this entire equation. That's my entire point with this whole solution.
Well, I think that's unrealistic. It's bringing a knife to a gunfight. Israel has nukes. I don't think a country with nukes is going to forfeit its state of it. I just don't think that's realistic.
Yeah, but they don't have to financially. Look what happened to South Africa.
You mentioned
if you have
the Samson option.
So,
Mutually assured destruction if you guys try to stop anything. It's mutually assured destruction. Hey, if you try to take us out, we're gonna just blow everything up. We're all gonna die.
It's not violence. It's not violence that's going to destroy them in their economy. Okay, they're tech. All of their tech people are leaving the country. 1,700 millionaires left the Zionist state this year alone. Okay, the war that they tried to fight with Iran cost them almost $1 billion a day. Okay, and also you said something about the bear, about the baby bear and the mama bear. Listen, during those 12 days, the United States used up all of the fucking air defense weapons they had. They went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE to beg them to give them air defense weapons to help protect the Zionist state. And the Arab states tell them, go fuck yourself. You started this shit, you finish it. So finally, Trump had to go when Iran bombed the air base, the United States military air base. That's when the guy from Qatar said, the mediator said, Trump was on the phone with me like within an hour, asking me to tell Iran, let's stop this thing.
If I may,
They don't have the money. Okay, listen, Patriot missiles. I think it's Patriot missiles. They only can make 100 in a year. And already, in those 12 days, America used over 30% of their stock. And just in those 12 days. So now the United States military has to sit back, and I'll land here. The United States military has to sit back and say, you know what, guys, we don't have enough shit to fight this shit, to fight these kind of wars. We just don't have enough stuff. I mean, if we can do it for like maybe 3 weeks or a month. After that, we're fucked. Okay.
So when you say like, oh, what nation would go ahead and dissolve and become something when they have nukes or whatever, you have to remember the most recent thing we had in was in human history that basically was almost as belligerent as Israel, and they had their own Samsung option and everything. Was the USSR, which broke into Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and all these other countries. And then you've also had Yugoslavia, whether they had nukes or not has been that kind of contention, but at least still dissolved, right? And then you've had many other kind of like countries break up, especially in South Africa, but they just won't give up their nukes. But I think what's going on is that when you force one state, when you take out the Jewish supremacy and everything, the reason why I think it's still realistic is a country can't nuke itself, right? A country can't, overwhelmingly or overbear the citizens that basically rebel against it. Especially, and America has pointed this out many times, especially if the people are backed by militias of other countries as well. So, what I usually think is, if you had, if the UN actually grows a spine, the European Union also grows a spine, and they march in and completely ousted the entire Zionist regime as a whole, rebuilt the entire, Israel and Palestine as a new country with new laws, new governing, all of that stuff. Their Samson option is basically going out the window. The people can have a sovereign state completely together that would be recognized as whatever they wanted it to be, and there should be a equal rule for all of this.
Yeah, but Sam, if the Hamas charter says they're okay with 67 voters, I think that we should have a problem, right? We can have opinions as an outsider, right?
Yeah, so, and I completely hear you on that. That's why I didn't fight you on the Hamas charter in and of itself. I was just saying, like, if we do have these borders, this is my fear, this is what I think would be better. But again, if Hamas charter does go ahead and say this, and I genuinely hope you're completely wrong, and that the two states is actually the better solution out of the two of this, right?
But no, let me ask you this, hang on. Let's say we do one state. Do you think that these Palestinians, right, these folks that have been genocided, have gotten raped multiple times, do you think that these people will actually, they want to live with the rapists? Because these Israelis, right, especially the IDF, all of these psychopaths, majority of them are subject to the IDF. Do you think that they actually want to live with the psychopaths that have killed their, brothers, sisters, and kids? Nobody would want to live with a rapist, man. These people are rapists.
But to that, I would answer, if we're going to do either one state, we should hold the same Nuremberg trials for the Israelis, right? So the idea that done all this stuff or whatever, incarcerate them, put them to death, don't want to be around in society, they don't deserve to be around in society anymore, right? So I would never ask the Palestinian people or any innocent citizen to live or breathe the same air as these disgusting little monsters, right? They have to serve their time, they have to serve their crime that they committed. No matter if they claim that they were works or not, I don't give a shit. But yeah, that's my answer to that.
So, and the Hamas, what's up, brother Franz? Welcome. Brother Franz, we're talking about, the Hamas charter, right? I was saying, I think they could start with a two-state solution, because that's what the charter says, right? 67 borders. Now, everyone, we're coming from an outsider perspective. Some people, they believe one state, some people believe in two state. But the issue is, how do you live with the rapist? These IDF and these Israelis, they have raped the Palestinians for over 50 years, right? How do you live with the rapist? You can't television trials. And where are you going to keep them out? You can't keep these people out. A lot of these people were born inside Israel. It's like a second or third generation. And some of them maybe we can kick 20% out, 25%, 75%. What do you do with that crowd?
So Amir,
And, just
yeah, I think that the people, I mean, if there was a two-state solution and then it moved towards take into account the, you know, the criminals, right? The people who are responsible for the rape, for the policies, and also the executioners of them that were in the IDF, you know? Just like they took people, you know, to trial that were at the death camps, right? So, you know, once this is done, then you have these other people, right? These Israelis who have this vicious type of mentality with the Muslims, have a certain resilience and a certain level of mercy that, you know, the other people remaining would kind of like, you know, as long as the Palestinians had, you know, their sovereignty and, you know, their property back and, you know, had some power, right, had human rights. I think that they would be forgiving and a certain type of example. They would even make me feel bad for these, you know, scum, you know, that they've lost their minds, lost their humanity to such an extent. I mean, they wouldn't feel bad for them to a certain extent, you know?
I don't know, man. It's just, it's going to take at least 2, 3, 4 lineages of Palestinians who, you know, maybe try to slowly forget about all of this, you know, or move on from what has happened to these folks. It might take 4 or 5 generations.
I don't know,
And
because
they'll be ready.
the Vietnamese, okay, suffered very horrendously, and their population now, the majority of their population is under age 30. And these kids just, they're not even thinking about what happened in the 50s and 60s and early 70s. It's already out of their minds. And that's like, what, one generation, if not 2.
I was at a farm in the south. It was actually a watermelon farm, but you know, one of the black guys that was there was talking to me and telling me that descendants of the slave owners and the descendants of the slaves of those slave owners, they have an annual barbecue where they actually all get together as friends every year and like have a barbecue. So, you know, these aren't even, you know, these are just like regular people. So, you know, people have the ability to, you know, do this type of thing. Like this is actually, they actually do this. I was kind of shocked when he told me this, but
Yeah, you talking about down in Montgomery?
I have a question.
Florida?
no, it wasn't
Just down in
Florida.
Montgomery?
No, it wasn't Florida. It wasn't Georgia. I don't think. I think it was.
And then, ain't no watermelons then. Yeah, the only two watermelons are in Georgia.
Okay, I have a question about.
Yeah, another thing related to that, like my family, we own farms down here in Florida and North Carolina. And we have, there's a road, there's a big field in the back. In order to get to it, you have to go through my property's road, my family's property road. And the KKK, they use this road to go back there to have their rituals. And we allow them to use the road to go back there. They wave to us, we wave to them, we know who they are, they know who we are. And they have to ask us black people to use our road to go to that field to do their KKK shit.
Okay, quick thing, I have a question about the Israel-Palestine 2 states that you guys are talking about. I keep on forgetting what the brother's name in Arabic is, so forgive me. Amir, thank you. Amir, I really want to hear your opinion on this. So, okay, let's say we grab the 2-state solution, right? And I just started thinking about this as well. How do you guarantee in this 2-state solution of 2 sovereign states that kick down the main of the problem here, and that's the Jewish supremacy or the Zionist regime? Because if you allow the same people to exist in a capacity where, you know, they think of it as like a startup or a company that you want to start. You have an idea, you have a perfect future that you want to arrive at 20 years from now, right? You cannot keep dreaming what you want to become 20 years from now because we are not committed. I don't know what the word is. We are not God. You cannot dream and become reality, right?
Yeah, we're not
You need to come up with what is the word?
omnipotent.
I. Sorry, my screen. So you need what we do normally. We come with step by step what need to be happen for that idea of reality that you have to come to become a reality. So for that to happen, the whole world needs to change first, for example. But you also need to have the idea of the existence live to what the whole world need that. With the actual resistance at least in the mind and the media. The idea of Palestine interest there. So that's the first step. The second step is UN and other countries. Third is you need to lay the steps. Even if we want to arrive at your ideas, which is still a little wishful thinking, but my worldview, but your worldview, of course, is seeing it achievable. Maybe you're seeing it achievable. I don't anymore. I was seeing it until I was 3-ish. I'm 40 and I saw shit in my life which I don't see that be able to happen because of the reality of the politics and the how shitty situations and how Machiavellian or Orwellian world is working without our knowledge. So that's why your view is positive, you see light at the end of the tunnel, you have a light. It's
Oh, I don't see light at the end
steps
of
by
the tunnel.
steps.
If I may, I don't
What
see
you want to see.
No, I don't see that. I don't see that at all. So the way I'm answering is specifically how I see how we've dealt with it in Germany, the entire idea of what is it, counting out the cancer that was the Nazis, right? But to do also that with the science, I knew it wasn't easy, and I know this would be a huge thing of contention. But what I'm trying to ensure in all of this is, I don't want a new, okay, I think I'll be one of this. I don't want any more Jewish gangs anymore. I don't want any more, terrorist gangs propping up from this. I don't want another Robert Maxwell. I don't want another Jeffrey Epstein. I don't want, these people who ran around doing all this bullshit for ethnic cleansing campaign and having to revisit the same issue in the next 40, 50, 60 years, right? That's
What
my
about all the puppet governments that have, all these tyrants that are only there for Israel's agenda?
In California.
You're referring to like a
I see some view, but some view I think is like an American view that is like
No, this is
also
Yeah, it's sort of a Western perspective. It is, Sam. It's sort of a Western perspective. We understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
But it's a new world order.
No,
but it's a new world order.
You're misunderstanding.
No, I know what you mean. Cut him out.
Yeah, I'm talking about cutting him out. But the reason why I'm speaking in a specific way I am is I'm not speaking in terms of like a revised mini caliphate, right? Because in the caliphate, especially the Muslim caliphates and all that stuff, they had equal representations and they had a very good system of making sure that these stupid ass gangs never popped up in the first place, right? But they would still do proxy wars outside. That's just how countries are. But I'm talking about the internal struggles.
I mean, the caliphate is run by shit.
Yeah, it is. But the reason why I said it specifically the way it was is I was very particular about making it to where people who are not Muslims, because the
they're non-Muslims, right? For them to come to the table to agree, I'm basically trying to make it to where I can appease both sides and take two things or two constructs and make it one that makes more sense, allows more equality and everything, but also make sure
You're trying to
keeps
synthesize that, and that's fine. You're trying to synthesize, that's fine. My issue is you're completely disregarding the Jewish with the Zionists. You can talk about the elimination of Zionist idea. That's fine. That's
Right, and
kind of possible for
themselves, right, they have to have the willingness to, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
Right, they have to be willing to do it themselves.
yeah, but that's why
I'm saying the Zionist idea, you need to turn on your media against Zionist ideology, and then Zionist ideology will diminish. That's all you need to do. You don't need to destroy them.
But that's the thing though, right? That's why in my plan, I said I wanted Jewish figurehead, specifically an Orthodox Jewish figurehead that has nothing and does not care for a Zionist regime. Basically think of it like this, right? If you have
I understand. I'm just trying to find the steps of achieving for you, because you want something, you need to tell me an actual realistic thing that people can do to step by step achieve that.
Why does it have to be a religious person? I don't understand that either, Sam. Why does it have to be a religious person?
the reason it has to be a religious person, a religious Muslim, a religious Christian, a religious Jewish person to represent these three faiths, you're going to come into contention that this is a whole different three separate Abrahamic religions, right? If one feels like they have been ostracized by any one of the other two, then it's going to huge another conflict. It's going to cause another problem, right?
Yeah, but you're not getting the point I got. You're only Jewish strongest, the only that. The rest of it, there's nowhere near who you look at Israel, take a look at.
Yeah, but the majority of these people are atheists.
Yeah,
Not the majority, but a good amount of them are atheists anyway, so there's no
What I'm
religion in
saying
them.
is, I think the Palestinians can keep it under control, right? The proxy, if they're gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I mean, look at America. America props up proxies all the time. And they freaking fund proxy, they shoot things into other countries on purpose, to start shit up. So it's a normal thing with America, and we don't know the future holds, right? But at this current moment, if you look at the charter, that's what it says, 67 border, and these are Palestinians. We're not saying any of this because these people, the Palestinians, they want peace, right? Why do you think Hamas would put that 67 borders on there?
I thought
It's on the charter for a reason, right?
yeah, I thought it was
It's reasonable because it's something that they see, that they can seem like
Realistic. They have to be realistic.
yeah, but that's what people said when they went ahead and made the East and West Berlin, right? Like, oh, this is reasonable, all that stuff. That's how they
You can say whatever, but we have to support the people, right, Sam? So if the people that are living on that land and they're saying that 67 borders is the way to go, even how it started, I think even according to the UN, 67 borders is the way to go for right now, and they can do land swaps or right of return or something. Then I think we might have a deal like West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem to be part of it.
Okay, but they better put it, yeah, but they better put it in a position that they put in things that takes care of any Jewish gangs or militias, any gangs that can
I don't know. You know what I want to see, Sam, at the border? I want to see UN peacekeepers.
yeah, I'm sitting here, but like, what I'm still worried is the fact that, again, you and I am here, we know the history of this. We remember how the British and the Europeans went ahead and said, oh, we're going to keep the peace, and what did they allow but not allow, right? What did they construct out of that? And I'm very adamant about the fact that I do not want to see a repeat of the same bullshit, trusting the UN and saying like, oh, we're not going to allow this to happen, but then they allow it to happen, right? I'm trying to stop another Robert Maxwell and another, was it Epstein, because of the fact that, again, they were able to smuggle these weapons in to completely genocide and ethnic-cleanse the Palestinian people. That's the worry there, and they're not addressing that worry. And again, the people want something, right? Not denying that, right? But if you don't have the things in place to start this entire bullshit to begin with, then we're just going to be
So there's a lot. I think it also like comes down to like having support of the international community. You mentioned the Berlin Wall being torn down. You mentioned like the Nuremberg trials. Like the Nuremberg trials, they were established by the International Military Tribunal. That's like even like it's you need international support. You need like the consensus of the international community or all the nations around the world, the like supporting nations, the United Nations, right? So a two-state solution, like having UN soldiers at the border, I like that idea. But like even this like Zayo like Nuremberg trial thing, I don't think that's feasible. I don't think like right now, like the United Nations are they're bringing up trials, they're bringing up like junctions, and they're just getting tossed out because it's not supported by the United States. Like if it doesn't, like if the United States can't back it, if there's a two-state solution, it has to be backed by the United States. The United States has to be forced by the international.
None of this is feasible. Everybody is learning.
That's not true. I don't think that.
Yeah, everyone is learning from this process. Everyone sees that we're going into a new world order, and that the West is trying its best to stop from drowning. And you say that you need the United States. No, the most important thing is for the United States to be out of everything. Everything that you can, you push them out of it. Get them away from every idea. And the United Nations should be a whole new United Nations. Pick it up, move it somewhere else. I don't know, put it in, I don't know where, maybe, I don't know, fucking New Delhi or some shit. I don't know, Brazil or something. You know? Because the new world order does not involve the United States. And that's what Trump is fighting for, because he knows they're drowning. He knows it's over. He knows that China, Russia, all these other countries are now going to be basically the quote-unquote rulers of the world.
Well, they're not going down without a bang.
Exactly. That's what what's his name? Bob Marley said in his song, Natural Mystic. He says, don't ask me why, but more people are gonna have to die. But it's the new world order. This is it. That's why somebody like Trump and Netanyahu are there today. This is everybody has to accept why things are happening the way they are. Fucking Canada. I'm telling you, man. You should have heard me how bad I was against Canada 4 months ago, 5 months ago. It says you put all of your eggs in one basket. You put all of your trust in one country, America, for your survival. But today, they totally fucking have started to diversify in a respect that they can just tell America today, go fuck yourself. We don't need you. That's what you're supposed to do. China only does 5% of their export business to America. China don't need fucking America. America, yeah, well, we got China. Dude, they only send 5% of their fucking exports to your country. You know? Fuck that.
China and Chinese manufacturers have started accepting all the other currency than dollars at the moment. Even our own personal experience is that we do order a minimum stainless steel from China, but that's only asked for yen rather than dollars or rubles. We paid in yen, so I think it's the beginning of the end of the US.
Yeah, the dollar, man, is fucking driving me crazy. I'm over here in Asia, and it's only a couple of dollars difference here or there. But I mean, just before Trump came into office, the dollar was like fucking king, man. I tap my credit card and I look at my bill. I say, damn, man, I bought a meal for 4 people with everything on it and everything, and I only spent like $15 US. I mean, it's crazy, but now it's like $20 US. Pretty soon it'll be $30 fucking dollars. I mean, the dollar is gone. The dollar has fallen the most it has ever fallen since 1973. Fucking over, man.
If I may just bring it back on topic about Gaza and Israel, I'm a little worried about the UN meeting, especially in Europe that's going to happen in like a day or two. No, it should be happening right now, right?
Yeah, they're there now. Yeah, America and the Zionists are the only ones who chose not to attend. 100 and something countries are there, and America and the Zionists are not there. Yeah, it's happening right now.
Which is one of my biggest worries because forget Zionists, they know about themselves. America not being at the table is a huge problem right now because, okay, I think it was Malta, please correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm remembering, it was Malta, Belgium, Spain, and France, I believe, that are going to recognize the Palestinian statehood. I think Ireland has one down in the world. There may be one or two more countries that will get here. But they recognize the statehood. Okay, that's great, that's fine. But now I genuinely think that the Americans or the Israelis, especially Trump, is going to try to leverage his relationship with certain UN officials to cause a wrench to go into this entire mix. And I'm also kind of worried about Yair Lapid from Israel when it comes to this kind of this kind of talks going on, and they're trying to look for a quote-unquote rational Israeli. Because if you notice, Ben Gvir and Stonebridge have out there bullshit about a full annexation of Gaza and the West Bank. And if, as they're stopping this nonsense, they're making Yair Lapid look more like a reasonable party there in Israel. So there are things that are going on that I'm noticing are getting increasingly concerning. I don't know what to make of it ever come in the future. Well, what are your guys' thoughts?
To be honest, I think it's up to the people in that country. They have to make a decision amongst themselves. Because you're fucked.
Are you talking about Israel?
Yeah. The peace people, yeah. I mean, the whole country. They have to, like now, at first, you saw the people protesting because they're hostages. And I remember a lot of people commenting, how come not one of them is saying anything about Gaza? Now they're holding up pictures of starving kids. They're holding fake sacks of flour in the meeting in these protests, and they have signs "Stop the Genocide." This is their people. Now, if you get people to start thinking like this, more and more of them start realizing where their country is and what position that this government has put them in, and they want to get rid of that government. And if you get somebody, I don't know if it's somebody Lapid, it could be somebody we don't even know who's in the works somewhere. All of a sudden he comes into, or she, it could be a she, comes into power, and then they say, listen, for us to get along with people, this is what we have to do. Otherwise, we will not be a country anymore. That's the position they're in today. It's not like 20 years ago, well, if we don't do something, who the fuck cares, man? We rule everybody. We have the bombs and the planes and the today it's like they have to realize there's a possibility that you can lose your country if you don't do the right thing. And then maybe, I don't know, and hopefully, like I said, but they have to be the ones. I mean, we could try, you can't force something on people. Like, oh, well, we should get in there with guns and say, okay, no more, just like they want to do with Hamas, no more Hamas. We say, okay, no more Zionists. We can't do that. They have to be willing to say, okay, Zionism can be a party, just like socialism or communism, and they can do, but they can't run the whole fucking country and like they did with Netanyahu and run us into the ground again. But it's up to them.
No, I understand it's up to them. The problem is the fact that the people they might elect just to go ahead and so reasonable are going to be even worse. Like, my main criticism and contention with it is the fact that, like,
not over, but he's going to force a kind of like a Russian and Israel to completely rise up and boil over. That will be directed towards the Palestinians. He doesn't care. And if people fall for that, that's problematic to say the least. If he even starts saying like, hey, we need a backup or something like Netanyahu out of office, right? Okay, what's the UN's next step for it? This isn't just an Israeli issue anymore. It becomes more of the Middle Eastern issue. And if you look at just kind of forces the IDF to indoctrinate more soldiers by force and carry out his libertarianist ideals.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then we also need to find someone to replace Abbas of the PLO. You see, I mean, you start getting there, you start changing these governments.
Yeah, but Abbas is not respected any of the slights, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think a lot of Palestinians would want to keep the shit out of it and get him out of the country.
Yeah, but again, it has to be down to the people. You see, that's all I'm saying. If you're going to try to put in UP, then you're going to find somebody to put in for Abbas, because then you're going to have on the other side, there's still going to be problems.
No, I get the whole Abbas thing, but I'm trying to say, like, for specifically, like, this guy, like, Young, right? He is someone that has a lot of European ties and connections. The last time in Israel we had a lot of ties to European connections or whatever, to get them away, and it seemed more reasonable and what do you say, more reasonable and progressive or whatever. Was the same thing they said about Cheryl, how did Cheryl turn out, right? They said the same thing about, I'm forgetting the other minister, but we said the same thing about that guy and what he did reinforcing the Palestinians. So I think, he's basically recoming that entire argument saying, I would be better, I can do everything better, and it's still direct forces revolution towards say Palestinians and say it's for peace, and people are gonna eat that shit up, saying, yeah, of course, you're the big, let's say, guy who's a centrist but has libertarian views, which is bullshit.
But if they stick to their routine, it's not going to come out good for them. They should realize that by now. I mean, like I said, you have over 18,000, according to them, it's a lot more than that. I'm sure it's probably double the amount of wounded soldiers. Most of them physically. Huh? I didn't understand what you said.
No, you said they had a certain team. What team do they have?
I didn't say team. I said
Oh.
18. I said 18. 18,000. 18, 17, 18, 19. 18,000 they claim of wounded soldiers. There's a lot more than that. There's like 40,000, 50,000 wounded soldiers. Because they really, Haaretz didn't believe their numbers, and they went to every hospital in the country to count how many wounded soldiers, and it came out to a lot more than 18,000. So they have all of that. They have all these soldiers that can't go back to fight anymore. They can't go back to work. They don't want to go back to work anymore. They're claiming PTSD. You have a lot of failure within your country, so you have to address your country's needs. Not just, well, I'm going to take over and then, if we have to, we'll invade again, and I'm with P, but if I want to, no, you're going to have to stop fighting these wars. And again, all these missiles for air defense. Like they lost, they almost lost the entire supply. They were down to into being discriminatory as to which missiles to let through, because they just didn't have enough defense. They know they can't defend themselves physically. They thought maybe just a year ago, nobody's ever going to touch this. This is why it's called an Iron Dome. It should be called the Dome of God or whatever, because nobody can ever touch us. Now they know they can be touched. You see what I mean? So then whoever comes into power, you're an idiot. How the fuck can you be some leader of a country if you don't realize that all these things have happened to you and they faster.
Yeah.
So then you can go down a different path.
Yeah.
I believe. I mean, that would be the intelligent thing to do, but these people haven't done anything intelligent yet.
Yeah.
No, the last I heard, the biggest person that propped up, say everything is what's to be done, so. I'm already there.
Who's that?
So I'm right there. I don't think he is.
I'm here.
Okay. This is also a question for you too, sir. But you saw the whole thing of it does thing calling it the our genocide documents, right? Yeah,
I didn't hear him. What did he say? I didn't hear you.
the our genocide report documents that this league just came out with. I'm gonna be.
I mean, that's a good thing, that's a good sign, right?
Yeah, and some of them, and the positions, right? The two groups.
Yeah, so, but some of the Zionists, they don't take it, I think it's moved, I forgot which was it. They said the Bethlehem is like a pro-Palestine or something. Bethlehem is like, I think, run by some Arabs and some Jews.
Yeah, it is. But here's the problem. Okay, so I personally know what's gonna happen next year. And I can speak to a lot more validity, but I can't go to detail because of this clubhouse. But there are certain companies that deal with Mossad in a way you're there. And when they do, they refer to whatever operations they're doing with Mossad, specifically one company, they refer to it as the condo. Now, this condo has been collecting data information that specifically was revolved around participant, right? And a couple of other things. This is something you might have noticed, especially in Israel. And one thing we've also noticed is a very increasing hostile attitude coming out of Mossad, directed towards Americans and let me say Arabs. Now, this is only speculation on what I'm about to say here, but a lot of the evidence is pointing, from my work especially, is pointing especially towards a couple of things that people will have in the future now. The condo is going to find a way to basically seize all information, at least about your AI, to classify people as, was a terrorist, quote unquote. What they want to do is they want to make a bunch of, blackmail listing filings to, especially a lot of Americans and Arabs, especially those who were participating over this entire report and a couple of other things that have happened. How bad this is going to get, I have no idea, but they have ramped up completely. It's going to get real bad real fast.
Yeah, but everyone's doing it. Bring Epstein gave a bunch of shit to Mossad.
You know, the condo is worse.
Mossad is a lot of shit on a lot of people.
You know, the condo is worse. The condo is worse because we're not talking about one person doing anything or right. We're talking about a specific Mossad branch that uses a lot of companies as like, think of Mossad as like the human that has a leash on multiple dogs.
Yeah, I mean, we know, the lady Alvareza, what's her name? Francine Alvarez from the UN, she listed a lot of the companies that are working with them. Meta, Alphabet, Palantir, all of these people are working with them. We know what but it's a question. No, but it's a question of if somebody came to me and says, listen, I have some, what the fuck you got on? You don't have nothing on me. Get the fuck out. No, I have blackmail information on you. Man, get the fuck out of here. What are you gonna tell? What are you gonna tell?
Okay, zero. The condo doesn't work like the way you think. Condo is very specific in a lot of, let's say, government espionage, and it's also very good at, I would say, destabilizing how countries look at their citizens, right? When the condo does something specific like that, they're looking for destabilization for a very specific demographic or group of people. So whenever you see like random countries in the past, 3-4 decades that have randomly collapsed because their people went against them or something like that, right? The condo was behind a lot of that. So the condo.
Yeah, they can't get this Xi Jinping. They can't get to Putin. They can't get to Kim Jong-un. They can't get to those people.
Zero, I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking
Well,
about.
that's the people that matter. That's the people that matter. That's the people that's gonna end their civilization if they
Zero,
fuck
hear
with
me
them.
out. Zero, hear me out. That's not what the focus of the matter is. The focus of the matter is Americans and people who are going to be distant, especially after the genocide report came out. So I don't know how bad that's going to get, but America's about to go through a shit show. I feel like Congress going to do what they're going to do.
Everyone looks at technology like it's some fucking monster. It ain't shit. It's just like anything else, man. It ain't shit, man. Technology ain't shit. It's just like anything else. Like I said, it ain't gonna get to Xi Jinping. You're not gonna get to Putin. You're not gonna get to. That's your fucking. You ain't gonna get to the fucking Iran. You're not gonna get through to Pakistan. You ain't gonna get through to these people. There's nothing that your technology can do that's gonna stop these people. That's what you need to worry about. How are you gonna stop these people? You can't. You go, oh, well, I got technology. I can do AI. I can do a false thing. It shows Netanyahu having sex with a donkey, and people will believe it. Oh, get the fuck out of here. You know, nobody wants to hear that shit. It's the reality on the ground. I mean, all this technology shit. Bullshit. I mean, that's my personal opinion, Sam. What you're saying is fine from your side, but this is what I have to say.
No, I get it.
It's like everybody's sleeping. Wednesday's sleeping, General's sleeping. General, were you there?
I'm here, I'm not sleeping.
Yeah, sounds like.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning, good morning.
Assalamu alaikum.
I was listening, I was just reading that, but all you people were speculating on the shooter, and I was saying, no, it's not you. People need to wait for facts to come out. They were all like, always got a free Palestine shirt on. The fucking cunt killed a Muslim police officer, and he's not a Muslim.
Wait, what is the shooting that happened in New York?
In New York.
Yeah, the guy was Bangladesh. He's from Bangladesh.
The police officer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bangladesh.
His name is something Islam, I believe.
Yeah.
And then literally the time they were walking in the mouth. Honestly, they were wishing that was always a free Palestine supporter. Fuck off.
Yeah, but in the meantime, some white guy went to Walmart a couple days ago and stabbed 11 people.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting is I was reading the article, and it goes, well, he's got mental health issues. So I fucking knew it.
It's true. And that was actually something I was going to point out because if you look at it, I think the shooter's name was like Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, something tomorrow.
Devin Tomorrow. It's called Tomorrow.
If I'm not mistaken, people with the name Tomorrow are like white people that
not even misinformation. It's kind of deception. It's like a conniving deception, where you're essentially, if someone's brown, you automatically, the media jumps on terrorism. But if it's white, they'll hold off on the word. They really hold off, and then they'll start going down the mental health route. It's a short-term win for them, because all these idiots around the world will jump on it. Their brains are not kind of wired to critically analyze information. They'll jump on information and start shouting.
iPhone users.
No, not iPhone users.
Yeah, the iPhone people, yeah, right.
Listen, Zionists.
iPhone users.
Listen, Zionists.
Yeah, iPhone decided anti-Semitic.
General, I don't mind
Actually, iPhone is,
I don't
Steve Jobs was a
anything. Zionists, whatever. Try to be careful with the Palestinians. Some of them are very, very sensitive.
I couldn't really give a shit.
The one with the room, remember, long time
If
ago.
they understand, yeah, but listen, I say in a joking way, if they take offense to that, they can sue me. They can make as many rooms as they want, whatever they want. I
There's
don't
one
give a
idiot,
flying fuck.
that's a Palestinian, right? I told him, why are you interrupting me like a Zionist, right? I didn't even call him a Zionist. And then he goes, you're gonna have to remove me down. I move him down because I was engaging with another with some Zionists. And then he leaves and opens a room on my name. And that was like the first room, and then he opened like 20 or 30 more rooms on my name.
If they don't understand the tone I'm talking to,
Yeah.
say so.
No, I was just asking about Jewish philosophy.
Sam, I've been through a lot of drama, brother. A lot of drama on this app. They hate my guts. In the religious double room, they hate my fucking guts. Because I cursed them out. I called them mental retard on their face in the double room as well. I'm like, you're a mental retard. You know, get your facts straight instead of bullshitting. And they hate my guts. I'm very transparent when it comes down. And I have a disease called calling out disease. I call out all these double boys and anybody that, you know, acts like, oh, I can give power, I'm the best of the best, and then I call them out, and then they get butthurt. And some of them are crazy pedos, man, fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very honest. If anyone's like opening a room for drama or whatever, they lost a lot of respect. You don't act like people that are like.
It shows a lot about the character.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey, how do you see your name, brother?
Hey,
Hey, how you doing?
well, I'm doing great today. I just wanted to say something about that.
Do you support Israel?
I don't support both of them. I'm from Iraq. I don't support both of them.
You Muslim?
Well, yeah.
Are you Muslim? Then why would you not support the Palestinians?
Because the ones who started it weren't Palestinian Israel. I think we all.
That started, it did not start 7th October. You just like a Zionist.
No,
It did not start 7th of October. Do you know 2022 to 2023 was a deadly year for the Palestinians? Go look at the amount of kids that they killed.
Can I continue? Okay.
Continue, but I need to correct your narrative because you're coming up with a Zionist narrative and you claim to be Muslim.
Well, let's hear him first. Let's hear him.
Sure, go on.
I hate Israel. Yeah, they did a lot of fucked up things like killing kids. I know that, and I'm aware of that. But don't you think that Iran was the problem?
Where did Iran come from?
What the? No,
Yeah, okay.
no, I think that the Polynesian islands are the problem.
Yeah, but listen, I think Iran definitely
Tahiti is the problem. Tahiti.
No, let me continue.
Go on.
So, you got from the north, Hezbollah. You got from the south, it's Hamas, right? Hamas is with Hezbollah, right?
But they don't like each other. What are you on about, man? So calm down. This
What do you mean? I know there's the Hamas is
Hezbollah is a Shia. Hold on. Hezbollah is Shia. It was created to fight off the Israelis in 1982. Go look up the facts. Hamas
Yeah.
was, Hamas was literally funded by Netanyahu to fight off the freaking, they use that money for military still not giving them, money, whatever. And Hamas is fighting for their own people, for the right, to liberate their nation.
I don't think they're completely.
I don't know, brother, where do you get your facts? Are you in the UK?
Look, what I'm saying is they did a mistake.
Are you in the
thought
UK?
they were like,
Are you in the UK?
You know what's interesting, brother? Is
Let me answer that.
Hang on. We need to get some more answers from Mayhem. Yes, too.
So, what's ironic is this brother is Iraqi, and from what the Iraqi people have gone through and what they did over the decades of occupation by Western powers, they fought back. So, are you saying that you shouldn't fight back and you shouldn't technically start something? You should just bend over and take it?
not bend over and take it. The problem is all of our attacks as Iraqis were literally, so to say that bullshit. Because let's say in, which year was it? I think it was in the 90s, the 39 ballistic missiles that we launched.
The Scud missiles, yes.
Yeah, they were all empty missiles, missiles, and they went in a desert. I don't know, they dropped into a desert. And
Yeah, brother, I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to the invasion in 2000. Was it 1 or 3?
oh, the American invasion.
That was the occupation, yes. So why did the Iraqi people fight back against its occupiers?
Because they were brainwashed, to be honest. Because
What?
yeah, look.
So what should they have done instead?
I don't know. Like what I see, for me, I think that they should be with the Americans, because Saddam, actually, one of my uncles was not beheaded. What do you call it? Okay, was killed
By Saddam.
by Saddam,
Okay.
because he didn't vote for Saddam.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that. He obviously, Saddam was no angel. I completely concede that point. The issue I have is, see, when Iraq was invaded, do you really think the Americans were there for Iraqi interests or American interests?
Of course, American interest.
Yeah, so look where Iraq is now.
It's gone through shit. I'm living in a 50 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I'm living in a 50 degrees Celsius. The firms, there's no electricity, not much electricity to open the AC. So we need to use a generator, literally a neighborhood generator.
Brother, you have a different kind of accent. Are you European as well?
What? No.
You're just Iraqi?
Yeah, I'm just Iraqi.
So where do you live right now? Are you live in Iraq? Do you live in Iraq?
Yeah, I live in Baghdad.
Okay. How sure are you? Would you say, well, you're in Iraq right now and you live in
Yeah,
Iraq?
well, I live in Baghdad.
Okay.
So
Okay, my question to you, did the U.S. destroy Iraq?
well,
People died, remember this.
Yeah, just a yes or no question. Did the U.S. destroy Iraq?
well, yeah. They did.
Okay. Did they use Mossad's intelligence to destroy Iraq?
No, they used the SAS and
If I provide you data, then they use Mossad intelligence.
Mossad was an influence, yes.
Mossad did use the intelligence, and Netanyahu was vouching for it to reach the road to war with Saddam Hussein. If you want that clip, there's a clip online. Just ask Twitter, Google Baba, you come across a clip. So, my question to you, Ahab, is who's the party that's responsible? America. The second party, Israel. Third party, when you look at Hamas is resistant fighters for their own people. According to the international law, they have the right to resist. Hezbollah, in their own country, Lebanon, they have the right to resist. In 1982, these mofos, the Zionist entity, they took over Lebanon. They took over part of the Lebanon. And Lebanese military is not capable of handling anything. It's just very soldiers. It's like, well, they're not even prepared don't even have the right weaponry. Their whole weaponry is like freaking old. And the inflation inside the country is crazy. Then, Hezbollah was able to, get rid of them. Because it's a fucking disease. They like to steal the land. So my question again to you, why would Hamas work with Hezbollah as a Shia group? Hamas is a Sunni group. Okay? Why would they work together?
Well, Hezbollah, it's a propaganda. They have that propaganda of speaking with the religion. They do that just to pick up the occupation. So,
I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about what does Hezbollah have to do with Hamas?
yeah.
What is Hamas? Okay, what was Hamas' objective for 27th October?
But I think killing as much Israelis as they want, I don't know.
No, they didn't kill. They wanted to go look at the objective, man. I think, brother, you're either I don't know. You confuse as hell. Their objective was to go grab IDF soldiers. They weren't even aware of the party, the Rave Party. They wanted to go in there, grab IDF soldiers, so they can exchange them for their own people. Because their own people are locked up inside Israeli prison without due process. It's called administrative detention. That was their objective. So when you know the objective, then why are you coming here and lying? Why did you lie?
Okay, then.
Why did you lie? I don't get it. Are you working for the Zionists? Are you working for Mossad? So, if you are working for Mossad, let me know in advance.
I just wanted to ask a question to that.
What is your question?
Why did they kill them?
Who killed who?
The whole fucking party. They killed all the
Okay. Did you hear the Yoel testimony? Did you hear the testimony from the defense minister of Israel?
Which one?
Okay. The testimony came out, this was about a few months ago. He said Hannibal Directive was applied. Do you know what the definition of Hannibal Directive is?
Can you explain that to me?
Okay, Hannibal Directive means kill Hamas and their own people. Don't let them, take any people. And it was applied according to Yoav Gallant. He's a defense minister. He was a defense minister. And he said yes, we did apply Hannibal Directive. There was a Apache helicopter in the area, and he got connected with the people on the floor on WhatsApp, and he started shooting at anything that moved. We had Shalomi in here in my room. Shalomi was a hostage under Hamas, and I actually had. Let me see. Yeah, he's not here right now. He was in here. I went back and forth to Q&A with Shalomi. It was about 2 hours long, right? We went back and forth to Q&A. And you know what he said? I asked him this question. I said, did you see Apache helicopter shooting bullets? He said, yes. I have another witness from Israeli side. It's a lady, old lady. She said, yes, she saw the Israeli Apache helicopter was shooting bullets. A lot of the people that was at the party, they walked over to their car to grab their weapon because they have a open carry law for the Israeli Jewish community, not for the Israeli Arab, for the Israeli Jewish community. Because a lot of these people, they serve in the military. So they're given a free pass. They even take weapons to the universities. Can you believe it?
Yeah, part of that.
Yeah, so my question again to you, if you know all of these facts, right, did you know about the Hannibal Directive?
I just mistaken my, I'm just mistaken my, how did you say?
Your views? Maybe you made a mistake?
Yeah, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. And I didn't know
It's
what
okay,
that.
brother. It's okay. And look, Hannibal Directive, and on the 7th of October, they said it was 1395 people. Okay, 1395 were killed. Okay, and then we get about 3 days later, they go down to 1195. Out of the 1195, 695 were civilians. 500 of them were IDF soldiers. Okay, and the Hannibal Directive was applied. There was a lot of attacks, a lot of killings, and we even have testimony from some of the people. They were running away from IDF shooting at anything that moved. Some of the Hamas even saved some of these people, from getting killed. So we have that testimony as well. And apparently Netanyahu, prior to 7th of October, he received a whole bunch of warnings. And he was, Chief told Netanyahu, we should take out Yahya Sinwar. Yahya Sinwar is a leader of Hamas. And what does Netanyahu do? He goes, no, we're not going to take him out. On the 7th of October, so there was 3 or 4 ladies. They were watching the monitors, the female IDF soldiers. They were watching the monitors. There was a lot of activities that was going on the Gaza side, right? A lot of SIM cards got activated on Gaza side. And they reported back to the commander of IDF, reported to the National Security, NSC, National Security Council of Security of Israel. And they reported directly to Netanyahu's secretary. Netanyahu's secretary changed the time of the fucking call. And this is why he got interrogated by the local cops when they found out. And apparently Netanyahu knew about this, and it took them 5 to 6 hours to freaking respond. Isn't that crazy? Why would you, you have a perfect military. Freaking, even if a roach walks through the border, they know it right away because they have motion sensors and everything. How were they allowed to be in there? You see, and Yahya Sinwar, they kept him in jail, right, before. He had a brain tumor or whatever, they did a surgery on it. Then they let him out. They funded him $15 million, and up to $1.4 million total, right, according to the testimonies. And it was in cash. And then they let and then, prior to 7th October, they did not want to kill him. And it makes you, if you connect all these dots, it makes you want to believe that Netanyahu was behind this attack. You see what I'm saying? So, further, maybe Hannibal directed what happened on 7th October. I'll see if I can find you an article from 7th October, what took place, and hopefully you'll learn something new.
Well, actually, thanks for these things that you've told me, especially that one with Hamas leader.
Yeah, no problem, brother, no problem. All I'm saying is, brother, they want to liberate, they're tired of the occupation.
They just want to. So that's basically that's basically what you call. So my English is not that good. So yeah, that's why I'm seeing a lot of words. So they needed something that gives them land. So they made an attack, as in Hamas, and then they started taking it, right? They made it up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They made it up. Anybody else want to speak? Stacy, do you want to say something? Are you smoking?
Yeah.
Do you smoke your shisha?
No, cigarettes, normal cigarettes.
Oh my god, cigarettes. It's a killer, man. You gotta drop it. It's dangerous.
Yeah, I know that. I know that pretty well.
Anyway, so that's where we're at right now, man.
Yeah. So, in general, are you there? I'm here. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say that still.
So a lot of you know how we would basically say like, oh, once they find out it's a light dude,
Yeah, mental.
Rivers came out like an hour ago saying that the mental illness for the guy that shot up Kitover or whatever, he had an extensive background in mental illness and had a delusional trip all the way to
God,
and you know the best part? As I was reading the articles, they did say that he also had an
and its supporters will start making excuses for the murder of, was it 5 people?
Yeah, 5 people.
Yeah, 5 people. One of them, of which was a police officer, New York City police officer, I believe. So they start making excuses. I mean, when I was listening to the conversation, that's why I left, because they were all foaming in the mouth. They were just spreading misinformation that says, oh, I've got this article, this, and then Noble was all, oh, it's a pro-Palestinian with a shirt, and BB was foaming in the mouth, saying pro-Palestine. I was like, these people are not very intelligent.
Well, of course, Al-Qaeda wasn't that very intelligent. You know, Al-Qaeda told me that Hamas was a jihadi group. Yeah, so look, this is where they have a problem with, Edward, right, that comes in here.
Yeah.
So, apparently, they think that Edward changed his position, right? And Normal said it, Caleb said it, and they think that I'm an influence of Edward. And I am the one that, changed his mind. So, I don't know. It makes me sad that they calling me terrorist, but I'm nowhere near terrorist.
Who's calling you that?
I'm normal. As normal, I know what's
Normal is, please. You know the boat that, this is called the Freedom Bajora? Bajora? The founder, Chris.
What did you wake up and say? Good morning.
Good morning. The founder, Chris Moss, was beat up really, really bad. The only one who got captured got beat up really, really bad. And they won't give him back. Everyone else
has kidnapped someone. We should go ahead and invade Israel now.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's an American citizen. This is a black American.
Okay.
America,
has to invade Israel.
yeah, but America will do fuck all.
Yeah. The moment she mentioned it was black, America's like, oh, never mind.
No, the moment Israel does something to America, America is no longer interested in the American people.
No, I know. But like, the joke I was trying to say was the fact that.
And then on top of that, she's black, or he's black.
Yeah. The only W we're gonna ask for, like, is like, as long as you're white, there's value. Black guy, like.
They said when his lawyers went to go see Chris Smalls, he was surrounded by 6 IDF soldiers.
Ask you another question.
Go ahead.
So, okay, there's a lot of people that wants to stop the war and liberate Palestine, but how is the world gonna do that?
Like, destroy Israel.
And how they will destroy Israel if everyone is with Israel?
I mean, you know how we dealt with Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Now do that times 10 on Tel Aviv.
I know, but as governments, they are all with Israel. Right? Like,
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna write a very strongly worded letter to Donald Trump to drop 50 nukes on Netanyahu and Tel Aviv.
no, let's be real. I'm talking.
Okay, let's be real. I mean, but like, look, with regards to your question, I think there would have been many people that asked the same question when people were subjected to South African apartheid and very similar scenarios, like the French occupation of Algeria and so on. People could not see a way out of the occupation, or people could not see a way out of the apartheid, the brutality of the apartheid, and the segregation of the apartheid with regards to the black people and white people in South Africa. Where is apartheid now? In South Africa, in the dustbin. Where's the French occupation of Algeria? It took decades, but they finally got there. They sacrificed the Algerian people and its allies, sacrificed thousands of people to liberate their land. Now, I'm not saying they have to sacrifice, but sacrifices, whether you're with people or with, words or academia, have to be made. Because you don't get something. Look at the Iraqi people. Look at Afghanistan. It's not this concept of freeing your land from occupation and brutality is nothing new. We look at our histories, brother, in the Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, and we see sacrifices being made to liberate their land. People have a right. If you belong to that land, you have a right to prevent it from to fall into foreign hands. Right? So with regards to Israeli, so for example, Israeli occupation, if you look at how the world is reacting to Israeli occupation, more so now than it did 2 years ago, it's a rogue state. No one wants to do anything with the Israelis anymore. The governments, they may still have government support, but that's exactly like South African apartheid. Up until 2008 or 9, most Western governments recognized Nelson Mandela still as a terrorist. The government supported South African apartheid till the very end, until they could not, until it became political suicide or economically too expensive for them. And the same will happen to the Israelis. Most of the Western governments will support them till the very end, until it becomes political suicide and very expensive. And it's going in that direction.
Apparently, the idiot Artash sent me a phone request on a different account again. How many accounts does this idiot have?
This idiot has
You're right.
But they clearly have a lot of numbers too.
Not a supporter.
Yeah, prostitute. No self-respect.
Okay, well, I want to thank you guys for the information and the talks.
No problem I have, brother. Just be on the right side of history, man, instead of buying into the Zionist narrative.
No, actually, before I didn't care about all of them. Like now the Israelis or the Palestinians, neither the fucking Iranians. I fucking hate them.
Yeah, brother, for example, with regards to when you said you didn't care, and I mean this with very much respect. If you were experiencing something, for example, if your country, your parents, if you have any kids, your brothers, your sisters in Iraq, in Baghdad, were going through something similar like the Palestinian people, would you not want other people to care about you?
Well,
Would you
yeah,
want to be left alone?
yeah, I would want, and
Exactly. For justice. There's millions of people around the world that are not Palestinians, care about the Palestinian issue. There are millions of people around the world that care about the Uyghurs in China that aren't Chinese or Uyghur.
Yo, bro, I have a question.
We were talking, if you don't mind, you can wait. So we should care about injustice around the world, even though we're not directly related to it. We can't start giving a shit when it comes to our doorstep, right?
Free Palestine, free Palestine, free.
So yeah, brother, carry on.
Hold up.
Any more questions?
no more questions.
Go ahead.
So, if you were the president of the United States, you had Palestine.
Is that question to me?
No, it's general.
So what was the question? If I was the president of the United States?
If you had free Palestine,
Of course.
okay, what would
And let me elaborate on that. Because I think it's far more nuanced than people realize. I think if you're a president of a country as powerful as the United States, a responsibility lies with you to prevent injustice. and to make sure that American interests align with human rights and national lines of self-determination, because you're upholding the law as a global police force, essentially. You're not taking sides, you're impartial. So when there is injustice, for example, when what was it called, the Bosnian genocide occurred, the Americans came in. But even if you look into that, they were looking after their own interest, east and west. But they came in and helped. Now the same thing needs to happen with regards to other issues around the world. They can't take sides, as in just because we're friends with someone, we have to take their side. You should be on the side of humanity, where something is right or wrong. For example, when the Holocaust occurred against the Jewish people, Gypsies, disabled people, if you bear with me.
General, I had one question. You speaking too long, too much.
Are you going
How do you
monologue,
yes or
General?
no?
Can you put my my friend up?
So you're asking me,
I really debate you're a troll. That's why I don't
so you're asking me to answer the question, and then you're saying you're telling me how to answer that question. So I might as well not answer the question. You can answer the question for me.
General,
The answer is simple. If I was a president of America, yes, I would do everything in my power to help the Palestinians. Okay? There you go. Yes, I would help them.
okay, this is a good question.
I would
General,
authorize a
you
cruise
speaking too
missile to
much,
fly
man.
to your
What's
location.
wrong with you? You say I do this. Okay.
Why are you shouting? Is your annoyed?
Why are you gay, Abu? Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Why you are gay? You are gay.
No, we're speaking with I am.
Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
You sound like you
Bro,
have
what?
an impressed.
We're speaking with me.
The general is speaking. General is calling you
No,
gay. Why are you gay?
I'm gonna suck my dick and my two eggs.
Oh my God, you are gay.
Do you have any?
He is gay. General is gay.
Yo,
He's supposed to be.
Damn, this game.
bro, put my bros there up.
Tell your mother to break up. You dirty bastard.
If I don't bring him up, how much money you give me? How much?
I give you my dick. What's your money?
Oh my God, you're disgusting, man. I'm sorry.
Let's switch it down.
Yeah, let's do that.
Bro, everything up to God.
Thanks for flying at me anyway.
Thank you for flying up here. I need to make a slogan. I need to have a little sound effect. I'm not good.
What is it with these retards?
Well, I want to answer someone in the chat that said that without Iran I would be dead. Do you know that Iran has militias all around the Iraq? Did you know that 2 days ago, it wasn't like 2 years ago or something like that, 2 days ago, there was a militia raid on a police station and they killed like several people, citizens actually. So if Iran helped me, then I don't know.
No, I also disagree with that, with regards to whoever said that. I think if you look at, and you've got to be just. I mean, I may be a fan of Iran to some extent, with regards to what it does for justice and liberation, but I have an issue with what sometimes Iran does in countries like Iraq, Syria, and so on. So, I mean, just with regards to Iraq is doing what is in its interests, right? So I will support the Iraqi people in determining their future. I won't support, and I think everyone should be on the same side, is Iran taking over Iraq or influencing Iraq. The Iranians will support what's in their interests and their long-term, geopolitical vision.
Yeah,
And that's obviously to do with their own beliefs.
Most of the Iranis, they don't. And that's surprising to me actually, because like they hate the government, they hate the whole Sharia thing, they hate it a lot.
I don't know about that. We've never really quantified it. Because if we look at people, there's outside of Iran, there's this impression that everyone supports Pahlavi. But when we when we actually look into the stats, not many people are in Iran support Bahrain. Do they want reform in Iran from the Iranian government? Of course. Every government on this planet needs to reform because there is some, there are disgruntled people. For the UK, in the UK, for example, we don't like certain policy of the UK government. We want reform. So everything around the world, governments are not really fulfilling the demands of the people. But that doesn't mean we support someone that's going to destroy the country or is in bed with the opposition or with the enemy. Pahlavi is in bed with the enemy of the Iranian people. Why would we support Pahlavi, essentially? But brother, you mentioned something when we were having a conversation about Iraq and when it was occupied. If you didn't want, for example, you said that you didn't want them to fight, essentially. What should the Iraqi people have done instead to get rid of the occupation?
Well, look, General.
Yes.
Iraq, when the States took Iraq, it was kind of better when they took control of like all of Iraq. It was kind of better. They were like they weren't acting as friends. They were friends. And my father was a translator.
Oh,
Before 2005-06.
okay.
So yeah, and they actually the people loved them and they loved the people, but there was one time he showed me a picture. They were playing dominoes with the squad. An Iraqi, the normal Iraqi family playing dominoes with the squad. So
I mean, if you ask, this is why I'm having an issue reconciling, brother. So you're saying that the American people were friends and they love the Iraqi people, but then I can't reconcile that with them killing almost or being responsible for the murder of 1 million Iraqis.
well, most of the million Iraqis were soldiers who had orders. Of course, you know that before the killing of Saddam Hussein, like in 2002, 2003. Before that, actually, when we took Kuwait, yeah. And
Brother, we're not referring to the time frame that we're referring to is post-Iraqi invasion, I believe 2003. So it's nothing to do with Kuwait.
Okay, if it's the 2000,
Yes, stick to 2003 because that's the most recent.
Okay.
When Iraq was occupied, invaded, and obliterated. 1 million people died as a result of the Americans and the Western world invading it under false pretenses. Let's not forget that.
Well, I wouldn't say that the U.S. were angels. They did a bunch of shit, but most of the killings were people who held guns on them. That's why,
There's been an investigation. There's been an investigation by various organizations. I think Forensic Architecture, if you're aware of the organization, is one of them. There was the British Medical Journal has done another, which disagrees with what you're saying, that they were combatants. The majority of them were not combatants. So how do you reconcile with that position, or with your position, that they weren't victims?
well, the things that happened that I saw.
Okay.
Well, I don't think that they were just actually normal citizens with no guns, because most of them had guns, and not only that, most of the million Iraqis that you're saying were Jaish al-Mahdi, you know Jaish al-Mahdi?
Hey, Ham, I'm posting a video for you. I'm posting a very famous video for you right now that shows the U.S. pilots deliberately murdering Iraqi civilians. I'm posting it in the chat now.
Yeah, the most dangerous weapon those civilians had was a camera.
Yeah, because they were fucking paranoid.
What?
They were. That's nothing. I said.
Brother, I'm actually very interested with your position. You mentioned that your father was a month later for the Americans, I'm assuming, or the West coalition. Does that mean that during his lifetime he was given, I wouldn't say asylum, but was he given an American visa or anything like that?
Nothing.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
So the family weren't given a position in the US or in the Western world. So you've never left Iraq.
Yeah, because he made a mistake. Not because most of the translator they gave that visa because my father made a big mistake. He made a what do you call it? Sorry, wait, let me translate it. Oh, sorry. He did a protest against the U.S. Embassy, and he was the leader there.
What was he protesting, if you don't mind me asking? You don't need to answer the question, obviously. I can understand the sensitivities, but you can.
He was protesting about there's been killings of the translators' families.
Okay.
A lot. And they wanted protection from the U.S. Embassy. They gave them protection, but my father didn't notice. He wanted to give protection to even his deep relatives.
Extended family, okay.
Extended family, yeah. So yeah, he got angry for knowledge, and he told me that he told me that he made a mistake.
Okay.
So yeah, that's why I think they put him in the blacklist, something like that. I think so. I don't know about that.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
So you've never personally left Iraq either?
I've left it, but not to the U.S. I want to go to the U.S.
Have you left it for Europe at all?
Me, no, but my mother did because yeah, she is a PhD doctor.
Okay.
Yeah, she went to Holland, Germany, and France.
Did she ever teach you English? Because you know what I'm trying to understand?
So
Is you have your English is very Dutch. With your accent. It's honestly, you know when you first came into the room, I thought you were actually from the Netherlands or somewhere like that. Because your English is very similar to their accent. That's what I was trying to establish, as in, have you been to those countries? Well, but it may be that your mother was there and she may have taught you English or something.
Well, no, I've been taught English from my dad, like normal English, but I don't know, I just noticed that speaking from you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if other people pick it up, but it's okay. And with regards to your family, what side would they say they're on? I understand you're not a fan of Iran, for what it's done in Iraq. But are you religious by any chance? Are you on the Shia or Sunni side? So what side? Because you mentioned that was it your uncle that was killed by Saddam Hussein?
Sorry, the internet just cut off. The last thing that I've heard that speaking from your family, on which side they are.
Yes,
right?
so because you mentioned that was it your uncle that was murdered by Saddam Hussein or his...
Yeah, there were two uncles that were murdered. One of them was from Jaish al-Mahdi, which is aka yeah, shot.
Yeah.
And one of them was killed by Saddam. Or vanished. Like they didn't even
Disappeared, yeah.
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 It was an officer, and he didn't vote for Saddam Hussein. He didn't even vote for anyone.
How are you with Iraq right now? So are you content with where Iraq is right now, or the trajectory it's on? Or are you dissatisfied the direction the country is taking?
corruption a lot, like since like 2006, 7. So 7 to 8, the corruption just started and it's not ending.
Yeah, but you know, in one point in general, even the oil business or anything, they could do business in oil, the money would be held up in the bank of New York or something.
It still is. It's an account. So actually, I was reading an article not so long ago that was actually touching on this. That until today, and this continues to be a policy, that when Iraq or the Iraqi government, so central government in Baghdad, sells Iraqi oil, it has to sell it in dollars. Then those funds are then deposited into an account in the US. I believe it's an account with the Treasury. So the American government has control of Iraqi money. Then when the Iraqi government wants to spend that money on its own services, public services, defense or whatever, it has to make an application to the American government and beg the American government that we've got this much we need to spend, can we have our money from the account?
No, but
And then the American
that was
government
old
will say yes
news
or no.
in general. That was
Say again?
that was old news that you.
No, but this is still in operation, this policy. This hasn't changed.
No, because I checked it and see it did exist back in the days, but they moved away from that policy.
Let me just double check
Yes.
this. Bear with me.
Check it. The check on that article, they changed the because it happened during the war, it happened other times, but then they moved away. Hey, welcome back, AC. I don't know what happened today. We got a lot of people new. So I don't know what happened. Apparently, EC proposes something as well as access to EU tech startup funds. So the European Union is trying to do something now, maybe some sort of sanction. Let's a shot. And I wonder if Lozen is here. Lozen, are you there? No. I think she's sleeping. Yeah, the shapeshifter was sleeping. He left as well. He's back on time.
So just going back to the discussion we were having. So it says Washington. So this article is dated last year. Washington has maintained control over Iraq's revenues since its illegal occupation, a financial economic subjugation that undermines Iraqi sovereignty and denies it access to its national treasures. In July of 2024, the Iraqi central bank halted all foreign transactions in Chinese yuan, succumbing to intense pressure from the US Federal Reserve to do so. This shutdown followed a brief period during which Baghdad had allowed merchants to trade in the Chinese currency. An initiative intended to mitigate excessive US restrictions. No. On Iraq's access to US dollars. So this policy is still in effect. It's still in operation. And it's Executive Order 13303. So this policy has not come to an end. It's still
Executive Order 1003.
Executive Order. Hold on, let me just go back up. Yes, 13303. So it's essentially President Bush, 22nd of May 2003, all revenues from Iraq's oil sales have been funneled directly into an account at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York.
advise you.
I mean, if you could provide me evidence to suggest otherwise, I'm still going to say that this is still in operation because there's nothing in this article to suggest that this policy is no longer in effect, that the Iraqi people are no longer in control of the finances. According to this article, the Americans are.
Well then, I don't know what to give you any evidence because it won't leave you any evidence with you, especially politicians.
I looked up this exactly where it says they removed a lot of the protections, but they still have some protections on there. So it's just a matter of time before they remove it. So,
I don't think they will end it because it gives them control and influence.
Well, it will not give us any control, you know why?
No, I'm talking about it gives America control and influence of Iraq and Iraqi policy.
Of course they will do that. But they do have control, just they're putting us on like hold or something like that. Like especially with the in a politic way. Like most of politicians are either dirty or can't speak.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Iraqi people and the Iraqi parliament cannot decide its own future because it's basically a hostage to American hegemony in the region. If the Iraqis do something that is not in the interest of the Americans can simply pressure the Iraqis with various things at their disposal, economic, political, and so on, and change the outcome. That's not a sovereign state. That's basically an occupied state.
So, we just did a Smotrich on this ministry said Gaza is an integral part of Israel, so I went there too. It's closer than ever before, and it is a realistic action that we do not make these great sacrifices out of Gaza on there to there. This is Smotrich.
Yes, Smotrich.
Netanyahu proposes Gaza annexation plan as already PM has proposed annexing parts of Gaza and Hamas rejects a ceasefire. Plan details start with buffer zones that normal Gaza leading to a Trump administration backing. And I wonder what happened there. Was that Trump backing or they gave it a duration? We got an Irish singer. His name is singer Bob Geldof. He said, "Stop your cars full of food and drive through that border." Yeah,
He accused the Israelis of lying on Sky News.
no, it's true. This brother is a memory. Did you hear about the Bob Geldof? He's saying that these people, I got a minute long clip. Let me play it for them. I think it'll be good. Might as well listen to something, some new content. Let's play it. Let's play it.
What's unfair is what's happening to these babies. What's unfair is that image that you showed us. That's unfair. 1 hour from
And then, help me, Palestine is not about religion, it's about humanity. Some people, they're like, it's about religion, it's about this.
Even they have different agendas. When people start making it a religious issue, they have agendas behind that. Because this was never about religion in the first place with regards to where the Palestinians come from. It was their land was occupied. They were brutalized, murdered on a daily basis for decades. That's not a religious thing. Where they use when the Palestinians use religion, and this applies to both Christianity and Islam, is they use it to empower them, to give them strength at times of Israeli brutality. It's not a religious war.
Yeah, but some people think it's religious.
But then you have to educate yourself. It's quite simple. I mean, the internet is free, Google is free. Use it.
If you go to the Belarus, right, that's what they're promoting. Oh, it's a Muslim issue, it's this issue. But if you think outside the box, I don't think if it was a Muslim issue, then why don't we see Muslims lining up? If it was so-called Muslim issue, then why aren't they lining up?
I mean, see, this is where I think the language is very important, because you could see it as a Muslim issue because the majority of people subjected to this are Muslims. But you can apply that same issue to other conflict zones. For example, the Bosnian genocide, majority of those innocent people were Muslims, so that was a Muslim issue. Although it was humanity, as in innocent people dying, it wasn't a religious war again. Same thing you could say with regards to the Uyghurs, or in Myanmar with the Rohingya. But that doesn't mean that if it's not majority of Muslims dying, that it's not a Muslim issue. Muslims should be standing up, and they do stand up where there is injustice around the world. It doesn't have to be Muslims dying for us to give a damn.
You see a video of these people vandalizing a store or whatever. It's crazy. That is crazy, my friend. My friend.
I think you need to, all the people sleeping in here, you need to start charging rent.
That's okay, it's okay. Maybe some of their occasional followers might jump in here, they might sleep in this room as well. Everybody sleeps.
That's what Amos says. Amos comes in, it's like, all these people sleeping, you need to pay rent.
No, it's just not typical with them. So I think it happens in every room. And right now, it happens in every room. Even the moderators sleep. Like if you go to that political command room, forget even the moderators sleeping. Even the other one.
I'm only joking.
No, I know. So we have
Brazil.
So Brazil has pulled out of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance shortly after aligning with South Africa's lawsuit against Israel and ICC. So we got some good news there. They're planning a lawsuit against Israel. A lot of countries.
See, at the end of this, when I don't know whether the Israelis will see sense, but the Israel and its allies and supporters will not be on the right side of history. They will not come out of this unscathed. We will wake up to a new world, because I think if you look slowly but surely, the world is waking up, governments are waking up, and they're actually making a stand. Now, long gone are the days where the Western world could pressure the global South into taking certain positions. And an example of that is small African countries. Not to reduce their influence, but small African countries are starting to stand up against the Western powers. They're simply saying, get the fuck out of our land. So I think at the end of this, I think there will be, I won't say a complete new world, but people will be waking up to a new world where the old guard has completely shifted.
excellent in Israel.
Alright, guys, thanks again for this. So,
Thank you for your opinion, brother. Thank you,
They
brother.
have keep coming and keep educated. Keep up to date with the news inside Israel. Okay, when we talk about the news and stuff, and we debate the Zionism.
yeah, I will not forget to join that. That would be interesting. I'm gonna follow. It's just wait. Yeah. Anyways, goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye. We need people like that, people, values that are don't let them out until we can educate them and bring them to the right side.
No, but even if they weren't pro-Palestinian, I think it's nice to have that conversation to see where they're coming from. Because a lot of people are usually, they go down a path where they're either not interested in the conflict, because a lot of people are going through their own stuff. So it's too much for some people. But then sometimes you just need to inform someone of the facts.
Did you know that Gaza has become the most expensive place to eat in the world?
Yeah, because there's no supply of food. Plus they're artificially inflated by like thugs. Some of those images, honestly, I mentioned this last time. Some of those images coming out of Gaza are exactly the same images I learnt about in school about the Holocaust. They literally put them side by side and exactly the same. Malnourished skeletons that are taking their last breaths, basically, if it's a video. And I think that's the most scary thing, that in 2025, the world is incapable of stopping a televised genocide. Remember, the Holocaust was not televised, and the world didn't give a shit about it because they was mostly either unaware or they were looking the other way. They were trying to appease Hitler. Most of the European powers were trying to appease him.
Alright. Welcome, Rex. How you doing?
Yeah, good morning, everybody, from Czech Republic. Just wanted to I just put a link down on the chat. You know, as always, Amir, you're the marathon man in Clubhouse, able to maintain this rhythm in your room. So there's always constant, very, very interesting. So I just wanted to compliment everybody, not only you, but everybody on the stage on this interesting topic that you guys are always discussing. So that's about it.
Well, thank you. Keep coming and, learning about it. And as, we're all in it together. We're learning about this, what's happening and whatnot, and what Israel is doing. And I think it's good to stay up to date in all of this. It's a lot. These kids and whatnot, they just demonic people are doing. It sucks.
What's amazing though, if I may just slide it in, the mainstream media is just the mainstream and the general media in general, really misinformed what's going on, and what you're able to inspire and make other people in this community of yours investigate on is do your own research, investigate. If you have questions, stop by this room. Sometimes there are certain kinds of characters, certain types of characters that adverbially just are not very, very coherent in their topic of discussion. But it's really interesting to come in. You invite me and many, many people on the stage, especially General, Zero. They're able to invite me on quite a few topics of discussion. So just keep it up. That's all I have to say. And just I know you're in LA. I know what time it is in LA. I don't know how you're able to. Once again, I repeat myself, to keep these rooms so inspiring. So, and Matter of fact, I'm walking in the rain, so, thanks a lot. Thanks for your work.
Thank you, brother, appreciate it. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for coming, appreciate it. Yeah, I try my best, man, I try my best. It's because of, about 10 months ago, I got pissed off by debating with these Zionists. I'm like, should I debate these Zionist photos? And then I'm like, this app, I was on Twitter Spaces. On this app, we didn't have like a permanent room. I'm like, I don't do something that bring awareness to the people on this app, because there's a big crowd of people on this app. And, a lot of people come to this room and they learn about this, what's going on. And then we talk about other conflicts as well, not just Palestine as well. We talked about Iran, talk about Lebanon, talk about even African countries like Sudan and Congo and whatnot. And even American politics, because American politics, it affects the whole world. And right now with Epstein trials, it's going crazy.
Yeah, Amir, talking about wars, what is your take on what's happening between Cambodia and Thailand?
So I haven't read into it too much. I did try to go over it yesterday a little bit. There's about 30 people that got killed. I heard 30 plus people. And I could probably get back to you maybe tomorrow or something. I'll have to look into it a little bit more, maybe educate myself. And I'll see how I can get back to you, because I definitely been working more information. I read a little bit yesterday when the Brother Zero brought it up, and then I kind of, forgot about the rest of it, and then there was a lot on my mind. But inshallah, maybe tomorrow, I can get back to you. If you're in the room tomorrow, I'll see if I can try to cover it tomorrow.
I'm walking around the circumference. My wife is she's hospitalized, so that's all I do is walk around for about 3. She has cancer. She's going to chemo.
Is it, what stage is it, if you don't mind me asking?
It's not good. It's not
Because
good.
I knew somebody who has stage 1 cancer, triple negative, and nothing worked, radiation, and the chemo didn't work. And in the end,
So rain, wind, shine, it doesn't really matter. I walk around the circumference of a hospital and, listening to you guys, sometimes it's entertaining. There's some lights going on in here, but, it shows me, especially you've got one guy in here that every once in a while you bitch and gripe against it, some Zionist guy. And, so, I don't remember his name, but he just, it's like he's got multiple accounts, and he's always the same guy, and he comes in, but anyhow.
There's plenty of those actually.
Really?
Yeah, there's a few that have multiple accounts.
Okay, question, how can you have multiple accounts if you've only got one number?
I have no idea.
But so Rex, you're originally from America, right, Rex? You live in Czech Republic, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm originally from California. From LA, as a matter of fact, Santa Monica.
Oh, from it? Oh, wow, you're close by. So you know about the cool voice, right, Rex?
Yeah, but why cheat? I mean, it doesn't make, these things that just don't connect in my brain. I mean, why do people have to cheat, lie, and manipulate to be, what is it? It's some kind of like megalomania, ego trip that's on this. I don't know. It just doesn't connect.
I agree with you. So what ends up happening, there's characters on this app. They get masked blocked by a whole bunch of rooms. So now how do they get into other rooms? And they have to switch the number and change the account. They change the account and then they start coming into the rooms again. And then they do it again. I know somebody that went through, I think he's on his 110th account. You probably see him, Prince.
That's him. That's him.
Yeah, but I don't fight with him. We're good. He's a Palestinian and I laugh. he comes in here, he starts some drama, he's into drama. And he's on his 110th account, I think, or 100th account.
Yeah, but my question is, what's the purpose? They don't work. These people have nothing else better to do with their life. General, maybe General can fill me in because it just doesn't connect with me. I don't know.
Right, you know what I've discovered? I've not been on this app. I think I've probably been on this app for probably say 6 months now. And what I've discovered, and I might be wrong, obviously, I'm not infallible. I think a lot of people come on here and they have other underlying conditions, mental health maybe, that they're coming on here to kind of relieve that pressure because they're not getting help anywhere else. And I think when some people are doing certain things that don't seem normal or are out of their normal characteristics, it's usually because they have other problems. They're using the platform to kind of, it's a form of escapism. And I've noticed a lot of people are coming out here lashing out, and they just go insane and crazy, and they're just full of drama. And it's something, I mean, I can't put my finger on it, but it's certainly something that's not very healthy. Like, people should get their, issues addressed rather than having to kind of go down a path of escapism.
Completely agree. Well, thank God I'm not in most of these eco chambers that you guys are talking about. But every once in a while, I pop into one, and it's just like, whoa, what the hell's going on? And I run for my life. But thanks for the tip. That's why I follow very, very few people.
So yeah, it's so do you enjoy any other rooms and you see the drama, as an person or audience, right? But then think about people that monitor how much smoke down to go through. I mean, I was talking to Jenna about it earlier. There's about close to how many people have opened up about 90 or 100 rooms already. Slandering me and attacking me or whatever. But I don't even know because they're just trolls.
Really?
Yeah.
No. So there's another. No.
Even a Palestinian got butthurt because he got moved down, and I told him, don't try to be like a Zionist or whatever, like the Zionists do. He got butthurt and opened up, I think, 20 or 25 rooms. He even opened up a room on my co-mod because of shit. And he recorded my voice and he played my voice in his rooms to mock my voice. So there's people like that, and even called me the name of my house to confuse the people. And then there's other people that are opening up rooms of my name as well. Just I would say they're very sensitive to this kind of people.
That's right about this, but this is schizophrenia. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really make sense.
I got removed out of the room, I think yesterday, or day before yesterday, and I went into a smaller room. And I guess they saw me, and I don't know, I think I got kicked out, and I got removed. I texted the main moderator, she goes, yeah, it's maybe this other person, we don't know why she kicked everybody, whatever, she wanted to share something, I said, it's okay, no problem. I'm not gonna sit there and open a room on that person's name. I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? It's a normal thing to get kicked or whatever. If I was a sensitive person, I would open up a room on that person's name. You see what I'm saying, Rex? And moving forward, I might try to avoid that going into our rooms. You see what I'm saying? I won't go into rooms. You see what I'm saying? I'll be really careful. I'll jump into a different room. That's how you do it. You avoid the negative energy and then you just go into the spaces where you work.
Very enlightening. Very enlightening. Very enlightening. So I'm pretty new to this app, so but thanks a lot. Keep up your great work, and I don't know how you do it. 10, 12 hours non-stop, and you keep the momentum going. It's well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. What else would I say? By the way, I don't know if you guys see this NYPD officer. They're doing this Muslim age 36 left behind. He's got a pregnant wife and has 2 sons. He got killed. remember John earlier, that guy, they were putting a picture that's had a shirt that says Palestine?
Yeah, this is what I said. I mean, a lot of these people that were foaming at the mouth, really gets on the nerves.
Was falsely arrested.
He did get arrested.
No, I know that.
But he was falsely arrested and does a lot of charity work. He spends time helping charities for disenfranchised children and women who are cancer survivors.
You can see this is what I found interesting, and it's the irony in it. So there was a picture on all the news websites. Most of them, they were looking at themselves. All those people, you know, in the room was in last night. Most of them were Zionists, and they were foaming at the mouth, hoping that it was a pro-Palestine support that had done this. You sick bastards. Innocent people have died, and you're hoping, because you're playing your political games, because you want your your testicle in the Middle East to win the media war. So you're hoping that Palestinians are carrying out attacks in the Western world to give them, you kind of delegitimize the cause. Innocent people are dying, and that's what you care about. And this is what I found interesting was all the news links that they were posting had a picture of this individual that did not look like the guy with the Palestine shirt on. Nowhere near. The picture, I think, is him walking with a gun in his hand. And the caption is, they're looking for someone, well, this was the guy that had carried it out. And they're ignoring the fact that that was it, and they're calling the guy that was arrested an accomplice. There was no report of accomplices. They make up their own headlines. And this is another kind of mental health issue, honestly. I don't know whether people should be given opportunities for euthanasia, because there's no cure for this.
I don't know, man. Some of these people on this app, especially people like Congressman and Sister Santos,
If I can't get it around, my brain starts hurting that these supposedly are adults, that think for themselves.
So maybe they have this mindset that the world is going to be Palestinian. And right now, there's a trend that's going on in these eyes. I've done a good job just right down this PO thing, right, related to, any attacks, any terrorist attacks is always a Palestinian. Just like, how they do inside Israel. They've started spreading this bullshit propaganda in America, right, using American media. It's always a Palestinian. You see what I'm saying? That if there's a terrorist
I understand that.
so that's
But the issue I have is people that can't differentiate from propaganda or the facts. Where, for example, you should understand that if we, for example, look at what's been going on in the US, when these people have gone out, when so-called civilians have gone out and shot people up for either of the causes, the majority of which have been anti-Palestinian attacks. I mean, if we look at, was it in Miami, there was a shooting that had been carried out by, I think he was Jewish or he was Israeli. He thought he was shooting Palestinians, but he shot two Israelis. And then there was that murder of that child along with his, I think the mother was injured by the landlord. Then there was another one where I think there was a woman that was killed by her landlord. And majority of these attacks have been against Palestinians or people who they think are Palestinians. So you should be able to tell, God has given you a brain, thankfully, and everyone in here, or everyone that's comments or likes to kind of give a damn, that you can analyze what's false and what is not. And you should be able to compare the two. As in, look at information that is presented to you, look at information out there. You should obviously always look down a certain narrow path, because that's not going to get you anywhere. And this is what I find troubling, is people look down a narrow path and they pick and choose basically what they want, and then only pick up what kind of fits their narrative, and that really doesn't help them in their cause. Like one of the finest examples was what they did yesterday. They were literally foaming in the mouth, hoping that it was a Palestinian or someone claiming to be a pro-Palestinian. And that's why I left the room. I was like, this is too much. Like, they're just jumping on this bandwagon. They're just going with the bullshit. And then we wake up in the morning and we find out that the guy was a Palestinian. He was nothing to do with a Palestinian. One of the police officers he killed was a Muslim. So it completely flips the narrative. People have brains that should use them. And if they can't use them, euthanasia clinic should open up.
Yeah, I mean, very welcome. Anybody that want to come on up, bring you guys up, or at least turn up the hand raising. You can just have music come on up. You can come on up.
Anyway, I'm going to start my day, so I think I'm going to go.
No, take
So
it.
hopefully we'll chat.
That's like we was on a bit, yeah, something.
Walaikum salam. So right, hopefully if you believe in God, hopefully it makes you easier, makes what you're experiencing easy for you and your family.
Yeah, may God make it easy for you, for your wife, and whatnot, and hopefully, she gets well soon. This is
Yeah, have a good evening or morning or whatever time you're on.
Yep. You wanna come up later, have a conversation? Let me try when you come up. Let me talk to your mom. Let me see. Let me talk to your mom. Let me say salam to her. I can say at least salam. Anyways. Oh wow. Alright. No problem. It's okay. But do give my salam to your mom. Do tell her salam alaikum. And just tell her salam to her. The Palestinians, they're very Zionist entity. It's disturbing what's going on. Anyways, I think this room has served its purpose. Is it okay to come up for right in this room? Anyways, I think this room served its purpose. Talk to you guys later. Have a good night. And just let me know. Thank you, guys. Bye.
With Shani, that is very possible.
But he said he deceived 1,691 men.
Yeah, but we don't. That's what how many they counted on the video. So let's say he did this before he started videotaping them. Let's say maybe for some encounters he didn't videotape them. So it's definitely possible.
As you can get deadly, you fucking with the wrong person. My man almost threw somebody off. Fucking club, this club in New York called Mars and shit. Trainees he didn't know. Hell yeah. That shit can get real dangerous. You fucking with the wrong man.
But even there's been, things where people have certain apps that have been used that they clearly tell the man who they are, and they still don't believe. So there's been times where they're not duped. They're really told from the beginning, and they still continue.
make somebody wake up and say, well, I'm gonna go have sex with somebody, whether it's a man or a woman, and I'm gonna give her a watermelon for the sex. Like what? With someone you don't know? That's exactly what happened, Greg. I'm not even lying. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what's happened. I know, hey.
So you gave him watermelons of all his victims?
No, the men, that was their payment for having sex with Sister Hong.
Yeah, you gotta read. He said he was using the barter system for sex, apparently. Gotta read it.
But Hong was giving something back to them as well. So they wasn't just bringing Han fruit. Han was sending something back with them. What were they sending them, Brittany? What was Mr. Hong giving them?
Pussy, right?
So he was giving them, Greg, he was giving them.
Hung was a guy. Oh, my bad. Okay.
So he was a Chinese guy who dressed up, and basically he still looked like a guy just with a wig and regular long skirt on and bad makeup. So, and then this just happened. So if you guys want to look into that, it was more than his race. It was Indian men. I think it was some African American men. It was Muslim men. Wasn't it all men? Yep. Indian. I said she had the United Nations. Right.
United Colors of Benetton type shit.
But so she sent something back home with them. It was said that about half of those men that Hong was dealing with, she sent them back home with STIs, infections, and it was the HIV. So that was like the topper. Half of them has been tested out. The wives, the girlfriend, they've been all testing out, and they all are testing and they have HIV.
Okay, and I got here late, and good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning.
And so help me tie that back real quick to the title that men want through is not the truth. But he had the guts to do.
But Hong, which is Sister Hong, just had the guts.
But Hung was a dude, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you say Sister Hung, but it was Brother Hung, really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so the sense here is that this is what men want?
They wanted the thrill of just having random sex.
Those men, but not all men or most men?
It doesn't say all men, it doesn't say most men, it just says men.
Which implies all men.
It just says men.
But that implies all men to me. But okay. Yeah, I don't know. Alright. Let me listen a little longer, because this sounds weird. But yeah.
Yeah. So, that is the story.
Yeah, well, what's weird is, look, man, pussy is the most precious commodity on the planet. Okay? Your time is most valuable. Pussy is the most precious. Data and information is the most valuable type shit. Yeah. And, yeah, most men, we trade out most men, not all, but trade money, power, respect, and for pussy for the most part. Most men. What's diabolical is most men value the pussy, they don't appreciate the woman that's attached to the pussy. Type shit. Does that make sense? Most men don't recognize that all pussy comes at a cost. Most men don't even understand pussy, for that matter. Like sex, yeah. Like sex, I guess, yeah. I can appreciate the sex part. Yeah, we're creation, like oriented. But to not know what the knee spot, the P spot, the O spot is, yeah, bless their hearts. Most men are stupid and believe shit. As are most women. But I'll be fine. I appreciate you. Good to see you.
And thank you to the men for confirming that there's a difference, because I don't have a penis. been fucked by men, so I don't answer this question. So I can't answer that question because I don't have a penis.
Right, so if you can ask a man, with the penis, any question he wants to do and expect an honest answer, I'm here for you, shit. What question do you have?
Can you tell the difference from the booger from the cooler?
I don't know. Wait, so when you hit it from the back and you pull your dick out, you like, and you try to put that shit in the ass, and she says, you don't be doing no holes.
Hey man, what's smell like ass and what?
Thank you.
Alright. Yeah, so who doesn't get that difference though? Wait.
I was just trying to play devil's advocate for the men that fell in her Venus flytrap.
Oh, that's hard. Some motherfuckers. Yeah, the baby boys in fucking Thailand, they get those. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They get the fucking buzz.
No, that's real shit, Greg, because the guys who go to Thailand, why are they going?
Were they the first
Maybe
passport?
Thailand, yeah, like Brazil and shit like that, but like, why are you going to Thailand? We know what's there. I think they said somewhere around up to 10% of the population is like ladyboys is trans. You're going for that.
And they tell you that shit if you ask.
Get it now. Gotta be more careful. They got them boys over there. And these are Muslim countries. You're not supposed to be doing that. So, yeah, it's all over, man. Plus, you got so many people on the down low, you know.
Down low, gotta keep it on the.
Yeah, you be locked up, seeing a motherfucker coming with his kids and his wife, and then coming back, fucking with the chump and shit. And, yeah, man.
Try to convince me,
Crazy.
baby. We already know.
Awesome, Mariah Carey.
Your way, they keep it on the down low.
But you know, those guys have Adam's apple.
Whispering,
They know.
nobody has to know.
That's what the fuck you want. Understand me?
We can.
If we don't lie about it, you know what I mean?
Don't lie about it. Don't lie about it.
Yeah, that's the part I don't want.
I appreciate what you're doing right now, but that's not okay. What you're doing, I don't know what the fuck is happening, man. Yeah. Yeah.
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
Man, bless your heart. I love that shit.
That edible just dropped, you know.
Stop. The edible didn't
No, I don't have
You know.
24/7 pretty much.
Self-control, money.
That's sweet. I'm silly. I've been doing this whole room. Y'all just got here. I've been doing this the whole room. Singing songs related to she's sleeping. Yeah. So.
Yeah, plus you want to lead a country to fuck niggas. We want to lead a country to be a passport pro. If to get pussy, you can't afford a fucking access here in the States. Just stay in your lane. Don't lie about that shit. And if you talking about leaving a country, come back with a fucking STI. For real? Seriously? And watermelon for what you said? Some of my watermelon for what? So what exchange when they come in? China? Watermelon shit? Yeah, it's a victimless crime. Yeah, that's what you want to stay anyway. Yeah. Shit, you gotta go there. I'm going out with that. I gotta fucking go to Thailand. Some training and shit. Yeah. Alright, we'll do it, Junior. But that also means like what you going and you bring it after. Does that mean you going to fucking bring it back? I mean, that type shit. You go over there and just in the mouth. I don't even understand how that works.
And she was sucking dick. His mom was sucking dick. Bro. And I think one of the guys kissed her midway and her sucking the dick. From one of the reports. One of the videos.
You gotta go overseas for that shit. Shit's in your local.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus your house,
You could have stayed here and went to a Diddy party.
You could have gone to a
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Boy, shut the fuck up. Sit your raggedy ass in the fucking goo. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, sit your ass in the fucking goo. I don't want to hear from peasants. Shut up, Greg. Bullshit. You decided to cape for dick before a sister. Before a fucking woman. The fuck? You would never be trusted. What? Are you cool? Did you not? Did you not? I know, I'm not making shit up. The fact that you took lack of fucking accountability and you tried to blame me. No, I said you came for some dick. Fuck. Nigga, that means you'll ride dick any day, all day. The fuck?
What does that mean?
You will bounce on dick. You will bounce on dick mentally. Okay. Greg, you can stop. You can stop trying to be hostile. Because you literally came for a dick and kicked me out of your motherfucking room for some dick. The fuck? I said what the fuck I said. You will always protect bro code for some. You will always push the fuck up. No, it's not out of the better. You came on my motherfucking stage. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut up. Shut your old ass up. The fuck? You gonna try to sneak in my motherfucking room and then try to come speak on my motherfucking stage, and now you want me to respect you? When you literally was so disrespectful to me and had some little hoe ass niggas kick me out of your motherfucking room when I tried to talk to your old ass about it. Now you wanna act in the fucking denial. This is what the shit I'm talking about. You can never be fucking trusted. Fuck off my stage. Oh yeah, and FYI, he does like dick, and he will cape for dick anytime. Because a nigga got caught talking to a fucking tranny on Clubhouse. Fuck.
And that's what my whole point was earlier. There'd be a lot of people talking bad about the community, but they be in the DMs and they be cash out. Yep. Which is also related to the topic. So I was on code on every level. Dr. PD, you laughing too. I'm just saying. I understand people don't like the truth. Ain't nobody snapping nobody. We think we gonna tell a motherfucker we gonna do something just for them to shut the hell up. What I don't understand is why don't men listen to us? Why do they get up here on you guys' stage and already just start being mean, angry, projecting? They don't even want to listen to see if it's a teaching somewhere in there. They just want to get up there and just start going. And see, it's not fair because men say we don't listen to them, but you know, it's them. They don't want to listen. They're already like just combative. Girl, I'm gonna tell you what that nigga was finna get ready to do. He was finna speak some bullshit, pootie tang reject shit on stage. Try to tell you, well, pussy is meant economy. And economy and pussy, that's all that they heard. You heard that earlier, you missed it. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what it said, girl. Because it was like a mating call. It was like one of them, like, all I heard was a nigga with a fucking high-ass voice, an old nigga with a high-ass voice. I said, oh, no, I know that ain't who I think it is in my motherfucking room. I had to come out of the motherfucking mind. It was like the joy to my ears when Shawnee was, playing what we was playing. We was listening to Sister Home and all this other shit. And then next thing you know, I dozed off
know, going to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Next thing I know it, all I hear is, we did the pussy, and put the pussy in the putting the pussy. I said, oh hell no. I know that ain't who I think it is on my motherfucking stage. But it goes to show you after this bitch tried to literally check me for some niggas in this room.
But
And
pretty,
then, go ahead.
but pretty, it goes right along with the title of the room. It goes with the title of the room.
There's a lot of men coming in here pretty pressed and they
Pressed and upset, child. That's why
I've been here helping about Shiny, haven't I? Give me my flowers.
Yes,
Wait, are y'all, Brittany and Shani, are y'all saying that, wait, while I was asleep, niggas was still
They was coming here mad about the topic and leaving. Some came in and to go and then they left real quick. Because they got they heard a couple of words.
Right. And one of them got into it. And then one of them, I had to be like, hey, like, let me tell you, it was another person. Oh yeah, it was it was Island one time. I love doing social experiments on this app. That's why I like to use passion as a thing because I've done some social experience in her room too. In Island's room, she was listening to porn. And people really came in there and sat there. Like in Island? Yes. That's my girl. Let me tell you, when I say it was the most hilarious thing I've ever seen, I wish she had that. I wish she had it everywhere. Look, I wish she had that room on replay to this day. The way they were sitting there enjoying it. And then she was like, Charlie, you still here? I said, you don't understand. I get the front row seat to all the freaks. And they think I was like Cat Williams. That's why they don't like me. I'm like Cat Williams. I can see you, nigga. I see you. I see you. I saw you. How long you stayed? I'm laughing, but part of it is sad because you realize how lonely men are. That they go through these extremes because that's why I say people to work on themselves. You can't sleep to work on yourself. It's very important. Because then you end up being one of these statistics. But I let him go ahead and talk. I didn't know y'all had beef, but I let him go ahead and talk because I knew at some point it was gonna be revealed, and I was trying not to let it be me, the truth teller. So I'm glad you woke up. Yeah, because I was not about to say nothing. He was blowing my astral projection. I ain't gonna lie. I was sitting over here enjoying myself. Next thing you know, all I hear is peasant alert, peasant alert. I said, oh, hell no. I know that ain't who I think it is on my motherfucking stage. Bitch, and it's like these whores wanna come when a bitch is asleep. And then really the reason why they act like this is it happens all the time in Pretty's room. Sometimes they want to be centered. Sometimes they don't they don't like women, okay? And they don't respect women, and what they think what they have to say is more important than what you have to say. There's a plethora of reasons, but I think those are the top ones, and sometimes they try to hump you. One time, one of the men was like, submit while I was talking, submit. I'm like, I'm not your girlfriend or your wife. I don't know what the heck you're doing on this stage. And then, disrespecting me while I was speaking, to then 5-10 minutes later, oh, that's so cool, you do this, that, and that. Even, I didn't ignore the whole fuckery. Okay, because when I'm off this app, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. But the why Resource said what she said, that she's scared.
Well, he got mad at me because I remember me and Magnetic was in the room.
And him and some other weird ass bitch ass niggas, they was talking about AI and how we should be afraid that AI is gonna get ready to replace us and all other kinds of weird ass stupid shit. I said in my mind, I was thinking to myself, I said, AI ain't finna replace us. AI has actually been the best friend of mine, right? And it is a good friend for you guys too, and for me as well, because I see niggas using AI photos and shit, trying to, use a certain type of definition to motherfucking make their facial structures look good and shit like that. So niggas be using AI more than bitches do. So I don't know what the fuck y'all complaining about. But I said that goes back to biology. You niggas literally think that we need each other. They wanted to start having that conversation about we need each other and all that other kind of shit. Talking about women need men and men need women, bullshit talk. And I basically was hitting their ass with fucking science. Oh, honey, they tried to jump on me and try to like literally put me in a corner and try to make it seem like I wasn't being a part of the title or I wasn't talking about the title when I was like, it all has to do with the title. You niggas are just too slow to catch up. So yeah, Greg caught himself letting them niggas jump me, disrespect me, and remove me from the fucking room. So I was like, okay, cool. I see how this shit going. Bitch, she'll never be trusted in my book. I don't give a fuck if you send a cash app or not. I don't give a fuck if this the same nigga was asking me to come to fucking Atlanta. Bitch, please. Fuck you, you old prick. All you do is try to find women the same age as your fucking daughter. Get the fuck off my stage. I'm glad the replay is on, Brittany, because now I can see who came in my room crashing out. Who was it, Shani? Was it Seesaw? Was it that other nigga that sent the paragraphs? Oh, yeah. Girl, that one day. Don't tell me he came in. He didn't come in here. I'm to the point, I was giving Michael Myers. Girl, I ain't even gonna hold you. I started blocking some of the nickels coming in here. Because I feel like this. They've been doing it for way too long. It's not like the one, and if you come in to actually add value, even if you disagree, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you just come in here intentionally to disrupt and be disrespectful for no fucking reason and try to challenge me, like, for fucking what? Are you, to me, it's giving that they really do be taking it in the booty. Because if you are a straight man that's okay in your daggone, because the only men that like to argue with women and try to come for women are usually gay men. That's all I'm gonna say. Because there ain't no way. Hey, you ain't never lied. Nah, that ain't no fucking way. That's on my mama and that's on my hood. And it seems like every fucking day on this app, they are slim thugging it out, crash out. You would think I was Meg the Stallion, okay, with my clay. The fuck? I've been accused of talking about somebody when I was making a statement trying to reset the room. You can see it in the chat, pretty. I had to keep muting the whole fucking stage. You gotta listen to this replay. I had to mute the stage at least 20 times plus in one session. It was an uproar in the room. Oh, you said look in the chat? Yes, you have to listen to the replay. I have to mute the stage 20 times to mute the whole room. Niggas is bad. I thought they were
till about 3 in the morning, huh? To start sinking and stinking in here. I know. Hey, that's the time them niggas be up with their hornball ass. Bitch, go to sleep. The fuck? Ain't nobody finna stay up and talk to you niggas. I'm finna always get my rest. These niggas came here swinging. Thank you, Shawty. Thank you for Oh man, let me go look in this chat. Hold on, I can't wait till the replays though. Oh, Imperial weird ass came here. Yep, he was arguing with Steven. But good, for good reason. You see them arguing in the chat too, and they was arguing on stage. Oh shit, let me see what this is. Dr. BD been up here and listening to these niggas crash out. Woo, look at the Imperial nigga, what the fuck he got on? Girl. This just woke me up this morning. What the fuck he got on? Sorry. Who he trying to get? And then Ted Bando came in here acting a fool too. Wait. Who he trying to get? Is this nigga trying to get the dead? Cause this nigga look casket ready. With a Beyonce formation hat on. He out of fucking line. The fuck he got on, girl? Why is he standing like that in that photo? Hold on. Steven, no, you sipping. Okay, what happened with that? What was with the sipping? What it was is that Tay Mandel came in, and I told, and I was trying to, Steven was trying to basically tell me how to tell the fucking story when I'm doing a fucking reset. Nigga, get your broke ugly ass up on my room, bitch. Don't come up in here. So he was up there ruining the story, my storytelling. And then I'm like, let me tell the story the way I want to tell the story. What the fuck? I was like, let me tell the story. Messing it up by writing shit in the chat. You so mad, bitch. You pay for motherfucking Metro cards. Fuck out of here, you broke bitch. This the nigga at Sonic. This the nigga that paid for it, bitch. Motherfucking Metro card. He out here paying for bitches' bus cards. Ah, shit. Okay, go ahead, Shia. He was messing up my storytelling and by typing shit in the chat. And I was like, please let me tell the story the way I want to tell the story. You're not the mod here. I don't know why they think just because they got a dick between their legs that you wanna try to tell me. I said, don't make me turn into Ike Turner. Let me tell the story the way I want to tell the story. Then then Tay Bando got in his feelings when he found because Mr. Man ruined the fucking story, Steven, of my storytelling. He's like, oh, it's about some gay shit. Well, I'ma leave. And he still ain't well. He left and then came back while I was telling the story about Passion's Pro. And then Steven was making it seem like I'm equating the story I'm telling to Bando. Bando, I don't know from the can of paint. I've seen him around the app, but I don't know him like that. So why would I even project that? I'm just saying usually men don't have a problem with the story. So look how many men sat in the room. Clyde wasn't cool with the story, but he sat here the whole time. So at the end of the day, all I was saying is nobody should have a problem. It's just it's a story. Dr. BD said he asking about a trans woman. Who was asking about a trans woman? Clubhouse, he was up here asking about well, what about if the penis has been turned into the vagina? I'm like, nigga, I told you the man had a full dick, full balls and ass. Wait, bringing this up. Are you telling me this nigga still decided to ask persistent questions after he found out that this motherfucker was a Yes, this is why they want the thrill but not the truth. They want the thrills and not the You gay, nigga.
That's it, you're right, yo. That's it.
So Imperial was like, okay, I'm
What
going
the
to
fuck you
jail.
gonna say to them? They saying the same shit, homie.
He made me sleeping. You gay as fuck. You gay, nigga. You gay. Every
the
day.
motherfucking closet with no shoes.
Every day, pretty. Every fucking day. Girl, that's why he gay, because look what the fuck he got on. This nigga got a turtleneck on. Let me see him. Let's see, is that a turtleneck sweater? It is. Oh, but I love you because he came on the stage and only said hi to you. Oh, I bet they do. They look. And so I was like, what are you talking about? I said, this is not related to the title. I said, we're talking about
his own story, you know that. Come on.
And that's the problem. They get mad. They want to tell their own story and then try to say I'm gaslighting. I'm not gaslighting when I'm resetting. I didn't say anything about Tay Bando. I made a statement which related to the daggone title.
It's the hidden agendas. That's what it is. You know.
Because in passion, if I get passionate, it should tell you every fucking quarter of the year, every quarter, like every semester, she's unveiling another man that's been hanging out in her room that is being the tranny DMs that is gay. Which is related to the title, because it's a home and those men were gay.
No, but yeah.
Oh, no, man. Man. You gaslighting. If a man wanna leave, he can leave. I'm not talking about Taylor. Why y'all always think everybody talk about y'all? Y'all think we sit around and can't talk about y'all fucking dicks and where y'all wanna stick it at? We don't care. We don't care because it's not in us. We know the dicks is not going in us. So how do we care where you put your dick? Then I found out that Pota be having playing spades with his dick. Girl, fuck that weird ass nigga too. I don't care, bro. All these niggas is fucking bro. All of them fucking weird. It's like every day, by the minute, by an hour. Okay, these niggas get weirder and weirder. That's why I be trying to tell some of these bitches, why you want this nigga all up in your face, girl? Go on. The fuck, I hate pick-me ass bitches. I feel like pick-me's are niggas too, bro. They be sitting on here and come on Clubhouse trying to be picked by these niggas. Oh, you wanna see a version of niggas trying to get picked by a nigga? Go to motherfucking Dante house muscle room and watch how many motherfucking niggas wanna jump on Dante dick. And Dante like that shit too. That's the reason why he got mostly males in his motherfucking room. And the rest of the bitches is just a little bit of bunch of clean up woman ass bitches on stage that's gonna clean up the mess for Dante. So that's why he brought his ass up in my motherfucking room. Talking about y'all still talking. Yeah, we are, nigga, because we over here talking about you fags. We out here talking about you gay ass niggas wanting to live your life like Sister Home. Y'all get the thrill of trying to be like Sister Home. I guarantee you, Shawnee, and most niggas didn't get caught. You think they'll live their life like Sister Home? Yeah. They would have a little pleated skirt and they wig and their red lipstick, like my red lipstick. And then do their little dance, throw that ass in a circle. Dr. BD said that the dudes came in here just to crash out on each other. Yeah, I can't wait to the replays. I ain't gonna lie, I'm so glad it's saved. Another accomplished day. Another day of nigga crash out, niggatopia. I ain't gonna lie, Shawty, they hated us. They hate their mamas, because I'm not your mama. And they hate the last person that didn't suck their dick right, or fuck them right. That's not my problem. That's just not my problem. Not my problem. That's just not my problem. Niggas ain't shit. Big bitches talking shit, not my problem. And he was like, oh, you don't have no self-control. I was singing down low because men talk about down low. I said, sir, I've been singing this whole daggone fucking room. What you talking about? And I was singing low so that people could still hear you. And I'm the background music.
I can't believe it. Hey, and I can't believe it. Niggas I'm telling you, ladies, these niggas want, it's like a certain hour that these niggas start having like malfunctional errors in their robotic ass mind. They come on here and like y'all said, Shani and Brittany, they come on here around, I say between the hours of 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. no, till 5 a.m. is when these niggas want to start coming on here crashing the fuck out.
But my thing is, why would you crash out on? I feel like they think this is their therapy session where they come and scream, holler, come out on the slide. They don't think we hear them. Just like that one guy. Oh yeah, oh yeah. He was looking. Oh yeah, them nipples. Those look like some nice suckable
Ariel
nipples. I ain't gonna lie. So he doubled down on that one. He said, I ain't gonna lie. I never heard no man say another man's nipples look suckable.
Well, we found out today.
And we found out a new one is gay, child. Right here on your stage, girl.
Oh my God, girl. Mac David sent me a video talking about the story time of download man in Houston. He wanted to make an appointment for a haircut.
Child. Did he get some dick on the side with his haircut?
Girl, he looked down low and he looked slow. He looked like he got Down syndrome.
My friend.
He looked like that damn Shamar. Nigga.
You right, we tried to tell them that, but they'll call us ugly. Now, Dr. BD, you won't believe it. This quote-unquote married man named R.J. Hurst got mad that I corrected what he was saying. And he said he been married 15 years, and he got 2 kids. And usually he don't be on Clubhouse, but he had to go pick up some groceries. So funny that groceries. I remind me of groceries. Because of Sister Young. To pick up groceries and drop it off so she can cook. But he had time. We were talking about manifesting millionaires and Dr. Umar, Dr. BD. And somehow he started talking about exoticals because he saw Ion came in the room for like 2 minutes, 2 maybe 3, and then left. And I'm like, how are you talking about the exoticals? And then he started talking about the passport bros and calling them themselves. Do you know this man tried to come for me after talking bad about London, Ion, and the exoticals? I said, sir, why are you talking about me? Because you're losing the argument. I said, only someone who's losing an argument or the debate will go that low, that feel bad. And he tried to call me ugly and everything else, talked about my feet and everything else, talking about they weren't done. I'm like, in that picture, you can't even see if they're done or not, sir, because it's far away. So you tried it. You just like to lie. Then, just like Greg came on your stage after doing what he did to you, to Ion stage 5 hours later. I'm like, they hate you, but will come on your stage and talk bad about you when you're not there in another room. And I was like, then he was talking about Ion and everybody. Oh, you were lying. It was a collective conversation. It was on replay. I said, no, it wasn't on replay. I said, nobody brought it up but you. It was unrelated to what we were talking about. We were talking about education and Dr. Umar. What does Dr. Umar education have to do with exoticals? So this man clocked him and was like, when he was in the room, he was like, why are you as a married man talking about what single women are doing? That's weird. He said, oh, you just being a simp. No, he's telling you the truth.
they want to flex their ego and they want to humble people for no reason when that man was telling the truth. Why are you talking about what single women do? And you're a married man, 15 years, you said you retired your woman. And now he changed his PTR. So now I remember he was up there trying to hit on Jazzy in Dante's room. And also he likes to swing. And which is fine. Nothing wrong with swinging. But come to find out when he was on Beauty Study, on Ion Stage, Beauty was like, this man is not married. He got 4 baby mamas and he don't pay child support. And he from Brooklyn. Do you know what he did, Dr. BD? He had someone, he doxed my phone number and threatened me while I was on stage talking to him. He threatened me on the stage. And called my phone multiple times while I was talking on stage. Instead of just telling the truth, all you had to say was, yeah, I said something. So what I said was, well, someone said, oh my gosh, someone called you right now where you're on. I said, yeah, and then he called me a Karen. I said, well, I'm going to be Karen Nisha and contacting the FBI. What is going on with men that they can't tell the truth? What is going on with men where they can't handle the truth? Where you have to go that low. Because honestly, right? And this is what I told him and said on stage on wax, on replay. I told him, I said, I would have let you slide about you talking about Ion in London and the Exoticals, because I'm part of the Exoticals. If you would have just case closed after I gave you the correct information. But you know, you had to keep going. Because you had to humble people. And you had to humble me in the other room before you came in Ion's room. Because I said, Ion can fight for himself. I don't have to fight for him. I don't have to fight for London. I don't have to fight for the Exoticals. I said, the Exoticals haven't even had consistent rooms in 3 years. I think the last time they had a random room was like a year ago, maybe a year and a half. So why is the Exoticals in your minds because you saw Ion? He said, well, I don't know why you black women be following this gay man. So who you talking about when you say that? You're talking about Ion. Oh, I never said anything about Ion. Me and Ion are friends, da 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 da. And you went to that extreme to call my phone. Like, nigga, do you know I'm in tech? Do you know I was interviewed for the CIA, that I could have worked for the CIA if I wanted to? Do you know who the fuck you are fucking with? And I'm spiritually protected on top of that. Oh, they want to play these clubhouse names. Like, who threatens a woman over that level, over that insignificant conversation? That is happily married, per se, and have all these kids. How do married people have that much time? How do you have that much time? Can someone answer me that question? Riddle me this. Not only follow the gay man, but go on his stage after talking trash about him 5 hours prior. I mean, bold as fuck. And only a man that's trying to shade a woman's looks like that because you didn't like the fact that I corrected you. And I didn't do it disrespectfully either. It's just the fact that I corrected him that he didn't have the correct information. Because he's like, London's never been married. What you talking about? Everybody says she's married. I said, she just got engaged yesterday. So what are you talking about? I said, most of those, a good portion of the women that are the leaders, they are spoken for or married. And it wasn't a woman from overseas. It was a Black American woman that leads the group.
You only be on here when you're at work. But no. And then to threaten me while I'm on stage talking and saying what you gonna do next, like what the hell? I said, that's what we're doing now? As married black men that retired your wife and all your kids, like this is what we doing now in 2025? And then you wonder why Resource said what she said earlier. She said she can't get comfortable around black men. That's why she couldn't get nowhere sexually with them. That's what she said in her experience. You missed that, Pretty. She said that anyway. Yep. Yeah. And to me, even if you deem me ugly, okay, that's fine. But I'm not you married. Why are you worried about my looks? It's just a sad state of affairs. Brittany, y'all still up?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm about to get ready to go back to sleep, get my little last bit of hours of rest.
Your last bit of hours.
My last bit of my beauty rest. While these things was crashing out.
Yeah, you gotta listen. They was crashing out, baby.
Good job, Shawnee. I ain't gonna lie, Shawnee should have been a private investigator or something.
I should have been in law based on my thing, but that was never my thing. I wanted to be either a doctor and a business owner. That was my first thing, and then a singer. But it was never to be in law. But yeah. But see, I know how to ask the questions, okay, to make people tell on themselves. And I know how to I know when to let them talk. There's an art form to that. You have to know when to shut the fuck up so they can tell on themselves all the way, so they feel comfortable. You can tell all the way. Because you could tell me Clubhouse was gonna say what he said tonight. They be telling on themselves. That's why I tell women to shut up and listen more. They'll tell you everything you need to know. Everything. So, give it a moment for last thoughts. Anyone want to have any last thoughts before we close the room? Any last thoughts? Well, I hope you guys learn from this cautionary tale to make sure you love yourself first. And you make sure you know, if you want a thrill, make sure you protect yourself. Even if it is just with a watermelon, okay? I'm gonna go to the store and get some watermelon and some papaya after this. When I get up later, some watermelon papaya. And don't be scared of the truth, because the truth will set you free. And the closet is full. Just come out, man. Just be yourself. Stop lying to yourself. Hey, she involved. Stop lying to yourself. And know that you are the love of your life so that you don't have to be conned by Sister Hong. I hope everybody has a good day. Let's finish out July good so we can bring in August well. Take care, everybody.
Bye, Johnny. Bye, Brittany.
Bye.
Now this nigga wanna wake up, get the fuck on, get the fuck on. This nigga wanna play music.
West. It's from New York. I've got it here. It's over there.
Right. The New York Governor Kathy Hochul is pushing for an assault weapons ban, whatever that means. Tell me a weapon that isn't an assault weapon.
Assault rifle 15.
Oh my god.
I don't know if someone already said it, but I read that he was going for the NFL offices and he took the wrong elevator. So he didn't get to where he wanted to go.
Yeah. So you just killed some people in a different office.
Also, don't you destroy my 33rd floor theory, alright?
What I don't get is, I mean, why did he have to involve? Because he didn't want to do them harm in the NFL office, so like, why not just blow yourself up, you know, and like make a point that way? Put a thing out online if it really is about drawing attention to CTE.
You didn't even play in the NFL, bro. You played high school football.
Yeah, I don't. So he should have just killed his parents.
He played in the Canadian Football League, that is, once again, non-professional football in Canada, so he is a professional football player.
Wait, you played professionally in Canada?
That's what I'm telling you.
You guys have football?
That's like being a professional rugby player from Thailand. I'm telling you, he was a pro. And by the way, Trey, our balls are bigger. Just so you know.
It's like being a professional hockey player from Florida. Oh, wait. You won the Stanley Cup twice.
All your players are from Canada, you doorknob.
Half of Canada lives in Florida. Fish doesn't know anything about sports anymore.
It's weird that like the fucking Miami Dolphins have never won the Super Bowl, but the Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup twice.
That is a hilarious fucking thought.
It's kind of bizarre, right? Like what? I feel like it's because it's just like too hot for football here.
I just think Miami is such a cool city that eventually your professionals are just enjoying life down here. You just like maybe fall behind a little bit. Also, with the playoffs are the winter, so Miami always has to travel in cold weather.
Fish, you know the Dolphins have won the Super Bowl, right?
Well, when in the
No, I saw Smiley for a long time.
The 70s.
Oh, the 70s, I'm sorry.
Like they haven't won a Super Bowl since before Denver. So,
Right.
so like they basically have won a Super Bowl.
casino, and like, I mean, they would get like free VIP tables there. And my girlfriend and I would go and hang out once in a while. Like, there were always like a bunch of Miami Dolphins players at all the other tables.
Yeah, I mean, like, if they ever find, like, the Broncos or, like, any cold weather team in the playoffs, they're just toast. And also, if they lie the other side of the country.
Speaking of the Miami Dolphins, you know who's next to them? Me and Dusty. You ever get fucking visit fish?
I hung out with Dusty like yesterday.
Why didn't you hit me up? I feel betrayed.
It was late. You were probably asleep.
How late?
Like midnight.
I would have woken up.
You couldn't come up with any better excuse than it was probably too late for you.
I don't know where the fuck my mom lives. I know where Dusty lived.
I live like 5 blocks away from Justin.
Dude, kids are like vampires.
That's true. Very true.
This is true.
Not to mention, I've asked you when are we gonna hang out like once every other day for the past 3 weeks. So I understand how when you're fucking
Mohan, he lived in Austin for 3 years and I never saw him, so
4 years.
Just be patient. 4 years.
I guess, you know.
Just be patient, alright? Be patient.
Look, Tish, I told you to tell your mom I was sorry, okay? Her only beef against me.
Don't get your homosexual feelings, too strung up in this.
No, do you know what it is? We played darts the other day, a long time ago, and let's just say I didn't let Tish win, and I think he holds a grudge.
But you gotta let fish win. Everyone knows that.
That is the one bar game I'm an underdog in. I never fucking got darts or cared. I think I hate the British side of me too much to get into darts.
I always thought of darts as an Irish game, but I guess they're basically the same culture.
It's alright.
And Trey, there are price cuts popping up on same similar homes left and right on my phone right now.
Listen, dude, it's rough.
The move is you buy a home before they fire Jerome Powell, and then you just sell it 6 months later and like double your money.
Prices are gonna go down for a while until rates see a significant cut.
I've had more buyers lately, but like I'm taking all the new builds, these builders are buying them down to 5% interest rates. So like that's what we have. And we do have some people coming in cash on our nicer listing, for resales of the property, whatever. But if it's like middle of the pack, man, it's just fucking.
Hey, you're going to the house listing for a middle of the pack house. If you want.
It's the listings he doesn't want.
I need more buyers. I've got 10 listings.
I need more buyers, said no agent ever. Trey, wish me luck. I've got a real shitbox that's in escrow getting its inspection done this week and appraisal.
I've had such a shit bump recently that I listed inspection. We paid for the inspection to be done, but it MLS because we already know. And we're just like, hey, this is what it is. Here's everything you need. Don't call us asking questions. Look at this inspection, submit an offer, and you have it.
in Spain, but his house isn't hot because he has insulation.
I think he's retarded.
That's what I said.
No, you can, if you have like a well, you can like pump cold air out from like a little like mini cave that you make. But no, you can't insulate out to the hot unless you're moving your home, back and forth between cold locations.
That's a really good way to put it.
So, Delta, my favorite shitty home that a friend of his people on rental in Baltimore, and he never saw it, and he just had the Saudis. Is that Mohan?
Yes.
There, I turned off my VPN, is that better?
Way better.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I was saying my favorite shitty home story. My favorite. He bought a home in Baltimore to be a rental, and he never saw it. He just had the appraiser appraise it, and he bought it. And he goes to actually do an inspection after he sees the home. And there was the cremated remains of a black guy in the basement. He's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? So he just had a dead black guy in his home.
You mean like in an urn or just like scattered across the floor?
See, an urn means that someone had to have loved him. They sent it to him in the cardboard box that the government gives you after they deal with your body because no one gave them money for it.
Did it have a label that said remains of a black guy?
It was.
How do you know it was a black guy?
Well, I mean, he went out on a limb because it was like Jamal Shakwani, and he was like, yeah, I'm gonna guess this is a black guy. And then he Googled the guy's name. Turns out he was in a gang. And then he tried to track down the next of kin to be like, hey, please collect your child's remains. And even hired a private investigator to find them. And they just said, we don't give a shit. And then he felt weird about it. So for like a year, he just had this guy's, dead body in his basement.
Well, I don't know if it's the intellectualism or autism or whatever, but there's such an opportunity there for jokes. When Andrew asked that, and you just went right into the actual explanation of how.
I know, I assume the ashes were blacker.
Right, that's the.
My apologies.
Then you could have gone that, the ashes were actually delivered in a 10-piece KFC bucket. Like, there's so many things you could have said, and to just steamroll through it and give the actual explanation is real missed up.
I should have paused so that you guys could have answered how he did. My apologies.
Delta has taken at least 20 grams of creatine this morning, I can tell you. Brain is firing on all cylinders.
Neutrophil effect, baby, let's go.
See, figured out why I asked that question.
God damn it, it's because the remains were ashy. That's how you knew it was black.
That's quite good. That's very funny, Mohan. That's.
Now, Mohan, I'm gonna unfortunately rain on the assessment and point out that cremated remains are not 100% of the person. It's a mix. So I'm pretty sure it's contaminated with other people's remains.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame. It could be ashy white people in there.
Well, if they weren't, they are now.
actually why is someone doing that and who is this person?
That's in the chat. That's the way I deleted it.
I just got that today.
So, Dalton, what's your take on Fantastic Four? Have you seen it yet?
Have I seen it yet? Get the fuck out of here, Mom.
I'm assuming the answer is a yes.
I saw it the day before it came out.
Nice. And what do you think?
You know, it's definitely still leaning campy and, you know, somewhat lighthearted like all the other superhero movies are. I am preferential to the more dark and disturbed otherwise. But I thought it was great. That's my short answer. I really enjoyed it. I don't know. The only problem is that these days I feel like I'm in a position where I need to justify why I think the movie is good. And I think when a movie is truly phenomenal, you can just say it was fantastic, and anyone who disagrees, you know, it's taste and such. I look, we all know it sucked. Compared to the rest of them, it was the best one.
Right. I'm just waiting to find someone to go see it with, and then I'll see it probably.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought you'd seen it. I was anticipating that I think her name's Julia Garner. I thought that was going to be kind of a bummer, but because I'm just, you know, I think a Silver Surfer character would be a little more carry a little more weight than you know, Sean Wall, but they're basically exactly the same. Who cares? But I thought, you know, that was fine. It made sense. Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it was emotional. I think Pedro Pascal was a very strange person to cast.
Yeah, I still think that. I haven't even seen it yet. I just think it's very weird. He's also way too old.
He's not. Yeah, he's not bad. Is the thing. Like you're not watching it being like, oh, he's bad as a bad actor. He's a good actor. He's just not Reed Richards. It just doesn't make sense.
I agree he's not Reed Richards, but just biologically, you're starting a franchise with Iron Man as a 55-year-old. Like he needs to be young enough to play this character for like the next 15 years. You're gonna be like,
yeah, it was weird.
Because Reed Richards is supposed to hold down the main cast for the next like 2 sequences or whatever, and this guy's gonna be like 65 playing Reed Richards.
Yeah, I also don't want Reed Richards to be a kid. You know.
Yeah, right. He's supposed to be like, you know, like mid-30s dad or whatever.
Right. I understand, you know, that the gray streak in the hair is not of natural causes, but yeah, he doesn't need to be 20 and he doesn't need to be 50.
I thought it was a weird choice because they started Fantastic Four with them already having Franklin Richards. Like that seems like a weird choice.
What do you mean?
The kid. Well, because the kid's like a Chekhov's gun. He's like all 5 Infinity Stones just fucking walking around.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, see it and let me know what you think.
Yeah,
but you know how it goes with this stuff. I mean, they can do whatever they want, right? They can go.
Yeah, they can make it way weaker.
They can go back and forth.
Cause they never got a Warlock to fucking high up.
Yeah, they did. That's my biggest complaint. I mean, not just Marvel, DC. I mean, just all superhero movies is just the liberty that they're taking, you know, with the power levels basically of these characters. Like, because it needs to work for this scene, we're gonna have this person, you know, lose 60% of this fight against this person, and it's like, okay, you know, but that's not. You're just pissing off people who care about the stuff, you know. But you know, cool. The movies, you know, can go on a lot you want now. So good.
I
empowering someone, I find it crazy when they vary empower someone within the same movie. So, like, Thor took a sun to the face in Infinity War, and like, now you have to expect me to believe that someone can punch him, and that hurts.
Yeah, that too. The only time I'm okay with it is when the hero's power variability is dependent on
Like the mental ones.
actually, yeah, like the Hulk, honestly. Like I'm not like that actually makes sense, right? Like the Hulk, like he's not expecting anything, and he's fairly calm as can be in that developed state, and that bus is thrown at him and it knocks him off his feet and like into a wall, and then he has to shake it off like. And then he's also able to carry 115 billion tons. It actually makes sense because there's a certain level of rage feeling it, right? Like I understand things like that.
Or like a Green Lantern during November, you're like, yeah, he's gonna be 50% weaker. His mind's just not in the game, you know?
Obviously, the guy's gotta come.
The physics of the Hulk involved.
Mohan,
It's always like,
is that a key that you're wearing?
no, you're trying to think I'm healthier than I am. It's just a regular slutty Miami shirt.
The only game Mohan knows is the kind you cook with. Superman, I fucking hated though. I mean, he just got bitched around that whole movie. So
Yeah, he was definitely weaker than Superman for he might be the weakest Superman ever adapted to a film.
what did you think of his beard in the movie? Did you like that they cast for Lois Lane?
Wait, Superman has a beard. He's saying that Superman is gay.
Stay out of this one.
I thought the interview scene was kind of dumb. I liked her.
Right.
Yeah. I liked her as Lois, but what's the best way to say this? He didn't have. So like Lois is kind of this woman that like you respect, and you're like, oh, I don't want to fuck with her. And she did good, but she didn't give me that energy.
I didn't care about a single character in that movie.
Dude, the Jimmy, I really hated the Jimmy in the movie. First of all, are you
It could have been funny. I get what they were going for. It could have been funny, and it wasn't.
well, I mean, not even just the plot about like the hot chick and all that nonsense. That was just totally stupid. But the Jimmy they casted, I have a pet peeve for redhead erasure. And Jimmy's supposed to be a redhead, and they stole my redhead from my you know what I mean? They say make him black, but I was looking forward to my redhead Jimmy.
I was just gonna say, do not see the new Little Mermaid. You will freak out.
Well, no. So the Little Mermaid is about a woman knowing when to be silent, and I'm completely fine with her casting a black chick.
The moment you said it, alright.
Who would win, Superman or Neo in the Matrix? If they're both in the Matrix.
I don't think you can put Superman in the Matrix because you'd have to get past his Kryptonian flesh to track him in.
No, if he was in the Matrix as Superman, I think Neo would win.
Mohan, the real question you wanted to ask me was, did I get the oversized Galactus on people alive? And yes, I did. It's fucking sick. It's so massive, but I was like, this will be a very cool centerpiece.
So something that to this day I still want is Deadpool
their ass cleavage. And I don't know how much I have to spend, but I will spend it to get these controllers.
That's pretty good. Are you, you don't have any comics, do you?
I do not own any comics. So when I was a kid, there's a couple of libraries in my neighborhood that had gigantic comic sections. So I used to go to the library to rent comic books. And then as a kid, my dad bought me the volume editions of Unlimited X-Men. But other than that, I don't own any comics. I would just go to the library and take them out.
I asked you who, and by the way, anyone, you guys know the rules. If you want to jump in with something interesting that you have to share, or completely change the topic if it's more interesting than this, feel free to call it. I asked you, but the difficulty of buying a bike rack, unfortunately, doesn't qualify. Sorry, Dusty. Have I asked you who your favorite superhero is?
That's a great question. I'll answer it a few ways. As a child growing up, the X-Men that I most wanted to be was Nightcrawler.
I can see it.
I know.
It's not because culturally you found it right.
Let's just say that me being a child growing up in New York post-9/11, where everyone looked at me like my skin color meant that I was wrong, made me identify with the blue fuzzy guy who everyone thought was evil just because his skin color was weird. Also, when I was a little kid, I got really fucking obsessed with wanting a prehensile tail and being able to like pick up shit and hang from a limb and like anything that had a character that had a tail. I was like, this is my fucking favorite thing ever. And Nightcrawler had a prehensile tail, and also teleportation is fucking awesome. So, if you ask me which X-Men did I ever like most wanted to be, the answer is Nightcrawler. As a kid, if you ask me who's my favorite superhero to read about, it's gonna be Batman. I've read the most Batman comic books of any superhero. And then if you ask me as an adult, I don't know, well, I guess yeah, I would say as a child I most wanted to be Nightcrawler, and then as a kid I most read Batman comic books. I guess that would answer your question.
Okay.
But if you ask me at a human level who my favorite hero is, I'm gonna be really stupid and I'm gonna say All Might from My Hero Academia. So there's an anime called My Hero Academia, a world where everyone has superpowers, and the single greatest superhero of all time, his name is All Might. And I think from a human standpoint, he's my favorite superhero.
All right. Looking at him.
It's kind of funny. So he's a Japanese guy who grew up in Japan and then fell in love with the American dream. And so he became an America's themed superhero as a Japanese man in Japan. And every single one of his moves is named after America. So he has Texas Smash or Detroit Punch. And he's you know how in America we have kids who illusionally think that they love Japan but they've never been to Japan? This man is a man who's never been to America, but loves the idea of America so much. And he became the most pure American possible, having never been to America.
Here's the funniest part about this. I'm looking at this list, and every move is just something Smash. So it's Texas Smash, Detroit Smash, Oklahoma Smash, and his ultimate move, the United States of Smash.
And his tagline is "I am here," and every single time he says it, you immediately know everything's going to be okay because he's just that good. He once punched a guy so hard he created a hurricane. What else? He considers himself the symbol of peace. So he literally everything he does is from the perspective of making sure that people feel safe and secure. He's like my favorite hero. And the entire anime is about him trying to find a successor to give his powers to.
So, supposedly there's a live-action One Punch Man movie in development. But it's Sony Pictures, so it's gonna fucking suck.
I'm afraid of that. Although, here's the deal. Sony is shit at taking American properties, listening to the Kitover white chicks, and then adapting them. Sony's a Japanese company, so it could be that they actually know how to adapt this correctly. Well, who adapted Dragon Ball Z? Was that Sony? Because if so, we're fucked.
Man, it's so disappointing we never got a good Dragon Ball Z movie.
Well, this is Justin Lin, known for his work on the Fast and
Furious, yeah. It's gonna suck. Justin Lin sucks.
You know, I don't care if this is
Dude, you know the genocide in that movie is gonna be fucking peak.
I just want it to be funny. It's not like smart funny, but that's probably asking for too much.
Listening to talkers makes me thirsty. And hungry.
And things are not gonna play into the plot correctly, because the plot of One Punch Man is that you have this guy who's the single most competent man in the world. The plot is about this man who's the single most competent man in the world, but one girl takes all the credit for it, or other people take all the credit for it. Like it's a metaphor for not hiring competence.
Have you guys seen the studio with Seth Rogen? It's like pretty good. It'd be a lot better if it didn't pull its punches, you know? But it does pull its punches because Seth Rogen's kind of a bit of a wolf bag. But like, but like, if it didn't pull its punches, it would have been really funny. But anyway, like, I think it does. Yeah, I think it
is something where you have to be in the Japanese industry to appreciate it. That's my word for people in the industry that it's
I think the answer is yes, because to me it rang very true, but I could see why normal audiences wouldn't like it, because it's unwilling to like actually go there and make the jokes it wants to make. So it's like it's just stopping short of constantly making the right joke, and it makes like this side joke instead. In the first episode, he takes over as studio head, and he wants to make prestige pictures, but then Bryan Cranston is playing like the studio owner, and he wants him to make Kool-Aid the movie, based on the success of Barbie. He's like, yeah, let's take the Kool-Aid IP and make a fucking great movie about it, And he has a meeting with Martin Scorsese when Martin Scorsese wants to make a movie about Jonestown, and Seth Rogen is like, well, that's great. That has Kool-Aid involved. Why don't we just? You can make this movie if you call it Kool-Aid. And then Martin Scorsese is like, yo, low-key, that's kind of genius. I love it. Whatever. Like, let's do it. And then the studio owner is like, tell me you didn't tell Martin Scorsese he could make a $200 million movie about Jonestown that is allegedly about our Kool-Aid IP. Like, are you retarded? And then bitches out and is basically like, I bought it just so I could kill it. And he's like, damn, smart move, you know, whatever. And then he has to go back to Scorsese and be like, I'm killing your movie. And Scorsese's like, you fucking piece of shit. Like, you know, like that's basically the plot of the first episode. And it's a good structure, it's a good plot, but it doesn't work because it's not willing to actually make jokes that are offensive, and so it's not funny or interesting.
Well, you're telling me a show making fun of studios produced by a studio would hold its punches?
Exactly. That's the problem with the show.
Yeah.
Rogan really went off a cliff too, like with the wokeness stuff. Like,
you know, he threw James Franco under the bus. It was when he was a retard. Because I'm not saying James Franco's a saint, but he didn't have to attack it. He could have just held the line. And I honestly looked at what James Franco did, and he was an idiot, and he's a lefty. But I don't think he's clearly not in jail. Like, I don't think he did anything horrible.
I really liked that show, but it felt like it was missing something. How you explained it perfectly. That's what's missing.
Yeah, it's pulling its punches.
Dude, I'm not saying it's a good movie, but if you watch like His Highness, you see how retarded James Franco and Seth Rogen used to be, and they'll never make a movie like that again.
Your Highness, but
Your Highness, that's
the name of the movie.
Yeah. Where he gets date raped by the gay mushroom guru. Right?
It used to actually be funny. Yeah. By the way, what did Franco really do other than like, I heard he was like sleeping with his acting student.
This is what happens. He literally had acting courses, and one of the lessons was teaching the actors how to do a sex scene on screen. And then the women complained that he broke them during the sex scenes he was teaching them how to do.
Yeah, that seems like he fucked them after class and never called them, kind of a thing. That doesn't seem like much to me.
It's the same thing they did to Chocado, you know, from Impractical Jokers. He's had some accusations that he's inappropriately touched people, but he was never sexual. He's just a physical comedian, and you find 3 people who say they don't like what you did, and, you know, they can destroy your career with that.
This is why Ronald McDonald wears the big gloved hands, you know, Mickey Mouse too. Because you can't inappropriately touch a child with giant padded mitts around your hands. You know what I mean? Yeah, I remember thinking Franco didn't do much of anything. That was my thought.
And I just thought it was crazy how much Seth Rogen just completely just like disowned and disavowed and destroyed him. And I'm like, dude, he's your boy for 30 years. What are you doing?
I know. Yeah, Rogan's, you know, he's a coward, really, is what it is. Like, he's just a coward. All he had to do was say, hey, listen, I think that we should take women seriously, and I think that all accusations should be treated seriously, whatever, but, like, I don't really know what's going on here, and so I'm unwilling to cast stones until there's more details, and we know what's happened, and...
Yeah, you can say that. I mean, you can also just be like, listen, I've known James Franco for 30 years. I know his heart, I know his soul, and he's a good man, and I'm sure, you know, we're all trying to become better people, and to whatever extent there's any merit in these things that have happened, I know that over time James Franco will, you know, become a better person and a better man, and, you know,
one thing, I think this goes back to the Christianity thing. It's very hard to, like, actually believe in redemption if you're not a Christian, you know? And I don't think many atheists do believe.
You live pussy. You live on the West Coast. I do live in the West Coast. I'll be in Vegas for Black Hat.
That. Please don't forget me. Please back channel me right now. I'm gonna hit you up. Hey bro, great. IG. Cause you're
gonna get a chance to beat a retard up. Are you happy?
No, I think that's a crime. I can't pick up retard.
Then you must hate self-deprecating humor.
Restarting live now.
You